a vet, rub a bullet through your buttonhole. You're making me uncomfortable. Slumber, damn my cavalry. Sandman, boys, you down to me. Hashtag make the rest is atrophy. Accordingly, I got a quote. I do smoke rings, no hot rollers. Brought your forecast and a shovel. Bubbles buried in this jungle. Bubbles buried in this jungle. Bubbles buried in this jungle. Polar jungle, frozen butters. All my sculptures look so blessed. Those what I did, go, that's your boss. Security turn green, cause I never lost. Fuck everything over up the guard. Left pen through my index, push bars. No, you can't talk, I'm smearing you. Don't have shit locked, I hear the proof. Ready for me, never amusing me. Look if I have a little bitch get used to me. Look if I have a little bitch get used to me. Look if I have a little bitch get used to me.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hassan Piker, and this is HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from not sunny at all, Los Angeles, California. It is hazy. It is 65 degrees. It's perfect balling weather, but it's actually quite shitty weather here in Los Angeles, California. I'm live and alive. I'm Hassan Piker. This is HasanAbi broadcast, and I hope everyone's having a fantastic one, no matter where you are in the world. It is Little Bear's birthday. Will you please tell her happy birthday? Happy birthday to Little Bear, the chronicler of the HasanAbi broadcast, the #1 chronicler, okay buddy subreddit moderator. It's foggy as fucking LA right now. Yes, you are right. Ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs, we are live. We are alive. And what? It's real. The Chuchi Tunnel. Yes. The Coochie Tunnel is real. It's closed right now, but it was open when it mattered. Folks, it is October 15th, 2024. We have a couple weeks from the election. I'm a little tired. I'm a little bored. I'm a little worried about the outcome of the potential election and the outcome of America in general. YouTube putting up misinformation sticky about the Holocaust under your most recent video, by the way. Yeah, they always do that. It's when you mention the Holocaust at all, they will put that in there, which is fine. I don't give a shit. Anyway. So, folks, we are live. We are live. Hope everyone's having a good one. This is the part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button, and a lot has happened. Last night I did a 9-hour broadcast and ended the broadcast at 9.5 hours almost. Did you see Biden at the embargo? I did. I'm gonna get to that. Okay, brand embargo is upon us. He's so fucking stupid. We're live. You know who is not live? Who is not live? I don't know who is not live. Anyway, folks, I am live. I am alive. I hope everyone's having a wonderful one. I am certainly having an all right one. I'm a little tired. I'm a little jaded. I'm a little, I don't know. I'm a little bit of everything. Damn, I was going to drop that news like a king, but you already have it. Yeah, it don't mean shit, though. Folks. So, yesterday, 9 hours. It was crazy. 9 hours of fucking content. 9 hours of commentary. 4 hours of that was like... Four hours of that was, talking to Asmongold and trying to walk him off this, like, far right cliff that he had seemingly jumped off of, took a dive off of, in terms of his commentary on what is permissible bigotry about Arabs and their status, or Palestinians. But in any case, oh, he got banned. I didn't realize he was banned. And regardless, that is not the main point. The point is that a shit ton of people were fucking apparently upset with me. They were like, there was a guy that said I was basically like the equivalent of like a Nazi going to a Holocaust museum, like to whitewash their sentiment. Like that's what they were saying. I love hearing from white Americans about how to combat Islamophobia. as a Muslim guy, I like hearing, I like white Americans telling me what's what. You know, you don't know how to deal with Islamophobia, brother. Hasan, you just are not. You're ill-equipped, you know. Annoying leftist mad at you again. That's fine. That's like neither here nor there. That's not like a big constituency. But then of course the other part was hella people just being like, you know, this guy loves terrorism, right? You know what I'm saying? Like, I love when a guy is out there trying to combat Islamophobia and the retort against that sort of misinformation defense is basically just being like, hey, this Muslim guy is a terrorist. He loves throwing gays off roofs, baby. Just saying. You know them Muslims. You know them sand N-words, you know? Love throwing the gays off the roofs. Like, that was literally the fucking counter to this of like me talking about the shit. And I know it's one of those moments where FD Signifier says always. I texted him this morning. It's one of those moments where FD Signifier is like, remember, you're not white in the eyes of a lot of people, you know? And it's a somber reminder of that reality. There is a levels to the whiteness. Anyway, some of the commentary is pretty valid coming from a Palestinian in the community. Watching two people debate whether or not I'm human should have a right to live is really fucking with my head. Yeah, except the thing is, he knows that, like, he knows what my position is. That's not a criticism towards me. Also, I speak to the humanity of Muslims and Arabs and Palestinians in general on a regular basis, but a lot of people, I think, don't understand this. And a lot of people don't understand this, but like, yeah, when I'm talking to Asmongold, I'm not talking just to Asmongold. I'm talking to motherfuckers exactly like Asmongold. You know what I mean? And there's millions of them out there. I'm talking to his audience. Because one of the things you got to realize, and we'll talk about the recap in a second. Actually, you know what? Fuck the recap. I'll do the recap in a moment. I was just saying all this shit because it was like weighing on my conscience a little bit. It's annoying. Woke up this morning. Oh, I almost finished One Piece last night. 2 episodes remaining on One Piece. Absolute best fucking arc of all time. Egghead, thank you so much. Oda, you are the GOAT. I love you. You are my king. Toei, we gotta have some words. You know, if you don't go back to the fucking drawing board and basically go through every single arc, post time skip especially, and then fucking turn around and make it look exactly like Egghead in terms of pacing and drawing, I'm gonna be very pissed. As soon as I catch up, by the way, they fucking did a hiatus. I feel like I did that. I feel like as soon as I caught up, it took me 2 years and I catch up and they're like, oh, hiatus time. It's like, are you fucking kidding me? I'm at 11, literally 11:19 or 11:20, I think. I'm on 11:20, dog. Are you joking? There are like 2 episodes remaining. Shit is ass. They can cut things quick, shorter intros, outros, no last times, no flashbacks, in flashbacks. Yeah. Anyway, I feel like I've been slighted. I've been slighted by Oda. Who's that on your mug? The king, lad. It's the fucking king. What do you mean? It was on my log. It's on my mug to commemorate the ascension to the throne of His Majesty, King Charles III, September 8th, 2022. That's who's on my mug. Jolly good chap. What do you think about the new art style? I love the new art style. It's so fucking sick. Did you skip fillers? I skipped fillers. And I did one pace for some of the arcs post time skip. Hard to disagree with the manga. The fat is great 90% of the time. I haven't finished it yet, by the way. Bro, do you remember this? Does this make sense now? This is like, I don't think I saw this yet. Is this in the last episode? Or is this when he first goes on to the island and he just fucking unloads? Because this shit was like the galaxy impact. Yeah. Dude, Garp is the GOAT, man. He's so fucking sick. I love Garp so much. And then the battle sequences between him and Kuzan are like, oh, fucking incredible. The master fighting his tutor. Or the master fighting his student. And it's like, and then they go, this pupil, sorry. And then they go and there's a flashback when he's like, they're punching boats, but they're not allowed to use hockey. They have to just straight punch boats. Boat boxing. ACAB except for Garp? Yes. Yes. You would make a great Garp, bro. Thank you. Battle bags. Battleship bags. Bro, wait, do you think Garp would smoke Akainu? I think Garp is my GOAT. I don't care. He can smoke anyone he wants to. Learned a lot about the background of the fucking 5 elders and shit. Oh my god. Sabo is also the GOAT. Flame Emperor Sabo. Shit, dude. Is so good. Child beating cop. Yes. Garp is unironically and consistently my favorite child beating, corporal punishment advocating cop. Top cop. And not only is he a cop, but technically he's the worst kind of cop because he's a part of SWORD. As in, he's SWORD, right? Like, as in, he has revoked his status as a police officer. It's like the motherfuckers that put a fucking they put a card over their badge number. You know what I mean? They like they still got Garp isn't SWORD. Oh, okay. Garp let what happened to Ace happen. He's not valid. Yeah. I think Garp is probably, bro, Kobe is SWORD. So Garp probably is too. Why wouldn't he be SWORD? SWORD is like a part of the Navy, a secretive division of the Navy, where they're basically like cops that turn off their body cameras. Like that's kind of their shtick. It's literally like a gang within the Navy where they're like, oh yeah, we revoked our Navy oath, so we can technically do whatever we want. So we have the power and authority of the Navy, but we don't even need authorization if we want to fight like emperors and shit. It's like, oh, okay, that's cool. Somehow you guys are the good guys within the Navy. That's weird. Anyway, Garp is the reason SWORD exists. It happens after he turns down the Admiral promotion. Who's an underrated character that you like? I mean, he's not underrated, but one of my favorite characters is literally Odin. I think Odin is like one of the best characters of all time. I love him so much. Even with his like annoying tagline. He's like, Kozuki Odin. Odin. I think like underrated character that I love is Mr. Pink. Mr. Hardboiled, obviously. Brooke is not underrated. Brooke is overrated. Senor Pink is my fucking GOAT. He's the most hard-boiled man out there. Jinbei is incredible too. But yeah. Saying Brooke is overrated is crazy. He is, bro. He is. Like every time he's like, oh, I don't have skin. It's like, we get it, bro. You're a goddamn skeleton. Shut the fuck up. Anyway, I didn't even get to talk about why I'm also in a particularly bad mood. This morning, after One Piece, went to bed, woke up, and I went to ball. And this time it wasn't just Mike, it was Pat too. Both the crash dummies were there. And we played 1v1s. We played King of the Hill. Dude, I lost everything, okay? I got absolutely fucking destroyed. I'll be honest with you. It was terrible. It killed me. It killed me. It killed my heart. It killed my soul. Like, we won the twos, but it doesn't really matter. It felt hollow. And then after doing twos, I did a 1v1 with Pat and he cooked me. And yeah, that's it. I suck. I'm washed. Unk is washed, dude. I'm doo-doo. I wasn't hitting. I was putting up Pat Bev numbers. Actually, my field goal percentage was like fucking 1%. Shit sucked. Buy some new knees. I can't. I wish, dude. Shit sucked. It was dookie. It was doo-doo. It was ass. I was ass. And it made me feel really bad. Yeah. You miss 100% of the shots you don't take. Yeah, but I missed 99% of the shots that I did take. Hey, watched your Asman video. Is there any reason why you didn't bring up how it was just being racist? I did. Multiple times. Directly to him. And then not only did I do that, but I also walked him through the steps of how it was. Old Pat with the clamps on you, A. Yeah. I mean, they are built so perfectly to counter me because like they're both very explosive. And it came down to like whose shots were hitting harder, you know? And his shit just hit harder. Mike Cook does too. Robot legs with me, you can skip leg day and get your arms super crazy. You balled bad today because you were on fire the other day. Karma caught up. Yeah. Watch this later for meta censorship of Palestine. Yeah. Anyway, it takes a ton for him to reconsider his stances. It's not about him reconsidering his stances. It's not. It's about people in the margins that are in his audience that, you know, are not going to fucking people in the margins that are in his audience that are going to look at the situation differently after that conversation. But yeah, let's cook it. Let's blast off. Bro, literally about a white supremacist level shit. He needs to get permit. He's not going to get permit. Also, you guys have to understand something. Like, you guys have to understand something. Maybe if you're not like, maybe if you're not Muslim or Arab or Palestinian, you know, this might come as a surprise to you, but you can kind of get away with saying whatever the fuck. I'm shocked that he got banned to begin with. Like, I think you can kind of get away with in mainstream media, especially with saying the most unhinged shit to not only fucking Muslims, about Muslims, directly about Palestinians, directly about Arabs, but also beyond that, you can literally say unhinged shit to defenders of Arabs too. So like, it's just, it's legitimately not that surprising. What's surprising is that he got banned at all. I didn't even realize that he was banned, but I'm letting you know, dude. I'm letting you fucking know. Like, it's not like what Asmongold said is not any different than Bill Maher, dog. What are you talking about? Bill Maher says it to a larger audience. The only difference between what Asmongold said and what Bill Maher says on a regular basis is that Bill Maher has 40 years of fucking media training. So he knows not to say certain things so overtly, but the sentiment expressed is exactly the same. Okay? That's the only difference. Like, the language that Bill Maher uses is still like crafted around like liberal tent poles and liberal cultural signifiers enough that it can like masquerade as polite conversation when what he's saying is identical. Guys, Ta-Nehisi Coates is one of the most celebrated like liberal authors of all time. Okay, you're actually out of your mind on this one, mate. No, I'm not. I'm 100% correct on this. What? Bill Maher never said to kill the kids before they grow up. Bro, if you think Bill Maher, first of all, you're literally wrong. You're wrong. Bill Maher literally does say that every broadcast. That's my point. You're so stupid. He literally says exactly that. What are you talking about? Bro, have you not watched Bill Maher? Like, you gotta be joking. Oh, dude, that's awesome. Stop white-splaining this, mate. White-splaining this? Bitch! This is the one issue where very clearly the overwhelming majority of white people do not track me as white, okay? What the fuck do you mean? Like, listen, I'm white. I say I'm white all the time, but not if you ask motherfuckers when people hear me talk about when people hear me talk about Muslims. Anyway, recapping my debate with Asmon. What else? Brandon finally finds a red line for embargo. Israel continues its mass starvation campaign in North Gaza. Election nears as polls shift in Trump's favor. Kamala's black men outreach and more. Get in now. I think they're doing it to save face before Trump wins, so people know what. I have a blast off save from yesterday. I know, thank you. Did you see Maloney suggested sending UN troops to stop Israel? What? No fucking way. Are you serious? That's awesome. I did not see that. fuck is she talking about? I love when like random fucking puppets of the American empire turn around and just have like cool pop-off moments like out of nowhere. It's one of my favorite takes. Like Erdogan does this too. It's like so obvious that these guys work for they work at the behest of American empire, right? It's very clear. It's very obvious. But having said that, they will randomly just be like, they will just randomly have a take. It's like Viktor Orban being like, well, I think we need to have a better relationship with China. It's like, what? Like, where is this coming from? Who are you? Like, what do you mean? You're Viktor Orban. What are you talking about? It's just, I don't know. It's always like some random shit. Like you got it'll be like the Albanian prime minister being like, actually, I think we need to stop only one type of unnecessary extraction from the fucking global south. Only one on one of the hyper specific conflict minerals. I'm making this up. I don't think he said this, but like out of nowhere, they'll just like pop off on some shit. Our dear leader Orban has always been kind of pro-China. Yeah, I know. He knows where his bread is buttered, baby. Hasan, how do you interpret a 13 keys election prediction model? I don't. I really do love you, man, but I question the efficacy of yesterday. He's a giant POS. That I get that there might be some people in the margins of his community, but if we're watching him through this arc, is very likely much on board already, and he just used you as a 3-hour attempt to rehab his image of truly incomprehensible shit he said and believes. Yeah, I don't see it that way at all. I don't. I don't think he rehabbed his image at all throughout that process. But here's the thing. The way I view it is, and I will describe this one more time for many of you that simply fail to comprehend this. Okay? I rate everything on a curve. That's number one. Number two, I have this understanding, especially as someone whose name is Hasan, who is like a white dude, but still someone who grew up in Turkey, someone who is Muslim, from a Muslim background. I know that the average person is unimaginably Islamophobic. I've dealt with it for damn near a decade since I came to the United States of America. Okay? When I'm talking to a person individually and maintaining my composure and working through the steps, step by step, and explaining why someone is bigoted or someone's opinion is wrong or bigoted, offering historically relevant information, okay? There is a reason for that. The reason is I might not change his mentality, okay? Other events might play a larger role in his mentality changing on this matter. But there are a shit ton of people who are watching him who are going to respond to that patience, especially respond to the way that I'm communicating, and most likely be more charitable to what I have to say. Okay? On any number of different fronts. Because that entire conversation is an information faucet for me. Utilizing virtually every opportunity to talk about different aspects of how, for example, freedom of speech is revoked. Things that a lot of people in his community might not be aware of. It's not like I agreed on his framing. It's not like I agreed to anything he was saying. That's my goal. My goal is to change people's minds. Do you understand? Even if his perspective might not change on the matter, there's plenty of people in his community that are going to look at the situation differently. And if I get 100 people if I get 100 people in Asmongold's community to look at the situation a little bit differently, learn something new that they hadn't known, then that's it. That's my goal. I've succeeded. Now, if there was any moment where I was like conceding to his framing on the matter, that would be an entirely different conversation. I'm not going to go in front of like a Ben Shapiro type, for example, who I would categorize as simply different than Asmongold as well, right? But even if I were to go in front of a Ben Shapiro type and have like a relatively cordial conversation, which I would not be able to maintain composure in a similar capacity to Ben Shapiro. He's a professional speaking head. He's a talking head. But here's the thing. There's never going to be a world where I concede to his framing on anything. Just like I did not concede to Asmongold's framing on anything either. And that's how you get comments like this. This debate perfectly illustrates my own internal struggle when it comes to forming a kind and normal view of Middle Eastern people. I come from Poland, raised in a conservative family. I watch a lot of Asmon, and I love Hasan's commentary and the way he presents his arguments with solid factual backing. Listening to this for 3 hours and seeing the insane amount of patience and collection Hasan has had throughout, and also listening to Asmon repeat his point that I used to share over and over again. Actually, okay, well, we don't have the rest of the comment. There are a ton of people in this community that were most likely resilient. Couldn't it be said that his perspective gained more ground too? No, absolutely not. Because his perspective is already the most commonly held perspective in the United States of America. What more ground does his perspective need to get? You understand what I'm saying? You feel me? You smell me? Screenshot of my second link. Actually helped me finally see how weak, stupid, and sad such belief is. Thank you, Hasan, for doing what you do. My life has become healthier because of you. There you go. People forget that streamers like you and Asmon are talking to stadiums full of people every day. A lot of minds can be changed and it's not too late for them. Yes. There's never a person who I think is above having their mind changed, okay? I think there's no one that is above having their mind and their heart changed. Now, of course, tactically speaking, there are certain people that I'm not going to be as charitable to. You know, a Ben Shapiro type or a professional right-wing commentator or someone in a position of actual power. You have to understand, my commentary is
so much in the conversation.
My commentary is like water, okay? And if you want to understand my method, basically my method is simple. I speak at the same, I give back the same energy that I take. That's number one. Number two, I'm not going to concede to like shit that I don't agree with, no matter what. But more importantly, okay, I also am consistently, and this is something that like I think marginalized people who are professionals, marginalized people who are professional commentary people understand this. Like always, there's always something in the back of your mind. Like if you are a black political commentator, you know that every single thing that you say is going to be under a microscope by a broad audience of predominantly white people who do not have your understanding of the world, who have never empathized with your position. So if you get really angry, for example, that they're going to, even if you're completely correct, it does not matter. The facts in that situation, no matter how hard they are on your side, are irrelevant. Okay? This is just simply how debates and how commentary and how, existing in America in some ways works. That's it. So I am cognizant always of not only the person that I'm talking to and the energy that they give me that I choose to match, but beyond that, I'm also always thinking about the audience and the way that they are responding to it. You made a video when I was in middle school that my mom showed me before we moved to Dearborn Heights, Michigan, because she wanted me to understand things after she left her racist husband. Jesus Christ, that's crazy. Islamophobia is baked into every orifice of American society. In the post 9/11 universe, the United States of America needed to do this to justify its endless, bloody war campaign as they ravaged the entirety of the MENA region. Okay? And Americans responded to that. So every American, especially over a certain age, Ciao, what are the laws for gays in Gaza? A gay man in Gaza, his life expectancy? Yeah, dude. Anyone in Gaza, their life expectancy is pretty fucking short. That's why, 50% of the entire Gaza Strip is under the age of 18. And that is not because of Hamas or because of Islamist fundamentalism. That's entirely because of Israel. But, you can try to keep making a woman in Gaza her life expectancy. Yeah, I think you're making I suspect you're making an anti-Israel argument without recognizing that you're doing that. Yeah, the median age of people in Gaza is literally 15. Has there ever been a group of people in history that has deserved genocide? No, of course not. That's not how that works. Genocide is the number one crime. The Germans post World War II did not deserve genocide. You know what I mean? There is no moral genocide. There is no defensive genocide. A Reddit comment that shows you are right. To be honest, Hasan changed my opinion on it a little bit. Not the fundamental of what Asman was saying, but my look at Palestine. Hearing someone who heavily understands it and isn't some random Twitter user posting, hey, look at me, was pretty interesting. The fundamentals of what Asman was saying isn't wrong. And I do mostly agree 100%. But Hasan was pointing out that you can't imply that here the country and its people aren't in a functioning state, be it because of Hamas, Israel, or outside forces. Hasan was pointing out that Palestine as a people and culture hasn't been able to be who they are for decades because they're consistently being bombed and killed. But in the past, when Palestinians were able to be themselves, this kill all non-believers, rapes and kills for fun and concept never existed in their culture. So he wasn't sure why Asman was assuming that they would. I know some will say, well, they're doing it now. And the point I think Hasan was making is that they is a handful of people, and they're only doing it because there's no established ruling or government and do not represent the rest of the people. The majority of people aren't able to sort this out, stand up, or call it out because the country is constantly being destabilized. I don't think going against the only group that's fighting against the constant destabilization is a smart thing to do. It's a die by Hamas or die by Israel situation, in my honest opinion. So the only thing most Palestinians' minds is how this survived the day. That's awesome that this person who still has resilient Islamophobic sentiment baked into his argument is so close to fully recognizing the situation. You know what I mean? But that's it. That is the reason why I try to have these conversations. Okay. And this is being on Reddit. It makes it so crazy. I think that's where the overall problem was that it felt like Asma was painting a broad brush across Palestine for the actions of a few crazies in other countries where the majority have no voice or say and are only thinking about when they will be bombed, not who's gay, and we need to get them. Yeah. So that's my point, and that's why I do what I do. So if you don't understand the method, it's cool. It's fine. And you can usually say this about any other kind of marginalized identity that I seek to protect or talk about. You could be like, you're cis. You're a cishet. Man, you don't understand trans issues like that. Why are you arguing with transphobes in the way that you want to argue that you think is the most successful method and not in the way that I want you to argue? And you can say that because I'm a cis guy. I'm not trans. So you're right. I mean, you're wrong ultimately because I know what I'm fucking doing and you don't. but I get it. But you can't really say that about Islamophobia. It's the one thing you can't really say that about me on. That's the one thing, right? So, like, I'm the one getting bomb swabbed at TSA, baby. You can't. So it's funny when white people try to overstep and do that shit, but it's fine. You do you. It's the same thing I say about any kind of group that I defend, that I talk about. It's not for you. If I'm talking about black issues with someone who's anti-black, that's not for black people, bro. That's not. It's for white people. There's a conversation for white people. Most of the conversations that I have when I am talking to an outside group is specifically targeted towards young white men. Okay? So if you sometimes feel like I'm out of pocket in the way that I'm communicating certain things, and it makes you feel a certain type of way, it makes you feel angry, okay? Yeah, well, it's not for you. You already know where I stand. Trust me, okay? Do you get what I mean? You're already black. You already know what being a black person in America looks like. You live it every fucking day. You already have a certain amount of lived experience, okay? You might be able to brush up on certain talking points and effective counters or whatever in terms of messaging when you watch a debate that I might have with someone who's anti-black, but you already have that fucking lived experience. I'm talking to people who don't have that lived experience. I'm using my privilege specifically as an effective communicator that is that looks a certain way, that acts a certain way, that behaves a certain way to break through on a lot of people who would never listen to a black person because of their anti-black status from the start. The goal is to chip away at that, because bigotry is quite resilient, especially when it's consistently being propped up by social conditioning. And that's it. Give it a break, Lamau. No, I'm not going to give it a break. This is like fundamentally something that I believe in, something that I care about, something that I think I'm quite successful at, as a matter of fact. And no, I'm not going to give this a break. How about you take a break for 3 minutes at the top of the hour? Okay, but don't get upset if I check you. I forget this isn't for me. I wish more people were progressive on blackness. It's just us defending ourselves. I mean, good luck. It's impossible. His entire society is designed in an incredibly anti-black fashion. It's just like, you know, my job, where I see myself, is someone who is a communicator of these sorts of issues to people who would not be responsive in any other circumstance. Like, someone who's anti-trans is not, especially in a debate format, is not going to be fucking responsive to a trans person. That's the unfortunate reality, right? So my goal is to fucking penetrate that barrier as being a bro, cishet, white dude. You feel me? As opposed to, like, in the real world, the number one thing that you can do as a trans person to combat transphobia is just like be a normal, chill trans person existing in the real world and hanging out with your fucking coworkers. Like, I'm sure every single trans person in this chat who actually does that on a daily basis will tell you that that is the number one way of just like destroying transphobia. Yo, I just remembered, I didn't realize the reach Ta-Nehisi Coates had until a very liberal coworker who's pro-Israel messaged me to tell me he wishes more people could see what's actually happening and get rid of their bias because his new book changed his mind. Yes, dude. Ta-Nehisi is the fucking whisperer, dude. He is the liberal whisperer. That's why when I saw him pop off, I was like, oh my God, this is like genuinely a fucking, this This is a genuine sea change that is coming. He is considered GOAT status among liberals. Like, this is like Lin-Manuel Miranda could not hold a candle to Ta-Nehisi Coates. That is Obama's favorite writer, okay? Are you kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me? And not only that, but he is a real one, for the record. I will stand on this. If you listen to him talk, that's a real one. He recognizes that there are definitely like certain things that he doesn't fully comprehend yet, but his heart is absolutely in the fucking right way. His mind is totally set on the issue. I listened to him talk to Ezra Klein about this, and there were a couple moments that I was looking for. Because like my expectation, if you're a Westerner, if you're an American, especially a prominent liberal like Ta-Nehisi is, there are a couple things that they can always get you on. And he fucking did not even concede. Wait, hold on. I actually wrote this to one of his friends that because I'm trying to get him on. Hold up. Let me see if I can find it real quick. I got to read it. Because when I was listening to it, I was like, damn, this was a great fucking point that he like did not even back away from. Shit, maybe I didn't actually bring it up. What did he say? I don't know. I don't remember. There was a couple points where he just like, he caught. Ezra is like a pretty open-minded guy. Oh, I forgot to run the ad break, by the way. Ezra is a pretty open-minded guy, and I kind of like him. Yeah. Oh, when Ezra said Hamas apologists, yes. Thank you. That is right-wing framing baked into the fucking conversation. Far-right Israelis, Hamas apologists. And he caught that. Ta-Nehisi caught that shit and was like, I'm going to push back on this. Why did you say Hamas apologists, but you said far-right Israelis? And by the way, Ezra is my problematic fave. I don't really care. I don't know why I've like developed such a liking to him. I guess like it is what it is. Like listening to his podcasts have like he annoys me at times, but I do still have this appreciation for him because I think he does a decent job of like presenting himself as a charitable guy who is willing to have his mind changed. Like he doesn't give me like annoying fucking grimy grifter. You're philo-Semitic? Okay, bro, chill. Who's Ezra? Ezra Miller? Ezra Klein. Ezra Klein at the New York Times, he's the creator of Vox, and then and now he has a podcast on New York Times. He's not a smarmy lib. More than can be said for most libs, to be honest. Yeah. Anyway, and I think that, be honest, there's no shot you actually think he cares that much about gay people in the Middle East as he claimed to yesterday. What? No. What are you talking about? What are you, fucking stupid? No, of course not. What? No.
Conversation between HasanAbi and Asmongold right now. I'm about an hour into it, and if you're unfamiliar with that conversation, basically Asmongold is coming under fire for saying that Palestinian culture is an inferior culture to that of Western culture because of its roots in Islam, making it more prone to homophobia, transphobia, and more extremist conservative views. And I find Hasan's response to that to be very interesting, and I'm going to put this into my own terms, the meaning that I understand and take away from it. Namely, Hasan seems to be saying that there is no such thing as one culture which is inferior to another culture so much as it is one culture which is more or less mature than another culture. And maturity can be hampered or stunted by a lack of material circumstance and or from the restriction or taking away of material circumstance, a culture might regress, which we might be experiencing here in the United States, unfortunately, at the moment. Now, that's not to say that as cultures mature that they all homogenize into one identical culture. Not at all. Much like individuals, each person develops and matures into their own self. And Hasan goes on to argue that all cultures should be supported insofar as making sure that their material needs are met, so that they have enough autonomy, so that the liberation movements that are necessary for them to mature can occur. But right now, especially in Palestine, they are constantly under attack. They are in survival mode, and when they are in survival mode, there cannot be the necessary steps towards liberation for marginalized people groups. So the first step is to get to a place of stability, get to a place of general liberation from an oppressive regime. And then
That's a good summary.
From there, we should start to hopefully see like cultural maturity. Now, another point that Hasan argues that I would be remiss not to mention is the fact that historically the idea of one culture being inferior to another culture, like inherently in such a way that it cannot necessarily change to become, more mature in those terms, but it's this more static thing of being inferior, that has historically been used as an excuse to commit atrocities against people groups, whether it's been indigenous people or black people. So we need to be very...
Because the debate was stupid, he only had one argument. It doesn't matter, because just listen to my words, man. Okay? For 45 to 47,000 people that were listening to Asmongold, this was the first fucking time where they literally heard someone from start to finish describe that there is no inferiority in cultures, that like these guys are too busy fucking surviving to actually turn around and be like, oh, let's do a gay pride parade. You know what I mean? Like, all of this stuff is basically just repackaged historical materialism. All of this stuff is basically explaining American foreign policy and how devastating that has been for entire regions, showcasing like that these places, when they had a crumb of autonomy, were able to actually have a more, I guess, Western focused, like liberally palatable fucking existence that all went away when fundamentalists came in to the fold as like the number one emancipators and liberators away from the influence of the treacherous parasitic Western imperialist forces. Like all of this stuff is obviously... All of this stuff is obviously important for these people to hear, okay? It doesn't matter what Asmongold's argument is. Like, even if a lot of people are going in there to be like, oh, Asmongold is cooking, he's going to destroy this guy. Like, ultimately, there is still a shit ton of people that hear that for the first time ever when they haven't ever heard about that. And their framework will change.
Very careful in the language that we use when speaking about other cultures, especially cultures that have yet to mature and are under intense oppression. Now, Hasan's take on culture was something I had actually never heard before, and up till hearing it, I actually wasn't entirely sure how I felt about the whole cultural situation. I had heard somebody bring it up to me before, and I wasn't sure how to handle it. I like Hasan's take on this. I'm curious what other people think.
I feel like Hasan's take is basic sociology. There are probably a lot of YouTube vids on the topic that can help you explore further. Maybe trying to find a vid on Maslow's hierarchy. Wonder why they don't teach historical materialism in school. Sounds pretty cool. Yeah. It's not culture that causes homophobia or whatever. By this logic, I'm a dirty Indian because I'm from an immature culture, not due to material conditions of the subcontinent. Culture is completely separate from social conservatism and social liberalism. Culture is stuff like food, language, dress, literature, and their history. Exactly. No, absolutely. That's precisely what it is. That is what it is. There is no like this culture is better than others or whatever the fuck. Culture is just the sum total products that the output that you create as you respond to your material conditions. To be a theory nerd and add on, the political sociologist Charles Tilly, whose most famous theories covered exactly this phenomenon, in that European society's linear timeline of cultural and capitalist progression cannot be applied to countries that have been colonized, specifically the global south, because they have not been afforded the same opportunity for linear progression. But even more, there's also the fact that the global south has been rejected from equity overall. There's also another side of this, which is why I like find at least like attempts towards socialization, higher degrees of socialization, to be truly unique in terms of development for even other countries that have like historically been undermined due to a number of different reasons, but specifically China. When you look at Chinese development, it's like insane to consider that they went from humiliation, ritualistic humiliation, and the grips of colonial violence to becoming a fucking superpower that is competitive in the global marketplace with the United States of America damn near overnight. When you look at even the USSR going from a rugged terrain full of potato farmers that were constantly in the grips of famine, and there was still plenty of famine in the USSR as well. Okay, before you blast me for that, going from that to being another fucking superpower, that like beat the United States of America to the space race is crazy. Okay, I mean, that is, in my opinion, in my estimation, these are massive fucking leaps. These are massive projects that even at a time when like technological prowess had not caught up, simply the ideological resilience and an interest in doing something different caused so much of this collectivization to occur in such a short period of time without 400 years of chattel slavery and colonial exploit. And a lot of people cannot look at that on an even playing field. One, because they are just simply ill-equipped to understand any of that from a materialist perspective. They just don't, like, there's no way to comprehend it. Like, there's no way to look at the situation with a broader snapshot and try to, I mean, in Russia, they had plenty of history of colonial exploit, as did China, just in the way that the West did. Yes, but their overall standing from their starting point of this project to its peak is insane. Like, it's not like there was any sort of like genuine liberalization initiative or any sort of like, I mean, you had serfdoms. You did not have the bounties of empire to the same degree, in my opinion, that the Western world did, specifically with chattel slavery. Anyway. Culture is not simply a response to material conditions, as there are a ton of other cultural forces such as kinship and adaptations to local ecosystems. What adaptations to local ecosystems would still be material? Like, anthropologists would see your view as reductionist and too deterministic. PhD here, by the way. You just said it's not materialistic and then described like materialism. PhD, by the way. But anyway, it's fine. It's fine. There is a spiritual sure. I'm willing to concede on this point. Okay. I'm not an anthropologist. I am far from the most knowledgeable person. I'm just a dumbass. Okay. You're right. From what I understood, his original statement implied that because there are aspects worth criticizing in Palestinian culture, as with any, it allows him to have complete apathy when Israel bombs that society in extinction. I don't know if it was intentional, but it seemed like you passively guided the conversation to a place where you both agreed this notion is ridiculous, and I thought that was nice. Yes. Thank you. That is what I was doing. Especially when I think like one of the major points of contention in that conversation, one of the high notes, was basically when I asked him if he would feel the same way about, like, you know, firebombing a white Alabama enclave that hosts some of the most far-right fucking radical Christians. And obviously he was like, no, I treat American citizens differently. And that was it. There's also the factor to consider that the presence of most bigotry stems directly from the cultural imports of the global north to the global south. Colonialization didn't just stunt cultural development, but also regressed it in some factors because colonies were punished for engaging in their indigenous culture, which in many cases was more progressive than their colonizers. Yeah. Trump dementia. Okay. Yeah, I think one of the most resilient points there is always when I talk about how religion can be a tool for good, it can be a tool for bad. Historically, it has been used for both the justification of chattel slavery and also been used in the abolition of chattel slavery. And ultimately, you don't have an issue with religion. You have an issue with fundamentalists. You have an issue with right-wing conservatism. That's what it is. And I think that's a good thing to separate for a lot of people, because a lot of right-wing conservatives in the United States of America hate other right-wing conservatives that are brown for doing the same shit that they're advocating for here, but more responsive to what is permissible in American society. Obviously, the Westboro Baptist Church can't fucking run around, roam the streets with AR-15s and like throw gay people off the roofs, but they would if they were fucking living in an ISIS-dominated territory of Syria. Okay? They would 100% be doing that shit. Here, they just get their rocks off by fucking calling a gay person that died the F slur at the funeral and then going and eating jalapeno poppers at Applebee's. Like, that's how you also stunt radicalization to a certain degree, by offering people, you know, some material benefits. This does not mean that like American culture is more prosperous or better than others. It simply means that America is has the bounties of empire, and therefore our fucking right-wing nutters here are stunted to a certain degree in comparison to the right-wing nutters everywhere else. Why do you think he said he would be sad to see Germans bombed if he was a Jew in 1940s German concentration camp? It seems like, yeah, that was a ridiculous point. I don't think he fully, I think he was just trying to move past that point at that point. One simple argument I use when I get asked by my Western friends about the slow progress of LGBTQ in our culture from North Africa is that we are too poor, too unstable, too uncertain about putting food on the table to discuss such things. People have to realize that something as basic as food is somewhat scarce in countries where MENA, let alone proper education. Yeah. And it's kind of funny because, like, it's not like Americans are fucking super woke. You got the body of a mechanic now? What? A mechanic of what? A sex mechanic? MHUD made a good show. MHUD made a good short video. MHUD made a good short video showcasing American culture. 'Cause these are my people. And this is my land. This is my land. This is what we pray for. And this is God's plan. This is God's plan. And if you ain't from here, then you won't understand. You won't understand. This is my country. This is who I am. No, not yet, MHUD. I'll watch the next link in a second. Okay. Oh, that's my favorite video. Come on, dude. That's my favorite fucking video. But before we get to my favorite fucking video of all time, we're going to finish this one because this is an absolute jam. Okay. A jammer. This is who I am. So welcome to my house. Yeah. Okay. Welcome. Yeah.
So welcome to my house.
Hell yeah, baby. This is who I am. Gen X 1970, baby. I got lead poisoning in my blood. Okay. I'm sure some of you have probably seen this. This is one of the best videos of all time to showcase what American culture is all about. But I think this is where America thrives. The European mind cannot comprehend this. Exactly. Some people build the pyramids or the Colosseum, and then some people do this. Yes, this is significantly better. It's a fake video. Shut up. This ain't the full vid. No, it's not. It's also not real, but it doesn't matter. That's the Rizzler and Big Justice in 10 years. M-Hud hates the Rizzler and Big Justice. Like, he will never let an opportunity slide when he can fucking slander the goats. Okay? I hope he is wrong. I hope to God he is wrong. Anyway, I hope that people understand. I hope that people understand where I was coming from, what I was doing. I think it was ultimately successful. Also, the only ban that hit the Twitch towers wasn't necessarily Asmongold, who apparently got a 14-dayer for the statements that he made. But DJ Academics has been banned on Twitch after streaming with Aiden Ross, who is currently banned on the platform. Why aren't Gaza doing pride parades in the streets? The streets? Yeah, I mean, yeah, classic. Sam's Club pays me well. Yeah, M-Hud is in the pocket of fucking big Sam's Club, okay? That's what it is. That's why he hates the Costco guys. Damn, not friend of the show, Ock. Yeah. Loner Box tried to disprove your material condition by pulling up a map of the LGBT equality index and a map of GDP per capita, which line up almost perfectly, but then pointed to the GDP of Gulf states and Russia to say material conditions are good there and is still homophobic. What is this argument, dude? Like, why is Loner Box trying to be like defend Asmongold? What a fucking take. Like, I thought this guy was like somewhat normal. What has happened? What has happened? Yes, brother, you're right. There is spiritually something wrong with Muslim countries and Russia. Okay. Also, material conditions in Russia being good is funny, but you know. New Israel could target a wide array of targets in Iran, including missile and drone storage sites, military bases, key government buildings, and nuclear research laboratories. 2 Israeli officials briefed on the plans, tell the New York Times. Nice. Why mention Lonerbox? I don't fucking know. I don't know how. No, bro, his brain broke over his hate for you. I didn't even know he hated me. Like, I've talked to him before. I think he's just more so like a destiny orbiter. And the more you orbit, the more insane your takes get. And you just, I don't know. You just like kind of lose sight of any sort of honesty He just ruined his day saying that, man. It's not even a crash out type of situation. Like, it's just weird. Something the boys bring up in Blowback Season 4 is that Islamic fundamentalism is as American as apple pie. It is true. We support it and help spread this right-wing reactionary ideology in the region. Yeah. But isn't it funny? Isn't it funny how we spread the fucking like even the homophobia shit is like a literal holdout from Western colonial exploits in the region. Like half of those laws regarding gay people straight up come from like all of these countries being at a certain point a Western colony, right? Like historically speaking, it's not a thing that people cared about or thought about at all. There's hella gay shit in Islamic culture in general. It's funny because now, obviously, there is a lot of fundamentalism in the world, in the Islamic world for sure. So they look back at that and they're like, no, they weren't doing gay shit, I promise. And it's like, no, there was a shit ton of, man love. But it doesn't really matter. If you're going to look at like the current order of business, it's like even when you look at Saudi Arabia, right? Like, what are they fucking supposed to do? What can they do? They can't even fucking rise up against the goddamn kingdom. They can't do that. They got great American weapons to squash any sort of protest, to destroy any sort of fucking conversation. Anyway. Same with many places in Africa, but then they just had to teach those savages nice moral Christian values. Oh, yeah, one of the greatest examples of this, I think, is like when people were talking about, was it Uganda? I think it was Uganda, right? Where they were talking about the Ugandan president passing one of the world's like harshest anti-LGBTQ laws in the world, right? And everyone was like, look at these fucking savages. Look at these goddamn savages in fucking Uganda and look at how fucking homophobic they are. Okay? And then you find out that like in many parts of Africa, a lot of the anti-homosexuality laws literally come from evangelicals, dude. Evangelical missionaries, American and Western evangelical missionaries went to Uganda and just made people fucking insanely right-wing, insanely fundamentalist. And now those very same evangelicals here in the United States of America are like, look at these fucking savages. It's like, are you kidding me, bro? That's crazy. Like, that's crazy. Here it is. How U.S. evangelicals helped homophobia flourish in Africa. Anti-gay sentiment had previously existed in the continent, but white American religious groups have given it a boost. Uganda's parliament is set to debate a new anti-gay bill next week as the country's president called for a medical opinion on the deviancy of homosexuals. The bill, besides criminalizing homosexuality, also criminalizes the promotion and abetting of homosexuality, follows a January parliamentary investigation into alleged promotion of homosexuality in schools. They are literally doing American CRT shit, by the way. But it's like, oh man, well, they're inferior. They're inferior. It's like, no, dude, no. Once again, not to get all fucking yellow parenti on you, But a couple things you need to understand. Africa is not poor. You don't rob a poor house. You rob a rich house, okay? Africa as a continent is not a poor continent. It is a continent that is robbed, okay? You do not rob a poor house. You rob a rich house. It has been kept at a certain condition through historical colonialism. It has been kept underdeveloped deliberately. It is overexploited, not underdeveloped. That's the argument that he makes. But it's true. And I think, like, not all, for the record, just so people understand, this doesn't mean that, like, all matter of homophobia comes from the Western world. It is all a Western exploit. I mean, or it is all a Western export. It's not. Okay? There is obviously going to be resilient. There is obviously going to be, bigotry in every society. Okay? It's a matter of outside groups that have a shit ton of power moving the needle in a certain direction. Okay? Like pushing and pulling, putting their finger on the scale a little bit. And when it comes down to it, like, I think it was Lesbian Boulevard that asked, what about China? China still has a lot of LGBTQ repression. I think China has become gay as fuck over the course of the past decade, especially, and openly so. There is still, there's still more to do there, but it's the same principle always. It's the same exact principle. It's gay as fuck, but not gay enough. Xi wants China to be the gayest nation. I do like that the standard that we have for how good a country is how they treat gay people, by the way. That's like such a funny fucking approach to this situation. Like the better you treat gay people, the better you are as a country, okay? Like what a funny standard. Here in America, gay people can get married now since 2013. Even though you don't have health care. It's sick. Anyway, China is giga gay. My wife's friends with someone who's married an American dude and they went back to visit Shanghai recently. Yeah, I mean, it's Chinese like China being gay is neither here nor there. It's 2015. Obergefell is 2015. Oh, gay marriage is 2015. I was wrong. My bad. It's funny because I was there for like one of the first things I ever did was watch my uncle officiate a lesbian wedding in Los Angeles when I stepped foot in LA. And that was all the way back in 2013. Mod's title is wrong. Is IDF, not IOF? No, it's IOF, Israeli Occupying Force, not Israeli Defense Force. They're not doing any defense. They're occupying. Wait, is your uncle an imam? Yeah, he is. All right. I think we've covered the Asmongold conversation back and forth quite extensively. You know, there's not much more to say about that. Anyway, Japan isn't great regarding LGBTQ or women's issues either, but I doubt we'll hear Asma say he didn't give a fuck about Hiroshima and Nagasaki. He doesn't know how ingrained his hate for Arabs really is. Yeah. My uncle is not an imam, chat. Calm down. You misunderstood my joke earlier. I hope we can recover. Yeah, I know. Okay. I get it. You were joking. I got it. Yeah. Yes, this is okay. This is the last thing I'm going to say. You're right about this. A common point I hear against LGBTQ plus cause in the Middle East is colonialism is bad, correct? And since America's pro-gay arguable law, then gay stuff is a Western export, wrong. Local reactionaries use the cause. Yes, this is what Russia uses as well, where they literally will be like, America is gay as fuck. And they're right-wing reactionaries. Like Vladimir Putin is right-wing. Okay? The fucking mullahs or the Ayatollah is right-wing. He is. He is a Islamist fundamentalist. Okay? Duh. No shit. I hope that people understand that. Now, the thing is, as a right-wing guy, yes, he will look at Western perversion and will point to, in a way that is not dissimilar to our own hogs here in the United States of America, they will say the Western world is morally degenerate. They want to make our children gay. And they will use that as an anti-imperialist sentiment to beef up their arguments. They are homophobic personally. Right-wing except trans, yes. Iran is radically homophobic, but also radically pro-trans. Many of these other countries in the Orient are like that. It's kind of confusing. A lot of Islamist fundamentalism come from the U.S., though. Yes, I'm not going to get into this again. Okay, yes, it is. That was baked into the heart of the America 9/11 subject. Okay. Yeah, maybe a little bit too pro-trans to a degree. Anyway,
all right.
Joe Biden. Let's get started. Let's get started. You never drop. Okay. The pro-trans thing in Iran. Iranian law allows for the legal recognition of trans individuals' gender identity. However, such recognition is only granted to individuals officially diagnosed with GID and upon their successful completion of a long process of legal and medical gender transition. Okay? Yes, this is true. Homosexuality is punished. In some instances, could even be punishable by death or forcible transition. Having said that, yeah, if you're found to be gay, it's a wild situation. Iran, the Ayatollahs are like Kamala Harris. They're doing transgender bottom surgeries on illegal migrants. Okay? That's what they're doing. They're doing forcible transgender bottom surgeries. Much like Kamala Harris. For free. They're forcing them to play up Fallout New Vegas. Okay, we're done. We're done. All right, let's continue. So, oh yeah, the Vice did a whole doc on it back in the day. Synthetic drugs, transsexuals of Iran. Honestly, that is a good way to point out that people in America really cannot comprehend what is going on in the Middle East. Yeah, that's why it's funny. You can tell when someone doesn't know what the fuck they're talking about when they say like, what about the gender apartheid in Lebanon? Like that one chatter, the gender apartheid in Lebanon and Syria. It's like, dude, what the fuck are you saying? Like, that is crazy. What do you mean the gender apartheid or like anti-gay initiatives in Lebanon? You just saw that they're Arab and Arab adjacent, and you went, there is Sharia law there. Okay? That is crazy. Those are some of the most secular countries. Like with Syria, you can definitely talk about the civil war. You can talk about, Assad. That's one thing. But if you were to say that, like, these are especially Lebanon, like Lebanon being like anti-gay is so funny. It is the gayest. It is a gayer, objectively gayer country in the MENA region than Turkey. Okay. You are just simply going, oh, they're fucking Arabs. They're Muslim, I think. I don't really fully understand it, but who cares? Austin is proof. Okay. All right, let's get to it. Ladies and gentlemen, Game of Throws for the Brandon regime once again. Okay? Game of Throws for the Brandon regime once again. My man said, I got a red line, Jack. You can't keep starving Gaza. You can't keep starving northern Gaza. And I'm giving you an entire month.
So our monitors now take us back to the State Department, where Matthew Miller is taking questions on U.S. support for Israel. Let's listen in.
So,
really? There's so much going on.
And I expect your questions will fully cover everything. Give me the chance to expound on all of those things.
All right. Well, let's start with this warning to the Israelis about improving humanitarian aid deliveries to Gaza. What can you tell us about this?
A few things. So first, the Secretary did write, along with Secretary of Defense Austin, to the Defense Minister of Israel, Yoav Gallant, and the Minister for Strategic Affairs, Ron Dermer, on Sunday to make clear our concerns about the levels of humanitarian assistance that have been making it into Gaza. This was a letter we consider to be a private diplomatic communication that we did not intend to make public from our side, but now that it is public, I am happy to confirm it and speak to it to some extent. I think you have to put this letter in the context of our ongoing and long-lasting communications and concerns about the levels of humanitarian assistance that have made it to Palestinian civilians. If you go back to April, the Secretary wrote at the time to Minister Gallant to make clear that we had seen the levels of humanitarian assistance plateau, and then after they plateaued, start to decline, and made clear that at the time that the levels were unacceptable.
I'm sorry. There is literally, first of all, number one, 30 days for you to like actually give food back to the Gazan population that you are eviscerating is insane to begin with. It comes with the open recognition that you are starving the Gazan population in North Gaza. It comes a day after there were gruesome images plastered all over social media and even mainstream media to a certain degree of Gazans in tents outside of a fucking hospital being burned alive, where you can clearly see the IV drip, like as they are begging, as they are, burning alive with the fucking IV attached to their arms. It is insane to me. It is so utterly depraved. And not only is it utterly depraved and so unimaginably immoral, okay? Not only is it completely depraved, completely immoral, what is insanely stupid about this is that he gave a fucking 30-day enforcement. As in, it's so stupid for two reasons. One, 30 days for food to come back into Gaza, North Gaza, they're going to die. The fuck do you mean? Oh, you can starve them for 30 days? Great stuff, Biden. Thank you. Also, what is the significance of 30 days? Oh, that's right. It's post-election. Are you fucking stupid? Are you throwing on purpose? Like, even if you are the biggest amoral, bloodless, sociopathic scumbag who gets off on the death and destruction that Israel is doing at your behest, like, even if you are the child mutilator, okay, you love it when they're doing it, you still should at the very least be a little concerned about your party's standing come November. What the fuck is going on? I don't understand it. I genuinely cannot, like, this has to be insult to injury, right? Like, this is, it doesn't make, it does not make any sense from any comprehensible metric, okay? It obviously doesn't make sense from the morality of the situation. If it comes with the recognition that your ally is starving an entire fucking civilian population in North Gaza deliberately, right? That's already a direct violation of human rights, okay? You are a war criminal overseeing war crimes happening with the weapons that you are sending, okay? But we already know that he is an immoral scumbag, okay? We already know that the Democratic Party is overseeing and managing this genocide. What is shocking to me is that on top of the overseeing of this managed genocide, that they are trying to slap on a liberal, optics-focused veneer, is that they are simultaneously throwing for the election. I was talking to a liberal friend of mine who was working with some super PACs at this moment, okay, for doing turnout and trying to do door knocking operations. And one of the conversations that I was having with him, because he is not as worried about the polls, because he keeps repeating, no, not Austin, just stop trying to fucking figure out. These are my normie friends, okay? You will never know who they are. I will never fucking show them on camera. Shut the fuck up. Listen. I was talking to a normie friend of mine who is currently working with super PACs, okay? And the conversation that we were having, this back and forth that we were having over it, he basically said stuff like, oh, well, these are like Obama-era consultants. Like, they know what's going on. I'm not too worried. They actually have a lot of money. They're very excited. You know, they're excited about the war chest. Like, I think their internal polling must be good. Otherwise, they're not like, it doesn't seem like they're too worried. And I was like, dog, they are fucking worried, okay? They are definitely worried, and they should be worried. Stop assuming that they're fucking brilliant and doing everything for a good reason, okay? Stop. Stop assuming that they are doing something for a good reason. They are not, okay? Having said that, okay, one conversation that we had, because he was like, I finally was able to like wear him out and explain to him the situation. And I was like, listen, dog, like, this shit is not great. He was like, so what do you think could change the tide before November? And I told him one thing. There's only one thing that could truly change the dynamic of this election and swing polling in the opposite direction in the minds of a lot of undecideds. And that is if at any step, because they can't turn around from their anti-immigrant sentiment. They're already too fucking invested in that. They've already locked themselves into this. The only thing that can maybe change the outcome of this election, if an arms embargo comes and Israel is brought to heel and is made to concede and forcibly pushed into a ceasefire. If that call comes in, if Brandon makes the boss call and actually changes the dynamic of this, there are still going to be plenty of people who are like, fuck you, you killed half my family, I'm never going to vote for you. But a lot of people would look to that, and the media coverage that you would get from that would potentially swing this election in your favor. That's the one thing. That is the one thing that they could do. And lo and behold, what did Brandon do? The next day, he's like, 30 days. Arms embargo is coming in 30 days. You can starve them for 30 days. I had a lot of faith in Biden to do the right thing once Kamala took over. The pressure was off him. I'm here to admit I was wrong. You were right. And now I think Biden is truly bitter and actually dislikes Kamala's surge. I'm full doom on Biden and he wants to hurt Kamala. There is no real reason for Biden to come out and put a fucking arms embargo or a red line on the fucking table with a 30-day timeline that moves the needle past the election. There is literally no reason unless you are trying to throw, okay? The election is before 30 days, chat. It is before 30 days. Him saying you have 30 days to starve out the northern Gazan population beyond the immorality of the situation makes no decipherable, discernible sense from an bloodless electoral calculus, okay? You are deliberately throwing. It would have been better if he said nothing. Do you understand? If he had said nothing and kept saying, we're working tirelessly around the clock, it would just be the same old bullshit. Saying that you have a red line that will be enforced after the election is done is literally the most insane thing I have ever heard. That is wild. He's hoping the empty promise swings the polls, but we aren't stupid. No, I think he is throwing. I'm not even saying, I'm not even going to go. I'm telling you right now, he is throwing. I think he hates Kamala Harris. I think he hates the Democrats for taking away his toy. And he's like, I'm going to fuck up the bag. I love Israel. Am Israel hijack. I don't give a shit. It's insane. It is incomprehensible. I think they're saying that the aid should start going in now and report of it will be in 30 days. Yes, dog. That is an enforcement and a red line that comes after the election. If you could say 30 days, you could say tomorrow. You understand that? Do you understand that? You could say tomorrow, I'm enforcing this. You could have said that yesterday. I have a friend working at the DNC, and from what I've heard, your assessment is correct. There's bad blood in the White House. This is truly a spiteful, hateful thing that you do, okay? Like, because it obviously is insane. Like, it is not only immoral, but it also directly puts you at odds with it directly puts you at odds in terms of like openly putting it out there that you recognize that Israel is violating human rights, okay? You are openly recognizing that Israel is violating human rights and saying you got 30 days to stop violating human rights. So that in and of itself is psychotic, okay? That is psychotic, but we expect that from Biden. He fucking loves baby murder. He is number one at baby murder. He loves it, okay? 100%. 100%. The fact that he said I will do an arms embargo after the election is only spiteful. It's only spiteful. That's it. It has to be. There is no discernible reason for him not to say you have 5 days. You have 2 days. You have 1 day until you fix the situation. We recognize that this is a violation of human rights. That acknowledgement alone is a direct activation of the Leahy Law. Okay? That's it. America is supposed to, we know that America is a consistent violator of international law. We know that already, right? But this stuff is in the books, and there's a reason why they play this song and dance where they're like, oh, well, we don't recognize that Israel's violating human rights law, even though our own internal fucking data shows that they are. Like, oops, USAID gave me an internal memo and I just kind of ripped it apart and lied to Congress. I'm Anthony Blinken. They do that kind of song and dance because there is obviously supposed to be some kind of like something that keeps liberals together, something that makes liberals believe that there is like rules around this sort of thing, right? You can't go too far ahead. You have to play the song and dance. Okay? So it's worse than I heard. Kamala camp and Biden camp are bitter for many reasons. Kamala doesn't take advice from the Biden advisors. Remember, don't say weird. That was them. Fired several. Biden is bitter. He got kicked out. And Harrison is a Biden guy. So the DNC also dislikes Kamala. Remember, DNC failed with Gaza Speaker Harrison. So he's probably fired if she wins. Yeah, I think that there is obviously internal division here. Both parties don't necessarily care about like the humanitarian needs of Gazans. They don't really think that Palestinians are human beings worthy of dignity and freedom. Like that part is obvious, because if they did, they would be fucking screaming. At least one party would be like, what the fuck is going on here? This is completely unacceptable. But they are losers all the way down. Okay. It's all theater. They never even cared about optics. Yes, it is all theater. And that's why you do care about the optics. Okay. Democrats might come out of an immediate embargo now because this fucks them completely. If they want to win, they should do it like they should have before. Yes, for months and months, I have said this. And if this happened one day, you would obviously, immediately, you would see every single fucking commentator on CNN and MSNBC speaking like they literally have been locked in and tuned into the HasanAbi broadcast for the past fucking 12 months. Okay. Oh, we knew it. Oh, how gracious, how beautiful, how bold. It came too late, but it still happened. Blah, blah, blah. The fact that she's kowtowing even further than Biden instead of pulling to the left and winning with the promise of an arms embargo is insane to me. So we'll see. We'll see. The only way that Kamala gets out of this fucking polling hole that she's currently found herself in is if she, somehow, with some stroke of luck, with a Hail Mary campaign, gets the Brandon camp to like actually force Israel to do a ceasefire. That's it. That's it. Why is Biden talking about 30 days when he won't be president either way? Why didn't they make Kamala promise? No, he'd be lame duck. He is still the president. He's still the president until January 20th. So why is this bad for Kamala? I missed that part. What do you mean, why is this bad for Kamala? There is one thing that could potentially... Okay, let's dial this back for a second, okay? Boom. I have the DC wonk hat on, okay? Forget everything. I am now a bloodless sociopathic monster who only cares about woke liberalism. I love the Democratic Party, okay? Imagine me as someone totally different. I'm Jamie Harrison, okay? Now listen, as Jamie Harrison, I'm looking at the fucking polls, okay? I'm a Jamie Harrison type. I'm looking at the polls. I'm seeing that over the past month, undecideds have started swinging in Trump's direction. And what has happened in that past month? Donald Trump has done the fucking media campaign. He's been going after all of these other avenues where he could possibly pick up a lot of low propensity, mid propensity voters in the podcast circuit, yada, yada, yada. But all of a sudden, the momentum from the Kamala camp has completely been cut short, and now the momentum is swinging in Trump's direction. Okay? Momentum is now swinging in Trump's direction. I look at the avenues of communication. What do I have in front of me? I can't say anything about immigration because I'm locked the fuck in. I've spent tens of millions of dollars talking about how I am going to be the one that annihilates the migrants with my border wall, and Trump is silly and goofy and hypocritical, yada, yada, yada. So I can't make a massive communications change on that front. Okay? I've already destroyed that. I can't do that. I'm seeing Black and Hispanic men under a certain age slipping dramatically to the Trump camp. I'm looking at Donald Trump beating my campaign on low and mid propensity voters by 9 points. I'm, on the other hand, beating Donald Trump with high propensity voters by 4 to 5 points. That's not great. There are far more mid to low propensity voters out there by numbers, and the percentages are higher. So it's not a good situation for me at all. All signs point to alarm bells ringing, okay? The campaign is on fire. We have a massive war chest. We have pumped tens of millions of dollars specifically into Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, and many of these other important states. And yet the needle hasn't moved in my direction. It's moved in the opposite direction. That means the message that I'm putting out there is not working. Okay? It's not. It's not working. Now, there's one thing that I have in my power that I could do. There is one weapon that I can wield here. Because, like, the abortion stuff, it's working, but it's clearly not enough to swing the polls, right? There's one thing I do have, though. Americans broadly want this Israel thing to be wrapped up. That's it. It could be for a multitude of different reasons, but the overwhelming majority of Americans want a ceasefire. That's it. The majority of Republicans want a ceasefire. Okay? That is a massively consequential and massively popular thing that I could do. And if I do it now, there isn't enough time or money that these big moneyed interests can fucking attack me on, right? Because right now, if she did that, how much money could AIPAC spend against fucking Kamala Harris on the general election? How important could that be for Americans when obviously Americans don't give a fuck and they actually like a ceasefire in Israel, right? There is not enough time and not enough money to counter this objectively popular thing that she could do. So the only weapon that they have in their hands to change this trajectory is not even a communication, a difference in communicating, like the humanity of the Palestinians or the humanity of the Lebanese people. Like, that is too far gone. It's done. You've lost. You have to make actionable change and immediately do a full-throated media campaign to be like, we did that shit. You wanted it. We did that shit. We are the ones who did that. Okay? That's it. That's it. Surely AIPAC money wouldn't matter. Yes, it doesn't matter. You want to know why it doesn't matter? Because this is a fucking general election. It's an objectively popular policy that, like, tens of millions, if not hundreds of millions of Americans are on board with. And last but not least, there isn't enough time for AIPAC to cut anti-Kamala ads, especially when Kamala could counter that with positive messaging surrounding this issue. Okay? It's not necessarily about separating herself from Biden. It's far too late for that. It's about forcing Biden's hand to push for a ceasefire, and it seems like Biden is not interested in doing that. Okay? Common sense gun control popular. Common sense no genociding popular. Yeah, except common sense no genociding is more popular than common sense gun control right now. It is the 5th priority amongst Americans. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The 5th one is Israel-Palestine, according to the NBC poll we looked at. Kamala Harris is losing to Trump by fucking 15 to 18 points on that issue. They think Americans, for some reason, possibly because Trump is not currently in charge overseeing this genocide, think that Trump would be better on Israel. And that's not because they think that Donald Trump is this fucking, they think that Donald Trump is saying that he's going to continue the genocide, and that's why. Because that is inconsistent when you look at the actual fucking polling numbers on the issue of the ceasefire, where majority Republicans want a ceasefire as well. Genuine question. Can you explain why Republicans want a ceasefire? A little confused on that. What do you mean? Because Americans fancy themselves to be anti-war, okay? No matter how fucking aggro they are, they still personally think that war is bad. They think the top of the hour ad break is bad. They want to fucking defend against that. They think that You know, they just don't like it. They don't like war. They don't like watching ads. They like subscribing. Okay? Here's the 3-minute ad break now, by the way. You can subscribe for free or get a gifted sub if you're lucky. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. Hey, Top Dog 520. Thank you for the prime. Brenide Burger. Thank you for the 20 community gifted subs. And Comrade Che, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. The embargo letter leaked. Yeah, we're going to read the embargo letter in a second. Donald Trump leads Kamala Harris on handling Israel-Ukraine wars. Wall Street Journal poll shows. Anyway, let's continue with this.
And that we needed to see Israel implement changes. They did make changes. The changes that they made caused humanitarian assistance to increase. We got up to somewhere between 300 to 400 trucks going in on some days to Gaza. But the thing that the secretary also made clear at the time is that the increase couldn't be a one-off, that it needed to be sustained. And what we have seen over the past few months is that the level of humanitarian assistance has not been sustained. In fact, it has fallen by over 50% from where it was at its peak. So the secretary, along with Secretary Austin, thought it was appropriate to make clear to the government of Israel that there are changes that they need to make again to see that the level of assistance making it into Gaza comes back up from the very, very low levels that it is at today.
And the consequence, if they don't do that, is what?
So I'm not going to speak to that today. Obviously, we made clear when we released our report that was mandated under National Security Memorandum 20 that there are provisions under U.S. law that require us to make certain certifications, and to make those certifications, we have to see that Israel is not arbitrarily denying humanitarian assistance making it into Gaza. When the secretary made his conclusions under that report in April, he did so based on the changes that we had seen them put into place and the increased levels of humanitarian assistance. But of course, those levels of humanitarian assistance have to be sustained.
Yeah, but what's the consequence?
There are implications under U.S. law, under policy, that I'm not going to speak to here, largely because we hope that Israel makes the changes that the secretary outlined in the letter. We have seen Israel make changes before, and when they make changes, humanitarian assistance can increase. And we have seen Israel just in the past few months work with humanitarian organizations to implement a polio vaccination campaign inside Gaza. So we know that it's possible to get humanitarian assistance into Gaza. We know it can be done. We know that the various logistical and bureaucratic obstacles can be surmounted. And so it is incumbent upon the government of Israel to surmount those challenges and get assistance in.
I mean, you say that there are implications to it. I mean, obviously, under U.S. law, that's assistance. Is there specific assistance that come under scrutiny?
So I don't want to deal with any hypotheticals. You are right that it's just a plain reading of U.S. law. If you look at the provisions of U.S. law, that we are required to conduct assessments and find that recipients.
Damn, where was that earlier, bro? What the fuck? That's crazy. That's crazy. Turns out there is a fucking law, huh? Yeah. There is no way to read this. To make sure. Force Israel. Think carefully about the vibes you are bringing to the function. Immoral He also seemingly, I'm saying there is no way to read this other than Biden being spiteful and throwing the election. We know he's an immoral genocidaire. He also seemingly hates Kamala enough to make sure she loses. If this timeline was overnight, they could force Israel to commit to a ceasefire. I need that hat in my life, and you never told me where you got it. I didn't get it. My brother did, and he got it from Vietnam. He was in Vietnam, including the Coochie Tunnel hat that I was wearing earlier, but that one. Is it true that Viets are the biggest Trump supporter group out of all Asian groups? It wouldn't shock me. Call me doomer pilled, but this is about to get somehow worse and more in our face. They just gave Bibi a shot clock on genocide, especially with the high potential of a lame duck admin as a whole. Kamala losing. Bibi now has 30 days to get the job done. Yeah. That sounds like you support Harris like a Lieb. Yeah, I don't care how it sounds. It's true. The analysis is correct. Okay? Coochie Tunnel. Is it possible that Biden wants to boost Kamala's numbers with a gesture towards a ceasefire while removing any pressure to follow through while setting the deadline after the election? No. There is no reason for Biden to do this. This makes Kamala look bad. I'm still riding with Biden. I'm still going to write his name in, of course. We did this 6 months ago. U.S. official says Israel sent assurance it is using arms lawfully days before the deadline. Yeah. This is my Turkish goat, Hümeyra Pamuk, friend of the show, pushing the state spokesperson on the humanitarian aid to Gaza. Why are you waiting another 30 days to implement the law, she says. Miller says, we believe it is appropriate to give them a chance to cure the problem. It has been over a year now. Officials from this department have addressed that Israel is persistently and arbitrarily impeding aid into Gaza. If it's already doing it, why is the U.S. waiting? There are people inside this building who reached the opposite conclusion, he says. Good shit. Have you ever heard that when companies are about to fail, they assign a woman CEO and then say, see, she messed up? Yeah, like Twitter. I always thought that was just for corporations. I didn't know they could do this for an election. Yeah, they're doing it to the Democratic Party. That's such a funny, that is a funny take. I agree with that. They literally are just like, yeah, see, the woman fucked it up. It's the same shit, dude. What was it? Linda Yaccarino or whatever, becoming the CEO of Twitter to fucking throw the goddamn... To throw the goddamn platform in a fucking wastebasket. Yeah, that's great.
Recipients of U.S. military assistance do not arbitrarily deny or impede the provisioning of U.S. humanitarian assistance. That's just the law, and we, of course, will follow the law. But our hope is that Israel will make the changes that we have outlined and that we have recommended, and that the result of those changes will be a dramatic...
Why would they do that? Why would they do that? Of course they're not going to do that. They've never done that. For 12 months, you haven't done that.
Dramatic increase in humanitarian assistance. Ultimately, we are focused on the bottom line here. It's just it. Humanitarian assistance had been low. The changes that we had recommended had gotten it up, and those levels have not been sustained, and so we need to see further changes by the government of Israel.
I mean, obviously the timing of this, I know you don't explicitly do politics, but there's an election coming up here. To what extent is that a factor? I mean, 30 days from now would be after the U.S. election. It's been a year since the conflict has been ongoing. The president has repeatedly warned Israel about assistance, about civilian casualties. with at best mixed results sometimes. This happened in just 30 days before the election. And to what extent was the election a factor?
This is not a factor at all. The bottom line is we felt it was appropriate if we are making clear to the government of Israel that there are these changes that need to be implemented, that we give them an appropriate period of time to implement them. We didn't think it was appropriate to send a letter and just say this has to happen overnight. We give them make clear there's a short window in which we want to see changes because the humanitarian situation is so dire on the ground, but it is appropriate to give them some time to work through the different issues and find ways to get the level of trucks, get the level of food, water, medicine back up to acceptable levels. Yeah, Kamala.
Hi, Matt. So the 620I Foreign Assistance Act actually doesn't have the word arbitrarily. You say it's the law, but the NSM 20, which is a memorandum, has the word arbitrarily. So the Foreign Assistance Act says, when it's made known to the President that the government of such country prohibits or otherwise restricts directly or indirectly the transport of delivery of United States humanitarian assistance, it does not have arbitrarily. So given you are already saying humanitarian assistance is very low and putting in front of Israel a bunch of concrete measures on how to improve it, why are you waiting for another 30 days to implement the law?
Because we believe it's appropriate to give them a chance to cure the problem. And international humanitarian law does make exceptions for certain, I'll give you an example. Dual-use items is a good example. If there are dual-use items that legitimately could be used as a military purpose, of course, governments aren't required to let those dual-use items in, which is not to say that they can use that exception as a blanket restriction on anything that can be used as a dual-use item. For example, if there are military movements happening in a certain period of time, governments can restrict the provision of humanitarian aid during that period because obviously you wouldn't want to put humanitarian workers at jeopardy. So it is not accurate to say that there can be no restrictions. It's that those restrictions ultimately can't block civilians from getting the humanitarian access that they need. And that is what we're focused on doing. And so we think it's appropriate. Ultimately, what we want to see here is results. This isn't about making a return.
Bro, you don't understand. There is dual use for the fucking flour, okay? Dual use goods, baby. Scissors. Dual use. Could be used for terrorism. Could also be used to cut medical gauze, but guess what? There's dual use for medical gauze too. I feel like this community's gotten so doomer-pilled, it's hard to watch y'all at this point. Man, something about like directly looking at a ongoing genocide for 12 fucking months on end with seemingly no improvements to the living conditions of the Palestinian people as it gets worse and worse every fucking day, kind of has a doomer slant to it, don't you think? Like, my bad, bro. My bad if we're fucking up the vibes for you. Brad Summer. What do you mean, dude? The fuck? It's not only just like doomer pilled or whatever, okay? I try to do my very best in the midst of the ongoing coverage of the fucking genocide that we are funding and facilitating. I try to do my very best to just have like a cheery approach to see the fucking silver lining. But beyond that, like, I give liberals what they want. I give liberals the electoral calculus as well to all of this. Like, if that makes you feel bad, if that makes you feel shitty, I don't know what to tell you, you know? Smile and dial, dude. Saying you guys are doomer pilled is pretty funny. Oh. Vibe check. It's no longer Brad Summer. Do you actually think Libs will implement an arms embargo? Fuck no, dude. What? No, they should have done it a million times over, okay? Here's a good take, by the way, from the Trillbillies. Terrace Ray says, When I say the Palestinian issue is preeminent for me, I don't mean that it comes before every other issue. I mean that it is the primary contradiction around which everything else unravels. This is it, guys. This is what slavery was in the 19th century. It's the check coming due. Absolutely correct take. No, I'm not going to do his accent. Shut the fuck up. But it's correct. It is the most like obvious, glaringly obvious inconsistency that you can imagine. It goes against every single fucking moment that America has stood tall and proud atop the fucking mountain of empire and said, we are the preeminent defenders of the rule-based international order. Okay? It just showcases in full display that we are a bloodthirsty, genocidal empire that has no issues eviscerating children, no issues eviscerating teenagers inside of a tent in a fucking hospital, lighting them on fire. That's it. It is a wake-up call, in my opinion, for a lot of people in the Western world, too. Like, they see it. They see how America's response to this is to try to pummel anyone and everyone that says, hey, this is fucked up. It's so clear. The inconsistencies are so obvious. The inhumanity is so obvious. It is the issue. It is the issue. And in a way, it's like when people go, well, what about this? Or what about that? What about Sudan, right? Like those are obviously massive humanitarian crises as well that countries that we back are funding and facilitating, like the UAE. But beyond that, this is a direct through line of America, what America says versus what America does. Okay? That's it. No, it's not whataboutism, Andy's. Like, that is a massive humanitarian catastrophe also unfolding right there. They're directly in the hands of our allies, utilizing some of the bounty that we have afforded them in terms of security contracts. The issue here, however, is that is still like at least 2 ticks removed from direct American intervention, whereas America and Israel are like this. Okay? America and Israel are like this. It's very obvious. It's like when Israel kills a Palestinian child, most people recognize that it's America killing that child. So what is this guy saying here? Israel should let the aid get in and then bomb them? Yes. And Israel's saying, nah, we're not even going to do that.
Rhetorical statement. It's not about making any kind of threats. It's about seeing the situation reversed. And so that the civilians in Gaza who are not getting adequate access to food and medicine and other humanitarian goods today actually see, as a result of our efforts, a change in their daily lives. And that's what we're focused on achieving, and that's what we are trying to achieve through this letter.
Sure, but I guess what I'm trying to get at, and I'll ask you again, is like, we've been at this for over a year now. You have made these warnings dozens of times, if not more, from this podium. Secretary has done it, President of the United States has done it, and yet we're here. Other outlets have reported, but Reuters has reported all the way back in April, that officials from this department have assessed in internal memos that Israel, quote, is persistently and arbitrarily impeding
Matt Miller, the baby killer,
aid in Gaza. So if the law is already being, like, I mean, if it's already doing it, why is the United States waiting?
So first of all, that is not, so we've been over this before, I know, from this podium. There are people that reach that conclusion, and there are people inside this building who reach the opposite conclusion. So I think it's...
Oh, shit, dude. There's people have reached the opposite conclusion. No, they haven't. No, they haven't. They're just lying, okay? That's it. They're just lying. And it's pretty obvious that they're just lying because virtually every, not even virtually, every single humanitarian aid organization, international institutions of justice have come to the same exact conclusion after stepping foot inside of Gaza. Israel is not rendering aid to the civilian population of Gaza as they endlessly bomb them, as they move them around the Gaza Strip, tens of thousands of people at a time, and fucking kill them in the process and blow up the fucking safer zones, which is a new distinction. It's not a safe zone because safe zones come with, you know, legal qualifiers of what you can and can't do. So they're calling it safer zones, and then they bomb those safer zones as well. That's it. That's it. Every single institution knows exactly what the fuck is going on, and including, but not limited to, the American State Department. Their own internal memos show this reality. You read all of that, you see all of that, and you go, I don't give a fuck. That's it. And the American government under the Trump administration would have done the exact same fucking incompetent bullshit. It's just that the expectation from liberals is that they are supposed to be the adults in the room, you know? They're not.
It's important to state that for the record, that when you have a difficult situations, it's not uncommon for people to reach different assessments. Ultimately, if you look at the last year and our record of working to get humanitarian assistance into Gaza, what you've seen is the U.S. intervening at critical moments. Going back to October 12th, let's not forget that it wasn't October, it was October 16th. So just a few days after October 7th, that the secretary was negotiating with the government of Israel until 2 a.m. in Tel Aviv to get the first trucks.
Aw, dude, it was so hard for him. It was so hard for him. He was trying his besties to fucking get like a truck of flour that has been sitting outside of the fucking boundary. What do you mean, dude? What the fuck are we talking about? Without the United States of America, Israel does not exist. Okay? Every single thing that the Biden administration has done in terms of their bear hug Netanyahu strategy should be viewed from that lens. Without the $20 billion of weapons that we shipped willingly and happily in direct contravention of American laws and international humanitarian laws to a serial violator of human rights, a genocidal apartheid nation state that is conducting a litany of war crimes, including the worst crime of all, genocide. Every single aspect of this conversation it should be read with Biden is directly responsible for it. Okay? That's it. Like, we literally have, as of yesterday, actual boots on the ground. 100 American troops have been deployed into Israel to beef up Israel's anti-ballistic missile systems, okay? Missile defenses. Why are they doing that? Because they want to defend Israel when Israel inevitably does not listen to Joseph Robinette Brandon and fucking blows up nuclear silos or whatever the fuck, and Iran rains down missiles. Will that be successful? Will the 100 new American troops, be able to defend against a barrage, a salvo of Iranian hypersonic missiles? I do not know. Probably not. But it doesn't even fucking matter. These guys have dropped the ball so spectacularly that at this point, they don't even give a fuck about not only the hostages in Gaza, that much is obviously clear, but they don't even give a fuck about the civilians living inside of Israel. They do not give a fuck about the potential devastation to the global economy. They just are so one-track minded, so short-sighted on this matter that they are just trying to give Israel as much territorial acquisition as possible before time runs out. It is desperation. I've repeated this when talking about Nazi Germany. I'm sure that there were Nazi generals that were like, well, I mean, I know for a fact that there were Nazi generals that were like, hey, dog, what the fuck are you doing? We're going to assassinate you to Adolf Hitler. There was a plot even internally. Okay. There were probably plenty of people that were like, dude, don't invade Russia. What the fuck? And he was like, 9, I'm gonna do that anyway. You can't stop me. Okay. We then turn around and look at that and go, how did they go so wrong? Empires die. Okay? Empires die. Countries make mistakes. Countries are not these infallible overseers that are always making the right tactical that are always taking the right tactical approach. Even invading Poland was a hard line for a general to secretly turn against Hitler.
Into Gaza. I know you were there. And over the coming months have intervened on multiple occasions when we thought the levels of assistance getting in weren't sufficient, when there were policies that needed to be changed, when there are new gates that needed to be opened. We have intervened to get that to happen. And you've seen those results. You've seen us go from 1 crossing being open to 4 crossings being open. And that is the result of U.S. intervention. Now, to answer your question, we have always said that this is an ongoing process, and our assessments are ongoing. They're not static, they're dynamic. And so when the situation changes, our assessments will change and we'll act accordingly. And that's what we're doing.
Oh, shut the fuck up. I can't deal with this any longer. Okay. U.S. tells Israel to up Gaza aid or face arms embargo. The brand embargo, folks. The new red line. It's here. Remember the Rafah red line?
All roads in this multi-country conflict lead back to Gaza. Last night in the north of Gaza City, paramedics raced through the remnants to the fresh hell of another Israeli strike.
جايبين أكل وخبز كاينين في المخبز واقفين على الدور لهم نص ساعة ومروحين على دورهم يطعموا أولادهم.
They arrive at the scene. Eight people have been killed. Families are fleeing in the opposite direction. One woman has just lost several nephews, blames Hamas for this. Another woman lost her son, blames Israel. The bodies brought to Al-Ahli Hospital for identification. Misery illuminated by mobile phone.
Sadly, honestly, Kamala changing the narrative of the economy, Trump bad, stupid to Israel, is a weaker issue for her, but one that has also plummeted in importance, care for the average person. Issue polling had Israel top 3 6 months ago to 10 or lower now. That's not true. It's literally still the 5th most important, according to the NBC poll that we looked at yesterday. And it will get worse. A lot of the defense for liberalism unironically cuts your like future facing analysis short. Okay, I promise you do not think about how the public reacts. It's not going to be the same degree as like students getting fucking murked by cops on college campuses. They shut that shit down pretty quickly. However, you cannot reckon with the reality that American mainstream news providers are taking a markedly different tone in their conversations about Gaza and Israel's actions. What do you think that will do to Americans who read that shit? People got burned out. Even news did. CNN has a story halfway down the page. Fox and MSNBC doesn't even have a story on the front page. It don't matter. Do you think Biden coming out with a fucking red line is not going to revitalize the conversation surrounding this issue? That's crazy. Also, yes, issue importance doesn't even matter when polling shows Kamala can gain 5% to 6% from an embargo. Even if it's the 10th most important issue, it's clearly still moved the electorate right now. Every single day that Israel rains hellfire on another group of civilians that are in a fucking tent city outside of a hospital, there are tens of thousands of more Americans who are clued in on this reality and dramatically change their analysis, dramatically change their opinion. Okay? This is like, while on the one hand, I agree with all these people. They said the same thing about April being about Israel protecting civilians, and May said Biden is the Rafah is the red line. They know for months that Israel is deliberately blocking aid. The Biden admin has knowingly violated U.S. and international law all along. This is just an PR stunt. Yes, but what a lot of people what a lot of people are not looking at, even on the pro-Palestinian side, is how people read the Rafah red line. Because Biden coming out and foolishly saying, I have a red line on Rafah, caused the media to cover it. And then Americans looked at it and were like, oh, finally, like Biden is actually doing some enforcement. And then no enforcement came. But more people paid attention to it. When the Democratic Party utilizes the bully pulpit in any direction that isn't simply, oh, we're working tirelessly around a ceasefire. When they move the needle in any direction whatsoever, more Americans are clued in on the actual reality on the ground. That's it. Okay? I'm not talking about like whether Biden is honest about this. Of course he's not. Get the fuck out of here. Okay? Of course he's not. What I'm simply stating is that when Biden says this, the media covers it, and when it doesn't happen, and the 30-day is also very important for the record, the 30-day time limitation is very important for two reasons. One, the fuck do you mean you have 30 days to keep starving the Gazan population? You have already recognized that, like, that is a direct violation of international rights and also America's own personal laws surrounding giving arms and weapons to a country that is in direct violation of humanitarian law. Okay. And two, the 30-day mechanism implies that the time limitation goes beyond the election. Biden could have said 1 week. He could have said 2 weeks. He said 30 days. That to me is a genuine fucking fuck you to the Kamala campaign, in my opinion. Yeah, even if people don't care about the humanity or the war, they care about the president being strong. When there's a war going on and he says he's going to stop it but isn't, he looks weak. And so does Kamala. Trump says he'll end it. They trust him. He's tough. Thank you. Exactly. It's the simplest way to explain it. Americans that do not personally care about the war or the humanity or the death and destruction, and I'm willing to bet that there are far more Americans that do care, that see it, and don't want to hear about it. You know what I mean? They just want it to end. Some care because like our tax dollars are going to do this. Some care because of the humanity of the situation. Some care because they fancy themselves to be like peaceful doves who don't like war. Okay? But ultimately, the broadest number of Americans look at this and go, you're weak. You're getting dog walked by a country that is much smaller, that is reliant on our tax dollars to exist. Do you think Kamala will outflank the Biden admin and say they will do a one-day arms embargo? She can't do shit. Biden spokesman at the White House and State Department declined to say the U.S. will restrict arms sales to Israel if it continues to blockade, raising doubts for some about the seriousness of the U.S. warning. Lo and behold, I told you this shit don't matter. Okay? It's a fake fucking red line. But the very fact that he is even saying that there's a red line makes the media cover it. It makes Americans, it reminds Americans that there is some kind of enforcement here at play. And yet, he will not do shit about it, as expected.
He addresses the crowd, asks, why did my brother have to die? Am I dreaming? He is not. The Israeli army has ordered people to evacuate the north of Gaza City as it renews its stated aim to root out Hamas. And with new videos released just yesterday, Hamas's military wing wants the world to still see it as a viable fighting force.
They are. They literally are. Israel hasn't even been able to fucking take down Hamas in these areas. All they've done is kill a fuck ton of civilians. They're still getting their tanks murked. It's Merkava.
Force operating in these neighborhoods. Hamas is a shadow of its former self militarily. But if part of the point of the October the 7th atrocities was to draw in allies in other countries, Hamas have succeeded. Last night, Benjamin Netanyahu spoke to Joe Biden about his retaliatory attack plan after a barrage of Iranian missiles were launched at Israel 2 weeks ago. According to US officials, Netanyahu told the US president that the targets of the upcoming attack will be military ones in Iran, not oil or nuclear facilities. A commitment designed to allay fears of an all-out war between Israel.
Is Hamas diminished? Yeah, of course it is, dude. What the fuck? Like, come on. No shit. What do you mean? Like, there is... Dude, they've killed so many fucking people. Of course, even on accident, they are going to end up killing some Hamas militants.
Israel and Iran.
Imagine being in the pocket of Twitch. How sad can you be? You will get what's coming for you. Let's not ban this guy because I want him to talk about this a little bit more. What do you mean by this? Like, do you think I had a hand in getting Asmongold banned or something? Is that what you think? Like, what? Please lean into this a little bit. I would love to hear what you mean. Is there a point in time where you think that, like, anything that happens in the world that sucks is not related to me? Also, what do you mean about, like, you will get what's coming for you? Are you going to fucking kill me? Like, what do you mean? I would love to find out what you're talking about. It's always weird how silent people get when I put them on a fucking podium to platform them. Man made this account 3 years ago just knowing that he would need to sock the hate watch eventually. Yeah, I mean, respect. Respect for him planning ahead of time. I like that.
No accident that today the US confirmed that the troops and components of a sophisticated American anti-ballistic missile system have all now arrived in Israel to bolster defenses against Iran's response. Calibrated retaliation is the buzzword. But back where it all began, in Gaza, this is what calibrated sounds like.
From Gaza to Lebanon, where Israel continues to strike across the country as the IDF targets Hezbollah members who've moved beyond their traditional areas. Hezbollah's deputy leader addressed the nation today.
Talking about the 19-year-old Yemeni you had on stream and coming for you is the ban, I guess. Is that what it is? I'm sure that there's like a lot of people who are elevated by this. because usually the way it works is like everyone looks for blood. Now that Asmongold got banned, I'm sure a lot of people will be out for blood to be like, oh yeah, let's get Hasan banned. Like, let's get a mark here on our end. And I suspect that is what will happen. Yeah. No matter what Twitch says or does, I will repeat this point over and over again. Decorated journalists, like award-winning journalists, including people from the New York Times, have reached out in the aftermath of the interview I conducted with a Yemeni teenager, okay, who many people keep saying is Houthi. He's like killing gay people personally, okay? Like the fucking 17 or 19-year-old Yemeni teenager who only has known genocide. By the way, Yemen did experience genocide. You might not have known about this. That did happen. Human Rights Watch, Amnesty International, and every single NGO has recognized what Saudi Arabia and the UAE did in Yemen as a genocide. Okay? So just because the victim of a genocide is, a survivor of the genocide is like posting shit on Twitter that you don't like personally, or you just don't like appreciate it, does not change that reality. Okay? That is correct. They think you set him up to be banned by interviewing him, and how it's hypocritical that you didn't get banned for taking part in that conversation. That's insane. No, nothing that Asmongold said in our conversation is related to his ban. I suspect that, and I didn't even know he was banned until I was live earlier this morning. But it was everything he said before I had a conversation with him. I was as cordial as I possibly could be in this circumstance. You can try to brigade it as well as you want, as much as you want. And I might even get fucking banned, right? Twitch might actually cave on this shit, as they have done in the past. It does not change the reality of the truth. In terms of the fact that Yemen experienced a genocide, that is correct. In terms of the interview that I conducted being of journalistic worth, that is also correct. Not only did I conduct an interview with this person, but also so did the BBC. The New York Times personally reached out to get access to this person. Award-winning, decorated, investigative reporters celebrated this interview as a good thing. Okay? You might not agree with it. You might massage it as much as you want. It's ironic that a conversation that I had about Islamophobia, okay, and the false notion that like every Arab and Arab adjacent or every Muslim person is automatically a terrorist, being Islamophobia, ends up with more Islamophobia. Like the counter to that is more Islamophobia. I apologize for my anger. Wait, that's it? You're completely delusional and you people will never win. Simple as. Okay. All right. Cool. Asmongold, in my opinion, in terms of being a massive content creator, is a larger content creator than me. So much so that his alt account is bigger than my main account. If the conversation is about like how much pull I have personally, no, I did not reach out to Twitch to get him banned or anything like that. Okay? Don't be fucking ridiculous. In terms of like his worth to Twitch, he has a higher worth to Twitch than I do in terms of the numbers.
Vowing to continue the fighting. Our international editor, Lindsay Hilson, is in the capital, Beirut. Lindsay.
Matt, the Lebanese Prime Minister Najib Mikati said today that he'd been talking to the Americans and they had assured him that Israel was going to lessen its attacks here in Lebanon. Well, there's no sign of that. There were
This lady is awesome. Lebanon, Hezbollah.
Multiple strikes, particularly in the Bekaa Valley overnight. That's one of...
I hate this fucking community. Y'all are intolerable. Joe Biden is like 80 years old. Just let him do a little more genocide, please. He's been a public servant his entire life. Why does it matter to you? You're right. Let Joe Biden get another crumb of genocide, man. Come on. It is fucked up. You're absolutely correct on this. Just let him have it. He's having fun. He's having fun with it. He's enjoying it.
Of Hezbollah's strongholds and in other places too. More than that, we hear that the Israeli soldiers are beginning to demine the area where Syria, Lebanon and Israel meet. That's to the east. And the suggestion is that they might be considering or preparing to move over the border into Lebanon from the east as well as from the south. So that's of concern too. Hezbollah's deputy leader, there's still no leader to replace the assassinated Nasrallah, said today that their aim was to inflict more pain on Israel and Israelis. There's no sign here in Lebanon that this war is letting up. Last night, Hezbollah were firing rockets into Israel. They know most will be shot down, but every time one gets through, they see it as a victory. At dawn, smoke was rising over the southern Lebanese town of Taibe, and Israeli troops were raising their flag at Labouneh, a triumphalist gesture to Hezbollah, which today reiterated that they wouldn't stop fighting before a ceasefire in Gaza.
We were asked to stop the war and move more than 10 kilometers away from the border so as not to provoke Israel, but we insisted on a ceasefire in Gaza.
1,000 kilometers to the east, in the holy city of Karbala in Iraq, they held a funeral for General Abbas Nilforushan, a senior member of Iran's Revolutionary Guard, killed by the Israelis alongside the Hezbollah leader Hassan Nasrallah in Beirut last month. The mourners held flags of Iraqi Shiite militia, proxies for Iran, just like Hezbollah. This is a war that's reverberating across the region.
Our message to the world is that our belief, above all, unites us. We're confronting the Zionist enemy, who is breaching all international norms. We can see how he's killing children and women.
Iran has toy weapons. Imagine thinking they're a real threat to anyone. I mean... Hasan, are you an Iranian proxy yet? Yes. Their toy weapons seemingly were so significant that like America had to bring in 100 troops with our own anti-ballistic missile defense systems into Israel. You only do that when I guess you personally think like, nah, Israel's got this on its own.
From Gaza to Lebanon.
A second funeral for the same man was held in Tehran, attended by Ismail Khani, head of the Revolutionary Guard Expeditionary Arm, who had himself at one point also been thought dead. These massive gatherings are designed to show Israel and the US that the Islamic Republic and its proxies remain unbowed, despite Hezbollah's losses and Israel's threats to attack Iran again in the coming days. Such defiance may be less welcome in the largely Christian village of Aitu in northern Lebanon. This morning, rescue workers were still digging out bodies after it was hit by an Israeli strike yesterday. Families had fled here from southern Lebanon seeking safety. We've lost everything, he says. Our clothes, our savings, our personal belongings, nothing is left. Across Lebanon and the region, people who have nothing to do with these battles are caught between forces they can't control, watching all they have built over a lifetime destroyed in a moment.
Yeah, bro, who's destroying the villages? Like, who? Who's destroying? Like, there is no caught between a battle. It's like, no, there's one group that is invading a sovereign nation. That's not fucking Hasbara. Okay? The group that is invading the sovereign nation here is Israel. The entity that is destroying these villages is Israel. These people are stuck between a rock and a hard place with Hezbollah is ridiculous. Fucking insane, dude.
Fearing how much worse it might get.
Now to the Middle East as the region braces for Israel.
White House pushes for a restraint in Israel's response to Iran. Dude, there is nothing funnier than the fucking article that came out on this issue where America said that they were going to try a different technique where they would give money to Israel if they didn't strike the nuclear facilities or the oil refineries. All right. Wonderful stuff. The UK just placed sanctions on 7 Israeli settler orgs and outposts. Most notable of those groups is Amana, possibly the largest and most effective settler organization around right now. These guys are responsible for the innovation of the farms, a newer settlement structure that's helped massively accelerate land takeover and dispossession. They're the second Western country to go after them, joining Canada's sanctions from June. Until America moves in that direction, I will assume that that's ultimately inconsequential. One thing that you have to remember is that those sanctions probably do not extend to the state of Israel actually helping them, because the real problem isn't necessarily the sanctions or the direct money that they get from Western counterparts. But the real problem is that the Israeli government is literally offering them subsidies, literally giving them round-the-clock protection with the IOF, sorry. So, you know, and the big dog in the room is still very much the United States of America. Gabor Mate was on Theo Vaughn. Holy shit, that's crazy. That's dope. That's actually sick. The real interesting part is at 108. Also, Gabor Mate got the fucking reformist Iranian presidential fit going, and he's got the HasanAbi ring game. Respect. He's got it both, dude. Isn't this Aaron's dad? Gabor Mate is, yes, is the father of Aaron and his other, Daniel. Aaron and Daniel's dad. Daniel is a co-host of the Bad Hasbara podcast alongside Matt Lieb, and Aaron is a journalist. I need your thoughts on Max Blumenthal. I am not going to talk about Max Blumenthal right now. Get the fuck out of here. I am not interested in having a conversation about Max Blumenthal because for all the insane shit that he's done, for all of the insane shit that he has done over like the especially the end of the Trump administration, all the anti-vaxxer nonsense, Gray Zone has done a pretty decent job in covering all the stuff that pertains to Israel. He is, you know, I don't necessarily care to comment on any of the things that he is saying. Air Wars released a mini documentary on IDF videos proving they killed civilians in Gaza. If you have time to check this out, sure, we can look at it. Air Wars is great. Don't let Gray Zone talk about anything else, though. Sure, that's fine. That's not. I don't disagree with that statement. Yeah, unless someone is like directly, you know, anti-Israel because of like overt anti-Semitism, like Candace Owens, I don't, you know, I'm not going to fault people too much. I haven't watched a Gabor clip that I had pulled up. Yes, because you're going to be watching a 3-minute ad break right now. Okay? That's it. Because at the top of the hour, there is a 3-minute ad break coming for you. And it is an avoidable ad break. It is one that you can avoid by subscribing. Okay? However, if you don't have a Twitch Prime, you might be cooked. Just kidding. You can get gifted a sub. Here's a 3-minute ad break now.
Such terrible things as the children in Gaza are experiencing right now with the daily bombings and all this kind of stuff. What can they think? That there's something wrong with me.
Oh, imagine some kid over there in Gaza looking up and there's a bomb, they think, man, I'm so horrible, I deserve to be bombed.
Well, you know what? There was a study done of Gazan children.
Man, that's crazy. I hadn't thought about that. Like, really look, imagine that, though.
There was a study done of children in Palestine 21 years ago. And 95% of those, 95%, this is long before the current horrors, long before October the 7th, long before the aftermath of October the 7th. 95% of those, 5% of those kids showed traumatic symptoms. High percent.
For people that don't know, Gabor Mate, for the record, is a very prominent anti-Zionist Jewish doctor who has written extensively about, I believe, trauma, right? And he also, of course, happens to be a Holocaust survivor. So before people are, you know, just so you understand, trauma and addiction are the two things that he's written extensively about, I believe. Like that's his most formative, most important work. But beyond that, of course, he himself is not only a Holocaust survivor, but I believe was an early Zionist who very quickly recognized that this was a fascist movement, much like many Jews, okay, who, you know, were around during the time of the Holocaust, including but not limited to Albert Einstein, and has been an outspoken anti-Zionist ever since. Interesting that this video doesn't have the Holocaust Wikipedia page underneath it, as opposed to my video with Asmongold getting hit with that Holocaust explainer that goes to the Wikipedia page. I'm sure they talked about the Holocaust here. Interesting. Gabor got so much hate for his article about a lot of people having a little Nazi in their heads. It was such a good article because it speaks on what you maybe spoke about in the past, that everybody has a little bigot that they have to kill off. Oh yeah. Yeah, that was really interesting that people were on Twitter. People yell at anybody for anything. Okay. People were yelling at a Holocaust survivor for writing an article about how like everyone has a little bit of a bigot inside of them that they have to combat with regular frequency. They were like, not me, sweaty. Speak for yourself. He was a baby during the Holocaust and during the founding of Israel in 47, born in 44. Yes, I know. And in his early years, he talked about being a Zionist, if I'm not mistaken, and very quickly recognized, oh shit, never mind, this sucks. This sucks pretty bad. He probably saw the invention of Israeli EDM and was like, I'm out. As a teenager, he encountered the first version of Israeli techno and was like, not for me, sir. A nation state project that creates such a heinous act, such a heinous display, is not one that is interested in advancing humanity. He said, not in my name. He said, I've written extensively about childhood trauma, but no one could recreate the childhood trauma that I experienced when Israel invented their version of EDM. Truly a heinous act.
With their beds, like you and I did.
Is because Holocaust studies have been described as Holocaust comparison, which is then called Holocaust minimization and then Holocaust denial. So I think your Anne Frank comparison got you the Wikipedia tag. Yeah. Anne Frank obviously was a victim of the Holocaust, which is a genocide. Me saying that another victim of a genocide who is a survivor of genocide is similar is not a ridiculous comparison. Okay? It is not to minimize the Holocaust at all. There is no reason to study genocides or the Holocaust specifically if you are not going to learn lessons from it and then apply them to ongoing genocides right now. The entire purpose of never again means never again for anybody, not never again just for Jewish people. That's ridiculous, and you will never find a Holocaust historian that agrees with that principle. I see you there, you lurking weirdo chatter trying to spin what Hasan is saying is in real time. Yeah.
They expressed aggression towards their parents. They had panic attacks, anxiety, fears. Can you imagine what's going to happen to that generation
years from now?
Years from now. I mean, it just breaks my heart
He said it's like we're watching Auschwitz on TikTok and he can appeal to it given his own experience.
every day when I think about it.
Interesting that didn't get the YouTube markers in the way that I did.
And Brady
I know a lot of my fellow Jews don't agree with me, but as a Jewish person, I'm not the only one who feels that way. It especially breaks my heart.
Yeah.
You know?
Well, when you put it in that sense, that a kid, imagine a kid like, because what are they going to think? They don't know. They just think, man, something's so wrong with me. I deserve to be killed.
Yeah.
Or something. I don't know. Yeah.
It depends if the adults are able to hold them and keep them feeling loved. But 19,000 kids have been orphaned. And when I say orphaned, I don't mean just that their parents have died. Their extended families have been wiped out.
Why are you saying this video not getting the tag is interesting? Because a lot of these institutions still participate in Islamophobia, which is internalized and baked into every fucking institution. And when you got a dude named Hasan talking about the victim of a genocide who also happens to be Muslim in Yemen, when the overarching position is that like they kind of deserve it, you're gonna get slapped with a misinformation sticker. That's the difference.
What's going to be the future of those kids? And
not that it matters.
It's just
like I personally don't give a shit if they slap it with the marker. because I did invoke it. I did bring it up, and I'm glad that people are going to the Holocaust Wikipedia to read about the Holocaust. Like, I don't, you know. Hopefully they're doing this.
Just a terrible.
No, it's heartbreaking. I mean, it feels like a genocide is going on over there, and you don't know what to do. You know, it's like, you know, I mean, you can pray, you can speak up about it, and I know that there's like a more political aspects of it. And we've had different people come on to talk about Israel and Palestine on here, and it was very knowledgeable for a lot of our listeners because you hear about it a lot, but you don't know the history and everything. But
well, I've been there. I went there 2.5 years ago to work with Palestinian women.
Most people thought you were saying the genocide was what Israel was doing, not about the Yemeni genocide. It's just ignorance. Yeah, except Israel is doing a genocide in Gaza as well. So even if they misunderstood my point, it does not matter because it would still stand. Also, the Yemeni teen is not the only genocide survivor that I have had on this broadcast. I had Motaz Aziza, who is also a genocide survivor. He is a genocide survivor of Israel. Okay?
Tortured in Israeli jails.
Wow.
And they had post-traumatic stress disorder. I've seen it with my own eyes. And who's the black American writer? Ta-Nehisi Coates?
Ta-Nehisi Coates?
Yeah. He just written a new book. And he talks about visiting Palestine. And he says, Ta-Nehisi Coates, in his new book, he says, once you go there and see it, you can't unsee it. You know? And
our media doesn't cover it super fairly.
Yeah.
I feel like our media doesn't cover it super fairly. That'd be
Yeah. I mean, dude, it's fine. He's got the energy. It's in the right place. He's fucking interviewing Gabor Mate, a very prominent anti-Zionist. We will never be able to understand the harm. We live in the lap of luxury. We will never be able to comprehend the traumas that children go through. Gabor's story is actually really fascinating because he speaks directly on how the psychological impact of surviving the Holocaust drew him closer to the Zionist narrative of these so-called new strong Jews who were no longer ashamed. He read a terrible book, by the way, called Exodus by Leon Uris and was instantly sucked in. It was actually the experience of seeing international media cover the Vietnam War that made him question Zionism. I'm working to try to get Ta-Nehisi on, but you have to understand, these guys are not very online. And, like, he has no fucking clue. From what I understand, he has no clue what Twitch is, who I am. Like, he has no idea. So I've reached out directly to people that he talks to on a regular basis. Has Theo asked you to come on? No. Anyway, let's continue. White House pushes restraint in Israel's response to Iran.
To retaliate for Iran's missile barrage earlier this month, White House trying to prevent the situation from spiraling into all-out war. Foreign correspondent James Longman is on the scene in Lebanon. Good morning, James.
Yeah, good morning, George. I'm at the strike site of another Israeli strike here in Lebanon. Take a look. This was a family home. 16 people of one family were killed here. We're told a 3-story building just reduced. But we are up in the mountains here in Lebanon. This is traditionally a place of safety in this country. Nowhere feels safe anymore. We're told some 25% of Lebanon is now under evacuation orders by the Israelis. That's according to the United Nations. This is as this region braces for Israel's response to Iran's October 1st attack, where it fired some 180 missiles at Israel. ABC understands that Israel has been receptive to the Biden administration's arguments for restraint, i.e. not hitting oil or nuclear sites inside Iran, but Israel has been very clear that they will make their own decision. This is as the United States is still sending that advanced missile defense system to Israel, along with
what you're making fun of is basically what happened with Avi Shlaim when he was on the program with two idiots. Mike Graham boots emeritus professor at Oxford University and Avi Shlaim off his show after he denied that anti-Semitism is occurring on campuses and claimed Israel's not a democracy. Avi, Israel's an apartheid regime. Mike, you are denying the truth. It's so funny to say that to Avi Shlaim. Like, come on, dude. Come on. Like, yeah, I get why you could fucking yell at a dude named Hasan if he were to say such things. But his name is Avi Shlaim. Like, that should clue you in, okay? Avi Shlaim, for the record, is, of course, a fantastic historian. He's one of the new historians. He's one of the new historians that wrote specifically about, he is an Iraqi Jew, and wrote specifically about, like, Israel's campaigns in, like, Mossad's campaigns in Iraq. And you know, again, wild to look at a guy like Avi Shlaim and be like, sweetie, I think maybe I know more about Israel than you do. Maybe I know more about anti-Semitism than you do. I mean, he lived in Israel, didn't he? Isn't this the guy who said you can grow concrete?
Morning,
yes.
Mike.
Yes. What a fucking mythical pull it is. Yeah, he is Israeli. He grew up at a time when, like, I think Arab Jews, like Iraqi Jews, Mizrahi Jews were facing a shit ton more discrimination from broader Israeli society too.
Troops to man it. And we're also watching the situation in Gaza. It's truly going from bad to worse. There was a hospital which was hit in an airstrike. A fire broke out in a tent encampment. Truly horrific scenes there. And in the north, people tell us there that they feel they're under siege. They've been cut off from food, from water, from medical supplies, all in an effort, they say, to force them from their homes. Michael?
All right, James, thank you so much for that.
Speaker Pelosi, welcome back to our program.
Wonderful to be here. Thank you.
Let me ask you first, before we get to your book, about current affairs. We've just had this terrible report about the Israeli strikes on Gaza and Lebanon. Now, as they continue their counteroffensives, we've seen an attack on UN peacekeepers in Lebanon, and we've seen over the weekend some pretty dire attacks on refugee camp, on various areas that dozens have been killed, including children. I just wonder your response to that, given America is the most important ally.
Well, the fact is that we just a few days ago observed a one-year anniversary of a terrible assault on Israel by Hamas, a terrorist group dedicated to the destruction of Israel. Sadly, since then, we've seen many casualties of non-combatants, children and families in Gaza, and now some elsewhere in the region. And it's just intolerable. We cannot, war has to be outlawed as a resolution of any conflict or disagreement. But right now, we have to live with the circumstances that we have. We've all been talking about a two-state solution for a long time.
When your goat is washed, yeah. It's intolerable, but thank God they have the tolerance for it. You know what I mean? They just always find a way to tolerate it.
time for Israel and for the Palestinians.
Do you guys understand why for months and months I was very critical of Bernie Sanders for acting like fucking history started on October 7? Like, do you understand why? Because it's false. It's not the truth. And beyond the fact that it's not the truth, it serves a very important propagandistic purpose, okay? The purpose of it is to basically make it seem like Hamas did something that is truly heinous out of nowhere. That's it. Like, they started it. They were the reason why Israel is doing what it's doing right now. If you recognize history starting on October 7, then yeah, you think like, okay, maybe Israel has gone a little bit overboard in its retaliation, but like Hamas started it. It causes you to basically refuse to recognize that what Israel is doing right now is just a continuation, an acceleration of what it has been doing for 76 years. The second lie is that Israel does not have a right to defend itself in the way that it is defending itself, in air quotes, in Gaza or Lebanon. But especially Gaza. Israel is a belligerent occupier of Gaza. It is a territory that it controls with military occupation. It does not have a right to defend itself. It doesn't work like that. It is a direct violation of the rules. There is no defensive genocide. So those are two pivotal ways in which many of these people have basically repackaged what Israel is doing as like, it's kind of permissible, but like maybe they're going a little overboard. Like, no, the occupation is illegal. And that's not just my analysis. That is the analysis of every single human rights organization, and also recently reiterated by the International Court of Justice.
The current leader in Israel does not agree to that, even though for about 30 years, since like 93, we have been talking about that. I don't know if Netanyahu wants peace. I don't know if he's capable of peace. I don't know if he's afraid of peace, but he has gone off the course that we all thought we were in.
I don't know why I got nuked for asking a genuine question about your podcast partner on YouTube, calling himself the Z word on Instagram. It's because he's not my podcast partner. And that's it. That's why you got nuked. And there's no reason to fucking bring it up.
As we support Israel.
He actually came to the Congress not so long ago. What did you make of that invitation and the way he spoke against your party and your administration?
Well, it wasn't his first time to do that. He came before. The invitation was misrepresented. It wasn't bipartisan, but the speaker said it was, and so he showed up and spoke against President Obama, whose masterful, virtuoso initiative for the Iran nuclear agreement was remarkable. He came and spoke against our president and our Congress. It was terrible. It was disgraceful. This speech that...
Yeah, it was disgraceful. Yeah, I hated it so much that instead of giving $25 billion, we only gave $20 billion of weapons. That'll surely stop them. Okay? Do you understand? Imagine paying more attention to a witch than Gabor. I'm sorry. I love Gabor Mate. I think he's brilliant. I think he's very thoughtful. But we agree on everything. And also, he is not the Speaker Emerita of the American Congress, okay? Or the American House of Representatives. You know, we got to move on to continue coverage on things that are happening currently.
He made recently, I thought, was the worst presentation ever made by a leader of a country invited to speak before the Congress. I was against the...
Look at all the fucking Dems clapping too. You fucking cackling hyenas. Also, Obama gave $30 billion after Netanyahu did that stunt. Yup. Number one Jew hater, by the way, Barack Obama. Barack Hussein Obama. Yeah. Hates the Jewish state. He hates the Jewish state and hates the Jews. Everyone knows Barack Obama. Barack Hussein Obama hated the Jewish state so much that he only gave us $30 billion. The
invitation, but I'm not the speaker anymore. And of course, I did not attend, but I did.
What Nick thinks of you?
Who in your eyes is like Barack?
Hasan?
No!
So in your eyes...
Well, he says that, but he means it in a nice way. Most Americans don't view Barack Obama in the way that I view Barack Obama. Like, I don't think he means like I'm a war criminal that would have fucking exploded a Doctors Without Borders hospital in Kunduz, okay? That's not what he means, chat. Calm down. He's not saying I would extrajudiciously kill an American citizen with a targeted fucking strike. Okay? He's not saying that I'd be the drone king and the deportation king, despite running a very progressive campaign. He's not saying that I would lie to the American public about closing Guantanamo Bay only to say, guess what? We're not going to do that. He's not saying that I would never prosecute former administration's torturers and war criminals, and saying we must not look we must not look backward. We must look forward. And pussy too. Yeah, I think he means I can ball like Barack Obama.
It's Barack Obama, Hasan Piker.
But if Hasan didn't stream?
Gotcha. So name another one.
I think he means hot political man.
Observe what he had to say. It was most unfortunate. But, you know, we all support Israel. It is our in our national interest, our security interest to do.
Yeah, we have to, guys. It is in our interest.
So our values interest to do so over time. But right now, the leverage that we have given Netanyahu has been used in a way that is most destructive.
Would you say right now, and we speak in the context of an election that all foreign powers and leaders are watching very closely, not only yourselves in the United States, would you say right now America should be using its leverage? And if so, what is that leverage?
Well, our support for Israel has always been bipartisan, and we want it to continue to be so in the Congress, in the House and Senate, the White House, as well as among the American people. But it does not give license to so many people dying, not combatants, as I said, in the war. So we have to, again, try to strive to bring it to a two-state solution. I emphasize the word solution because I've said that to Netanyahu. It's not just a two-state situation. It's a solution, one that really works out the security, the prosperity, the freedom for the Palestinian people, as well as the security of the Israelis.
And given that there's an election, are you concerned by the very, very difficult polling for Kamala Harris, particularly regarding Arab Americans, particularly in the swing state of Michigan?
Yeah. Well, it is something to be considered. When we talk about this subject, people forget. They forget a Muslim ban instituted by this president. One of the first things he did...
By President Donald Trump.
By Donald Trump. One of the first things he did in his presidency was to have a Muslim ban. Democrats flocked to their protection, and yet this is what Donald Trump did. And now, because of this situation, which again, Joe Biden has been a friend of Israel, that's for sure, but he has also been a friend of the Palestinians.
Maybe he's been too friendly to Israel. You know what I mean? Maybe he's been too good of a friend. You know? A real friend tells you when you're doing wrong shit. Okay? Ay, ay, ay. The below are my personal thoughts and do not reflect my employer, any company, or person I'm affiliated with. Hello, everyone. As many of you are aware, some comments were made by Zach yesterday about Palestinians and Muslims. Before I address his comments, I'd like to take this opportunity to share some details about my background in hopes that those reading this post may better understand who I am, where I come from, and what those comments mean to me. For the record, for those of you who don't know, he's going to describe that he is a, yeah, I mean, you know what? Tips is the like co-owner and co-founder of OTK. That's why I kept repeating to Asmongold yesterday. I was like, dude, talk to Tips. Like, I can't believe you're saying this because, you know, your comments directly are like, you know, shitting on him personally. He's Muslim. As many of you are aware, some comments were made by Zach yesterday about Palestinians and Muslims. 34 years ago, I was fortunate enough to be born in the United States of America, a blessing and a lottery ticket that I thank God for every day. My parents, Syrian immigrants from Damascus, came to the U.S. in the 70s/80s at a time when the likes of Hafez and Rifat al-Assad were massacring tens of thousands of their own people in Hama. The sole reason I exist today can be attributed to the words of one of my father's neighbors who informed my late grandmother that my father's friends had just been arrested for political dissent and that the Mukhabart were coming for him next. Quick on her feet, my grandmother, God Almighty grant mercy on her soul, grabbed my 22-year-old father and with tears in her eyes, shaved off his beard and sent him to Jordan, hoping he would make it out. With the help of a few friends and at a time when many thought Syria was a wheaty breakfast consumed with my milk, my dad was one of the few Syrians lucky enough to be granted passage to America. To that we say, Alhamdulillah. Thank God. At some point in the mid-'80s, my father, then working as an engineer in Los Angeles, was serendipitously reunited with one of his childhood neighbors and schoolmates in Chicago, Illinois. Yeah, that's the CIA or FBI, I assume, right? The Mukhabart. This man would become my uncle, as his sister, my mother, would marry my father soon after. In typical immigrant fashion, they wasted no time, and my siblings and I were born. Growing up in the early 90s, it was clear that we weren't your stereotypical American family. After all, we were Muslims. Headscarves, no pork, 5 daily prayers, and so on. We dressed conservatively, packed foreign foods in our lunches, and spoke with thick accents until grade school. Yet, strangely enough, I cannot recall a single moment in those early years where I felt different. Yes, our swim trunks could have been less goofy, and explaining what Zatar was to kids at school was a thing. But despite all that, we were just another American family in Southern California, navigating life and seeking out the coveted dream. Then 9/11 happened. For those that may have been too young to remember, September 11th was not simply a moment or a day. It was a monumental shift in thought and discourse. People were horrified, confused, but above all, angry. In a famous incident, popular radio host Howard Stern called for the entire Middle East to be nuked. Bomb them all. And his opinion was not uncommon, from school teachers to store clerks, politicians to celebrities, liberals to conservatives. One thing was on everyone's mind. We got to get them. But who was them? Surely the perpetrators and murderers who planned the attack, killing thousands of innocent people in the process and changing the landscape of modern humanity. However, to some, them had a much broader definition. And that some grew, by the way. That some virtually became all. One of the least understood aspects of the attacks was the local aftermath, specifically the experiences of Americans who could be perceived as Arab passing. It didn't matter if you were Persian, Indian, South Asian, or even Latino. If you were within a certain shade of beige and had a 3+ syllable last name, you were a fucking sand N-word that had to be dealt with. Many religious minorities were also caught in the crossfire, with Sikhs, Hindus, Sephardic Jews, Arab Christians, and others receiving a significant share of the vitriol. Acts of wanton violence became commonplace. House of worships were burned down, and random people you knew from your community were being locked up, with some never heard from again. Never forget, the first victim of Islamophobic hate crimes was a Sikh man in, I believe, Texas. He was not Muslim. He was Sikh. And they killed him. Guy walked into a bar, and killed him specifically because he thought that, or Arizona, not Texas. I thought Wisconsin. Yeah, he was wearing a turban. But how could this happen? How could such a monumental shift in attitude and behavior occur in the greatest country to ever exist? The same country that opened its arms wide to the tired and the poor and not once made us feel less than any other American. Truly, to be born American is an undeniable blessing. And despite our governance, I would gladly give my life to this country and the people that have given me and my family a chance. The reason behind such a substantial shift in attitude cannot be attributed to a single moment or event. Rather, it was the accumulation of decades and decades of subtle media propaganda designed to produce an other, so that the powerful can continue to prey on the angry and divided powerless. It is a tale as old as time, transcending region and geography, national lines and civilizations, a governance strategy deployed all throughout the history to keep us, the people, at odds. It is this same calculated dehumanization that has led to some of the most heinous crimes and bloody massacres whose horrors we do not utter aloud. To many who heard Zach's comments, the language he used, whether intended or not, reeked of the same dehumanization that plagued their ancestors, their grandparents, and in some cases their families today. It is the same language used to justify wanton violence, genocide, and the destruction of our universal brotherhood. It is the same language used to brush off a video of a Palestinian woman and a child burning alive as a price of war. I'm not writing this post to defend the dignity of the Palestinians suffering in Gaza. The dignity does not require defense. It is a right. To those who have supported the humanitarian efforts and self-determination of the Palestinian people and all the oppressed around the globe, thank you. To those brave enough to look beyond their own anger and reach out to their Jewish friends and their neighbors, thank you. These are trying times that will test us all. Zach's comments may have been the impetus for this post, but if there is one thing I hope to convey in my incoherence, it is this. I desperately plead to all those reading to wake up to the forces around you that wish nothing more than to separate you from your fellow man and conquer your hearts, your minds, and your humanity. HasanAbi is a little bitch. Nice, man. Thanks. Those that wish for you to look upon your school teachers, store clerks, and neighbors as them, for they are not them, they are you, born to different circumstances, no doubt, but they are you nonetheless. Open your skin and take a look for yourself. We all bleed the same blood, share the same dreams, and will one day rot in the same earth until our bones have long become dust, and the differences in our beings will be no thicker than air. Please, for the love of all that is holy and good, look out for yourselves and those around you. And if you ever feel the urge and anger to reduce your fellow man to anything less than yourself, ask aloud, who benefits? Thank you for taking the time to read this. I'll be spending most of my upcoming time working behind the scenes to ensure our staff and teams are all right and the OTK continues to grow into the place I know it can be. In the meantime, peace. I'm not reading all that, bro. Nice. A nice message, but did they fire him? No. So the person who wrote this is, again, Tips, who is like one of the co-founders of OTK, the organization that Asmongold is also a co-founder of and a co-owner of. Like, he is one of the most important people in OTK. He's a good dude. Stop hating all Jews, Hasan. There ain't no fucking way this person is being for real right now, right? Hamas started it. Oh my God. It's not bait. It's a person who, like, legitimately thinks that I hate Jewish people, all Jews, as a matter of fact. Are you okay? You are making everyone hate Jews? Walk through the steps. Not everyone is Zionist. Wait. When have I ever said all Jews are Zionists? If you can point to a singular instance where I have ever said that Jews are Zionists, I will give you, all Jews are Zionists, I will give you $1 million. No edits, just straight up. Okay, it's the way you talk, you do. My friend, I don't know if you know this, but I say the exact opposite of that every single day, including today. I fear that I'm going to be as charitable as possible to you and say that I fear you are making a mistake. There's never been a moment where I've ever said that, because I do not believe that. Because that is a lie. Okay? Not only do I not believe that, but I regularly say the exact opposite of that. I don't know how anyone has even clip-chimped me to make someone like this believe something that I completely disagree with. Okay, well, all this is making kids go to college, scared to go to college because of all this. It's not you, it's everyone. Okay, let's walk through this. What do you mean, all this? What is the this there? Think. What is the this? What all of this? What is all of this? Think and answer clearly. When you say all of this, what's happening in Gaza? Great. Okay? So you understand it. What do you think is happening in Gaza? Do you think it's a genocide? Do you agree that it is a genocide? Because 40,000 plus directly killed by Israeli munitions and hundreds of thousands dead or under the rubble, damn near 2.5 million displaced, is not just a this, right? It is the actions of a state, the Israeli state. You understand that, correct? It's horrible, yes, but being Jewish in college is scary for them. So, do you understand what you're saying? So you recognize the atrocious behavior of the Israeli state, and your concern in this circumstance is that Jewish college kids in the United States of America are scared. Walk through the steps real quick, especially taking a deep breath and reminding yourself that Jewish college kids are also at the forefront of anti-Zionist demonstrations on college campuses. You will then be reminded that, one, Israel is not representative of all Jews, okay? which is something that you made seem like I advocate for, but I advocate for the exact opposite because it's not true. You will also understand that anti-Zionist Jews are at the forefront of anti-Zionist protests on said college campuses and have been arrested, including but not limited to members of this community. Okay? And last but not least, you are placing the concerns of kids going. It started the day they attacked the people at the concert. They fought back. Israel went too far. I agree. What started the day they attacked the people at the concert? How can you be this fucking far off base? Israel is an apartheid state on a good day when it's not doing genocide. Okay? It did not start on October 7. History did not start on October 7. The fighting with Hamas did not start on October 7 either. I know, but this war, no, this is not a war. This is a genocide. Now, I hope you understand a couple things. One, Israel is not interested in the maintenance and safety of Jews, even in Israel, let alone the Jews that are held hostage in Gaza, let alone the Jews that are currently living in Tel Aviv, and especially not interested in the safety and security of Jews living in the Western world. Okay? They're simply not. Look no further than Benjamin Netanyahu's own personal statements and lack of interest in dealing with a ceasefire negotiation. Benjamin Netanyahu only wants to use the hostages as a reason to conduct this genocide. Okay? You said earlier that you are Ukrainian before you started off with stop hating all Jews. Will you recognize that you were wrong for saying that I hate all Jews? I don't hate any single Jew. It's ridiculous. Zionism is a political ideology built around the ideals of developing a nation state for one ethnic group and considering that the area was previously occupied by others. It requires a constant maintenance that is masqueraded as a demographic concern. It is inherently fascist. Okay? If Zionism is a political ideology, what about Sharia? Sharia would be not even a political ideology, but a application of religious doctrine only pushed by some of the worst fundamentalists, and it is not in the interest remotely of the broader fucking Islamic world. You are literally talking to a Muslim from Turkey. There is no Sharia law in Turkey. I understand, Hasan. I'm not talking one-to-one with you. I despise him. I am Ukrainian. If you're Ukrainian, you should be understanding of the plight of the Palestinians more than anyone else. It's kind of weird. Anyway. Not talking one-to-one, but started off a bit hot saying that. Yeah, you started off saying, I hate all Jews, which is a lie, a gross lie. Then you said you're making everyone hate Jews, which is also another gross lie. Every single day for the past 12 months, as Israel has conducted its genocide, every single day, I have told off numerous chatters that come in here, haters, and even confused chatters alike, that come in here and apply Zionism or Israel's actions and claim that it is being done at the behest of all Jews. I rail against them on a regular basis, and I even ban them. Okay? Applying Sharia to the entire world of Islam is like the most common anti-Semitic trope, claiming that like all Jews abide by the Talmud, okay, or whatever your understanding of the Talmud is. There is no difference. It's a very easy way to figure out that someone is being Islamophobic, just like whenever I hear someone bring up the Talmud when speaking about Jews and the way that they fucking maintain their affairs or conduct themselves, I immediately know I'm talking to an anti-Semite. Or maybe someone who's Korean. And in that case, they would be philo-Semitic. I probably shouldn't be joking in this situation. Okay, it's not you. I'm not always here. It's what's going on. The hatred is too much lately. Thank you. Okay, so now you're reading what's happening is you're arguing against Israel, and Israel's arguing is doing everything for Jews. So normies think you're arguing against Jews. Yeah, but it's stupid because the normies also will say, normies will also turn around and say, Israel is not representative of all Jews. So which is it? Like, I don't agree with that statement. Normies literally find themselves in this weird fucking inconsistency where they claim that, like, as a defensive posture, oh, you can't criticize Zionism. You're using that as a substitute for Jews. Okay? Which is not the case. But then they'll also say, all Jews believe in Zionism. The fuck? Anyway, let's continue.
Palestinians. And even before October 7th, when we were meeting our September 30th deadline for the budget, I was going to the Republicans and asking for humanitarian assistance for refugees. They said, we'll give you that as long as it's not used for the Palestinians. So the fact that she would be paying a price is for policies that were very pro-Palestinian is really sad. But death is sad, and that is being reflected. I'm not sure it's all spontaneous. Some of it is spontaneous. It's grassroots. It's truly that. I think some of it is motivated for other reasons.
The Biden administration now demanding an improvement in conditions in Gaza. In a letter to the Israeli government, the U.S. secretaries...
Good take. Death is sad. An American's family, including his mom, a lawful U.S. resident, reportedly bombed in Gaza. Family contacted Israeli authorities to share address and get an ambulance as mom and others were suspected alive. Israeli forces allegedly bombed the house again and targeted responding ambulance. Last night, an American citizen and a Virginia man of Palestinian descent informed CARE that his family home in Gaza was bombed in an Israeli attack on the Jabalia refugee camp. There were reportedly 15 other people in the house, 7 of them children, including the man's mother, a lawful permanent resident of the United States. After the initial Israeli military strike on the family's resident, the U.S. resident mother and an unknown number of relatives were reportedly injured but alive, trapped under the rubble. In an effort to rescue the survivors, the family contacted Israeli authorities, providing them with the residential address and GPS coordinates of their home to arrange for the safe passage of an ambulance. However, the Israeli military apparently used that information to bomb the house a second time and then targeted the ambulance as it attempted to rescue the survivors, killing the doctor and several children. Only a 7-year-old boy survived the incident. CARE has contacted the White House and the State Department to share details about the murder of the mother, a U.S. resident, and her extended family. I'm sure America will do everything they can to, once again, protect Americans. Was Hamas hiding in the fucking house or something? Where's the plausible deniability? They don't care until it becomes... Guys, there are stories like this that occur every single day. Usually they're not American citizens, okay? You need to understand something. Things like this happen every day. Israel does heinous shit like this on a daily fucking basis. 10 times a day, 20 times a day, sometimes 100 times a day. The only time when Israel offers plausible deniability or some kind of retort to why they did this heinous act is when the Western media gets a hold of the situation and starts criticizing Israel for the action and demands some kind of fucking reasoning for it. Only then does Israel trot out the exact same tired old fucking lie. Oh, there were Hamas. Oh, there was Hamas inside the ambulance. Oh, there is Hamas everywhere and anywhere. That's it. The Israeli military said the strike in Gaza targeted militants hiding among civilians without providing evidence. I've read this exact same sentence in about 1,000 different articles this year. Yeah. An account of the Sde Taman rapist civil war has come out. Remember Rape Spring? Well, it was more of a civil war than the military police, the military prosecutor, the army, the Israeli media, or politicians led on. I'll update when the translation is published, but in the meantime, here's the short of it. Turns out the videos that were published by the rape revolters were conveniently edited to leave out the parts where they assaulted military police and in masks and full military gear threatened to kill them while aiming their weapons unless they released their rapey comrades. Wait, I want to see the actual article. Soldiers attacked MDF officers who arrested their comrades in the Yemen field and threatened them with weapons, but the unit refuses to investigate. The Israel Defense Forces evidence that Force 100 members beat the investigators who came to arrest those suspected of abusing the Gazan detainee, but does not open an investigation because the attacked are afraid to complain, and some of them even stopped serving in the operational positions following the trauma. A senior member of the enforcement system. It's a disgrace. Suspects are kidnapped from the hands of lawmen, and everyone continues as usual. Holy fuck. It's not Yemen, it's Taman. Sde Taman. MDF, a mistranslation for the military prosecutors. It's kind of crazy that the American press did not cover this even a little bit, by the way. Will they cover it now? IDF soldiers attacked military police at gunpoint for arresting comrades over Sde Taman abuse. Let's get back to the article. Soldiers from Force 100 who are responsible for guarding Palestinian detainees at the Sde Taman facility attacked members of the military investigative police last July during the arrest of their fellow members of the force on suspicion of abuse and, in fact, sodomizing a Gazan detainee. Sodomizing him to death, by the way. For the record. Paywall bypass for the English version. Thank you. Even though the military police has witnessed sodomizing a Gazan detainee, according to investigative military policemen involved in the arrest, the soldiers seized the suspects from the investigators at gunpoint and barricaded themselves with the suspects in another building at the base. Even though the military police has witnessed testimonies to the assault, it is not investigated on the grounds that the assaulted soldiers are afraid to officially complain, even though in its aftermath, some of the investigators involved stopped fulfilling operational roles and one stopped showing up for reserves duty. I'm telling you right now, Israel is completely captive to a rabid, sociopathic group of far-right terrorists. And the only reason why they don't do anything about it is that ultimately they care more about territorial acquisition and they care more about the death and destruction that befalls Gaza and all of Israel's enemies than to do anything about dealing with this fucking rabid psychopathic group of monsters that they have welcomed in to the governing coalition. Okay? I need you to understand, like, Israel is already far right. It's normal politics is already pretty fucking far right. And it's like, it only goes downhill from there. Make no mistake, Yair Lapid is supposed to be the centrist figure in the number one anti-Benjamin Netanyahu guy. Yair Lapid wrote an article, the centrist figure, the main opposition figure to Benjamin Netanyahu, wrote an article talking about how Israel must strike Iranian oil refineries and nuclear facilities. Okay? That is the overarching attitude in broader Israeli society at this moment. And because of that reason, I don't think that Israel understands, like normal Israelis who might be liberal Zionists or defenders of Israel who might be liberal Zionists, understand how fucking rabid things have become in Israel. Okay? I don't think they understand what the future looks like for Israel. They don't get it. Even the likes of Ezra Klein, who went there, understood what the fuck was going on after experiencing it personally. Anyway, let's get back to the Arab Americans in Michigan.
Of State and Defense suggest U.S. military aid could be in jeopardy if there is no improvement in the next 30 days. Well, we are exactly 3 weeks to go until America picks its next president. And one of Michigan's key voting blocks, and Michigan is a key swing state. One of the key blocks there is the Arab American community, and they could potentially help decide the outcome of the election in this state. Just this week, two prominent Arab American groups there made an unprecedented announcement that they won't be endorsing either candidate for president. Michigan, worth 15 electoral votes, as I say, is considered a crucial battleground. Trump won there in 2016, but in 2020, the Great Lakes state went blue, with Biden claiming victory. But the numbers were tiny. My next guest is an Arab American and community organizer from Dearborn, Michigan, which has one of the highest concentrations of Muslim residents in the US. Samra Lukman says that she's a lifelong Democrat who has endorsed Donald Trump, saying this: believe him or not, if there is a 99% chance that Trump is going to continue the genocide, and I have to weigh that against the 100% chance that it's going to continue under Harris, I'm going to take the 99% chance. Well, Samra Lukman is joining me now, and it's good to have you. Thank you very much indeed. Your position, I think, is so important as our viewers around the world get to grips with what is going to happen in the States some 3 weeks from now. Before we talk about the position that you've had and the post that I've just read out from you, and we've had some breaking news in the past hour or so. It's good to have you on because I think your perspective here is important. The Biden administration has, we have just learnt, sent a letter to the Israeli government demanding that it act to improve the humanitarian situation in Gaza within the next 30 days or risk violating US laws governing foreign military assistance, which is effectively suggesting US military aid to Israel could be in jeopardy.
What this statement is, the 100% versus 99%, despite the fact that Trump has said he's going to finish the job, Miriam Adelson has given him $100 million so far, is the implication that the Biden administration is currently single-handedly responsible for it. And while the likelihood is that Trump will also continue doing the same exact shit, he's not currently responsible for it. That's the calculation that these people are making.
What's your response to that?
Well, I mean, first of all, we've heard a lot of lip service from the Biden administration. So a lot of the things that are stated have not been followed through, or in actuality, the opposite has been done. So, for example, saying that you want a ceasefire but continue to send military aid, or saying that you may withhold it in the future but continuing to send it as we speak is really hypocritical, and the community really sees right through that. And then, you know, on another note, the issue of the election for me and many other voters is not what Biden could potentially do at this point. It's a little bit too little, too late. We want accountability. We do not forgive him.
Like, I don't care. Like, I don't agree. Okay. But I'm not going to spend a whole bit of time criticizing this person, because how can I? How can I? When the Democratic Party has been like, yeah, fuck you. What am I supposed to say? You know, what am I supposed to say? I hate Donald Trump. I think Donald Trump is going to somehow figure out a way to be even worse than the fucking Biden administration, but the Biden administration is committing the unimaginable. Once you're doing genocide, once you've greenlit genocide over and over again, that's it. You've maxed out. You've maxed out. What are you supposed to do? What are you supposed to do for these people? Ironically enough, maybe now that they're saying they're going to vote for Trump, Kamala Harris will listen to them, because they love Trump supporters. The Democratic Party loves Trump supporters. So maybe they will finally listen to these people now that they think that they are Trump supporters. You know?
For the genocide of over 200,000 civilians. So there is absolutely nothing that Biden could do short of pulling a Jesus and resurrecting all those lives that could make us come back to the Democratic Party for the presidential.
I'm fascinated to hear this. Can I just ask you, do you dismiss outright the efforts that the Biden administration certainly has been promoting in trying to get a ceasefire sorted for Gaza? I mean, I'm talking since November. I've been on that story. The first ceasefire was a temporary, albeit temporary, relief in Gaza, but the efforts have been going on behind the scenes since then to get a ceasefire, a more than temporary ceasefire. Have you just simply not bought those arguments, that effort?
Well, I mean, yeah, so historically, I've seen Reagan end a conflict with Israel and Lebanon with just one phone call. And I know that our president can do more and is capable of having that power and sway to do more. So I don't buy the lip service. I don't buy the crumbs of a temporary ceasefire here and there. And all the while, as they're continuing to send aid that is literally, we are watching people burned alive. We are watching mutilated bodies of babies. There is just nothing that he could potentially say that would make me believe that he's incapable of having called for a ceasefire by now if he had really actually wanted one.
Right. And I know that you're referring to images on social media that are horrific to see, and they are widely circulated these days. It is an out-and-out catastrophe. You talk about 99% certainty of what Trump will do. We've heard him talk about wanting the Israelis to finish the job, just get it done. When you talk about a 99% sort of possibility of knowing what he is up to, doesn't it worry you when you consider voting for Donald Trump and you hear his message on and to Israel at this point?
I've heard many things come out of his mouth that were contradictory, and right now we haven't gotten any specific policies, but he has stated that he wanted to stop the war. Now, what I can say is that with 100% certainty, had this genocide been occurring under the Trump's presidency, we would have seen Democrats stand up and find their moral compass, as they did when he moved the embassy. You had over 50 Democrats, I believe, that stood up and said, this is wrong. However, with the duopoly and the nature of politics in this country, because it is a Democratic president, you're never going to have Democrats step up, especially during an election year, and say, what is he's doing is wrong. So even if Trump was to do exactly the same thing that Biden is doing, I have a little bit of hope that perhaps Democrats would find their moral compass and stand up and say that, you know, we would need a ceasefire by now. With certainty, I imagine they would have called for it by now had it been under Trump. So that's one thing. On the other note, Trump, as we know, is a wild card, and we've seen even after, you know, towards the end of his prior presidency, that he soured on Biden. And I can only hope.
I love that the Democrats have given yet another opportunity for Donald Trump to come across as like potentially a peaceful dove with their conduct in Gaza. And also the wild card. Like, Trump was the president for 4 fucking years. We know what he's going to do. There is no wild card element here. The reason why October 7th happened is because of the shit that Trump did and the shit that Biden did not reverse. This is cries of desperation from people that have understandably been cast aside by the Democratic administration. That's it.
That due to some personality conflict or serendipitously he solves the crisis in the Middle East. My only goal is to ensure that people are held accountable for the genocide, and that it sends a message to him and any other subsequent president that you will not be rewarded if you do what.
It won't. Democrats will never learn the lesson. That's why I don't spend a whole lot of time being like, you're going to be able to punish the Democrats. You're not. You can only shame someone that has the capacity to feel shame. Democrats don't.
What Biden has done. And that is something that I think he is a political animal.
I'm not even kidding though. Like, the fact that people are coming out and being like, I'm pro-Trump, I'm going to vote for Donald Trump, could potentially cause the Democrats to be like, oh no. maybe we need to win their votes now that they're Trump supporters. Democrats have one speed. They only care about Trump supporters. So now these people are like, we're Trump supporters. We love Donald Trump. Maybe that'll cause the Democrats to listen. I don't know.
I'm sure he will see that message as well.
And for our viewers' sake, you've written, and I quote you here, there is no greater insult to me, a Muslim Yemeni American woman, or to my community, than to assume we do not understand the ramifications of a second Trump presidency. 2 Arab American organizations, though, have decided not to endorse either candidate at this point. Last time, as I understand it, back in 2020, you wrote in Bernie Sanders in the 2020 election. There's a possibility of doing that again, given the risks of a Trump presidency, but you've decided not to do that. Can I just ask you why?
Yes, because I follow the polls closely, and with the numbers as they are, if the election were held today with Harris leading in Michigan and Trump, trailing about 3 to 4 points on average, you have about.
She's like, I'm not wasting my vote on a third party. She's like, I'm voting for Trump. She's like, sorry, this is not time. This is not time to fucking waste our vote for third party candidates. Okay. I'm going for Donald Trump. Sorry.
about 6% of voters who are voting for other. And if that election were held today, Harris would win. I can't have that. I made the political calculation that I need to vote for Trump, whether I like it or not, in order to effectuate accountability for the genocide. And so that
They
is
will
why
not.
I am now not writing in anything. I'm not voting for third party, albeit I do agree with a lot of the other third party candidates, including in my policies and the things that I'm fighting for, even actively to this day. It is a political calculation that I am making, and it is strictly mathematical in order to ensure, again, accountability for the lives lost.
They will not learn the lesson. Just letting y'all know. Been there, done that. Not going to happen.
And you are a one-issue voter in 2024, are you?
With genocide, I think that even if you were to weigh all the domestic policies, the value of human life to me is
Wait. What do you think she thinks Trump's going to do? No, she's just saying, like, I think you guys are not understanding what she's saying. She's saying, I want the Democrats to lose, which is why I am voting for Donald Trump. That's what she's saying. She's like, I don't think Trump is going to be better on this issue. The only thing I know is that Donald Trump is currently not president and not doing the genocide. He's saying, I'm looking at the genocide, and my number one issue is the genocide. I don't agree in terms of like Donald Trump being better. But I don't even think that that's what she's saying anyway. She's saying, I'm not even wasting my vote on a third party. I'm not doing a protest vote for a third party. I'm saying this is specifically about punishing the Democrats for doing a genocide. Come on, bro. Okay. Her main issue is the genocide. Then Kamala Harris is a way better shot at stopping the genocide than Trump. I don't agree with this person. But let me tell you, I don't agree with you either. Okay? You are hallucinating an alternative reality when you say Kamala Harris is a way better shot. Like, what do you mean? She's the vice president right now. Joe Biden is the president right now. She's running for the presidential election. She's the presidential candidate. What are we doing? Why are we hallucinating a different reality? No, both parties are maxed out on the genocide. Trump will do genocide plus, but genocide is still genocide. That's it. Bouncing on my boy's Kamala. I think it's crazy. If you are to make an argument like, oh, well, you know, Trump's going to be worse on domestic policies. Sure, there's like a couple different places where you can say that in terms of like Kamala Harris will not do a national abortion ban. The Democrats won't do that yet. Maybe down the line, who knows? But like, you are literally hallucinating. You are hallucinating. The DNC straight up gave no opportunities for even those who would do outreach in these communities to say, like, see, they'll be better. You are trying to outflank the DNC. The DNC has said, we're going to win this race without you. You guys can fucking complain about it here on Twitch, but that's not what the DNC is saying. The DNC's made it very clear. The Democratic Party has made it very clear. We don't even want your votes, they said. It's not that we're taking your votes for granted. We don't want your votes. What do you want people to respond to that with? Play stupid games, win stupid fucking prizes. Should I vote for Trump? Fuck no. Don't be an idiot. Vote for whoever the fuck you want, as long as it's not Donald Trump. That's why I'm riding with Biden, baby. I'm riding in Joseph Robinette Brandon. This is not even like a, oh, don't make perfect the enemy of the good. Like, you can't even make the same arguments that liberals used to make about immigrants. Oh, I guess you don't care about the immigrants, sweetie. It's like, yeah, you know who also doesn't care about the immigrants? The Democratic Party. What are you supposed to do? How are you supposed to be making any sort of advocacy in these fields when the Democratic Party's communication on the matter is literally, nah, we want to do like immigrant purges too. We just want to like make it, I guess, like more processed and streamlined. Whereas the Republicans don't want to do that. They're standing in the way of progress in terms of building the wall.
Outweighs everything. It outweighs women's rights, student debt elimination, economy, healthcare, everything that I love and espouse and have fought for all my life. When I put that against human life, it's nothing. It outweighs everything. And so you can call it a one-issue voter. I think that humanity and life is more important than any other issue. So I will choose life over everything else. And if that's a one-issue voter, then so be it.
Former President Trump also in Pennsylvania last night, making his pitch to voters.
I'm not kidding. I wonder if like this would have been better if they started doing this earlier. Like, I'm literally seeing the method a little bit. Because like Democrats love Republicans, dude. They love Republicans. Bro, maybe if someone was like, oh, I'm a registered Republican, I love Republican Party. Like, maybe the Democrats would be like, oh my God, we have to win these Republicans over. Are you planning to vote for Kamala? Suck my fucking dick, dog. Get the fuck out of here. Okay, bud. Kamala was Charlemagne the God.
Listen, we got 20 days and 60 minutes, so we just need to get to it.
I'm with you. Although it's 21 days.
How are you? Because you did just walk in. You was kind of late, so.
Well, I try to be on time.
Well,
apparently I'm 40 seconds late. You're right.
Well, you are black, so okay. Now, you know, one thing they've been saying, a lot of your press hits get criticized. You know,
this was aired on CNN, MSNBC. Damn, they are doing a full court press, dude.
Folks say you come off as very scripted. They say you like to stick to your talking points, and some media says you have.
That would be called discipline.
Oh, okay. Speak to that.
But go on.
No, I was going to say some people.
I just caught up with the stream, and you were wrong about Sharia. Praying 5 times a day is Sharia. Fasting is Sharia. Going to the mosque is Sharia. Giving alms is Sharia. The criminal punishment aspect of Sharia is a very small part of the legal system and is rarely ever implemented in the Islamic world historically. There's a massive misunderstanding by you and others of Islamic jurisprudence. Yes, because I'm not talking to fucking other Muslims. And even if I was, I would in a private correspondence with other Muslims, I would probably still tell them, I don't really give a fuck about any of those things, and the enforcement should never exist. I, of course, believe in, secular democracy. But beyond that, I'm talking to Americans, dog. They think Sharia means strapping fucking TNT to your chest and saying Allahu Akbar and blowing yourself up. Okay? The fuck? They think Sharia means like cutting women's hands off or some shit.
People say you have an inability to fearlessly say who you are and what you believe. I know that's not true. But what do you say to that criticism? And is it fair for SNL to make fun of it?
Hasn't Maya Rudolph been wonderful?
Yes.
I think I have nothing but admiration for the comedy, and I think it's important to be able to laugh at yourself and each other.
But what do you say to people
in
who
the,
say
in the spirit of obviously comedy and
Yes.
not belittling people as my opponent would do?
But what do you,
I mean, technically, Sharia is cutting hands off. If you steal, your hands. If you steal, your hand gets cut off under Sharia. Yeah, there is literally no fucking like coherent Islamic perspective on this matter. Okay, you are hyper focusing on the most right wing interpretation. That's it. Holy fuck.
but what do you say to people who say you stay on the talking points?
I would say you're welcome.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, listen, here's the thing. I love having conversations, which is why I'm so happy to be with you this afternoon. And the reality is that there are...
That's so funny. It's not a right-wing interpretation. It's written as it is. That's so cool. That's why literally fucking people don't mix fabrics in the Christian world, even though it's written as it is. Dumb fuck. All matter of religious doctrine is subject to interpretation, okay? Don't be a fucking idiot. What the fuck are you talking about? Y'all are so stupid. Only Muslims are incapable of interpreting whatever like the dogmatic approach is to religion, to Islam. You know, this guy has expanded on Islam. He's saying people in different Middle Eastern countries have had their hand cut out. It is an interpretation that's followed in lots of Middle Eastern nations. Arc to Freedom, 38-month subscriber. People in different Middle Eastern countries have had their hand cut off for stealing, not recognizing that I am literally from a 99% Muslim nation. Okay? Shut the fuck up. This is not correct. Okay? You are wrong. Reddit should be illegal is the best take you could ever arrive at. I swear to fucking God, there is literally nothing more annoying than having to talk to Redditors primed with like the most insane levels of Islamophobia. It's like, you don't understand, dude. If you steal anything in a Muslim country, they will cut your fucking hand off. Reddit-induced Islamophobia is such a real thing. What's worse, Reddit or Twitter? When it comes to Islamophobia, I think Reddit and Twitter have the exact same approach. That's how bad it is on Reddit. Francisco Franco and the Latin American liberation theologists both base their political thought from Catholicism. It's such a stupid way of thinking about things. I know. That's why when I beat my slaves, I make sure they will be able to recover. Yeah. That chatter right there is the kind of dude who makes people start eating their lunch in their cars because they ruin break time by talking about Singapore sniping you for farting in the daytime or something. That's the annoying coworker, dude. Yeah. Classic coworker conversation. Oh, did you know that they cut your hand off in every Muslim country in the region? Mohammed Reza says, I literally live under a Muslim theocracy and no one's hand ever got chopped off here. What the fuck's he talking about? I'll have you know, sir, that man is armed. Okay? And equipped with all the knowledge that Reddit gave him. It's not Islamophobic. You don't want to discuss reality. In Saudi Arabia, that is the law. Yeah, Saudi Arabia, the beacon of Islam. I know the fucking Mecca is there. I know the Kaaba is there. And yet, for some weird reason, the entirety of the fucking, damn near all of the fucking regional actors don't share the same perspective. It's not Islamophobic. You don't want to discuss reality. This is a real thing in Saudi Arabia. That is the law. I know, dude. Yeah, Saudi Arabia, the beacon of the way that Islamic rule operates. That's how, yeah. That's how it works. Indonesia, Malaysia, Turkey, Algeria, Morocco. 1 billion Muslims. 1 billion hands. Why? Because the other hand got chopped off. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, Ian Miles Chong. I don't know if you noticed, but he's Turkey's a secular nation run by an Islamist right now. Notice how I gave you multiple fucking countries that are predominantly Muslim, and you only chose to talk about Turkey? There are problems with right-wing fundamentalists in all of these countries. If you fucking point to Saudi Arabia, they're cutting people's hands off. I don't know what to tell you. It's like pointing to fucking ISIS and being like, you don't understand. Every Muslim loves ISIS. There are 22 Arab countries. Americans literally think most of them are the Taliban because Afghanistan totally in the Middle East. Yeah. In Southeast nations that you mentioned, they still incorporate brutal corporal punishment. Also a bad comparison. Damn, that's crazy. In the United States of America, the beacon of prosperity, the state executed a black man that they knew full well was innocent. Like literally last week. The fuck do you mean, dude? Like, what are you talking about? We literally have slavery. 25% of the entire world's incarcerated population can legally be enslaved as a vehicle for punishment. Written in the 13th Amendment. We have our criminal justice system that has legalized and streamlined this fucking process. Oh, we're talking about Middle East right now. Shit, dude. My bad, bro. I know. A lot of these Gulf states also practice slavery, too, for the record. Seems like you only got the smoke for Islamic Sharia law. We live in the United States of America. The United States of America finds Saudi Arabia, the one country that you could mention in terms of like cutting people's hands off, which I don't even know how fucking popular this practice is in Saudi Arabia, but is the ally to the United States of America. Every other fucking Muslim nation, predominantly Muslim nation that I brought up, you did not have that same fucking argument for. So then you had to resort to corporal punishment, which exists here as well. Cap, born and raised in Saudi, and I can tell you hands are being chopped off. I don't know. I don't know enough about Saudi Arabia's current practices. Nah, dog, I promise. They're Cap. Dude, Cap. Take up my hand off. I had to write this with one hand. Not. Thanks, Ireno. Not chopped. Yeah. Ian Miles Chong literally fucking typing with one hand lately. Christian Uganda gives the death penalty for homosexuality. Will Chatter say many Christian countries do that? Ask him, lol. Yeah, I mean, Christian Uganda gives the death penalty for homosexuality literally because of American evangelicals. We talked about this earlier. Like, we literally just covered this. American evangelicals lobbied the fucking government. Yeah. Okay, we're talking about the Middle East. Hey, chatter, you got more cool stuff that we haven't heard in here? Like, go talk to any Arab or any Muslim person about what they think of Saudi Arabia, or fuck it, what they think about their own forms of governance, and you will understand that they have the exact same opinions as you do. There's shit that they like, and there's a lot of shit that they don't like, okay? But when you decide that all Arabs or all Muslims are a certain way and everyone is following Sharia law to a fucking T, and then you can only point to Saudi fucking Arabia. Okay, why do you hate Trump? He's so nice. I love Trump. Trump will be like Reagan in regards to Israel. I love Trump. Donald Trump is better. Trump will actually get the Israelis to rein it in. Vote for Donald Trump. Yo soy votar por Donald Trump. Vote for Donald Trump. Wasn't pro-life so joyous and adventurous during his administration? Vote for Trump. And then he moved on to, I mean, Sharia technically is cutting it off. If you steal your hand, it gets cut off under Sharia. To which I responded with, the interpretation of religious law is not so black and white as you claim it is. So then I gave him a bunch of examples of Arab and predominantly Muslim countries that are not Arab in the region. And he was like, oh, well, they do corporal punishment there. Well, turns out corporal punishment is legal in schools in 19 fucking states. Not that it fucking matters, because like I said, the better example is that America executes fucking people that they know are innocent regardless. This guy also stopped responding after a bunch of people were like, I live in Saudi Arabia. I've never heard of anybody getting their hands chopped. What the fuck is this? Like, yeah, Saudi Arabia until recently also didn't let women drive. You think that's the fucking case in like every Muslim country? You fucking loser, you goddamn freak. Saudi Arabia, by the way, #1 ally to America after Israel. The last time a man's hand was cut off by Saudi authorities was in December 2013, the only one on record for last year. The kingdom follows a narrow interpretation of Islamic law. Muslim scholars generally agree that severe punishment should not be carried out on a person who steals due to hunger and poverty. Why is this guy shutting the fuck up? I want to hear more from him. Why do Americans think we just go around chopping everything we see? Because they're fucking literally baboon-brained idiots, okay? That's it. They think that if they present a false narrative about how, like, all of the people that are supposed to be servile and dominated by America are somehow dehumanized barbarians, then they can feel comfortable with their own barbarity. They can be like, oh, well, we do this, but at least we're not chopping people's dicks off. Well, I guess we do that. It's called circumcision. But so does the Muslim world, to be fair. Read my last message, a relevant quote from Columbia's Middle Eastern Studies. The holy wars of Islamic militants and agendas of the USA are far more intertwined than either would lead on. As a rule, the more closely a government is allied with Washington, the more Islamic its politics. Egypt under Nasser, Republican Iraq, the Palestine National Movement, post-independence Algeria, the Republic of South Yemen, Ba'athist Syria, all charted courses independent of the U.S. In contrast, those governments dependent on the U.S. typically claimed an Islamic authority. And the real reason for this, by the way, the real reason why people, the real reason why this exists is because Americans, the State Department specifically fucking figured out during the pan-Arabic nationalist movements that were happening when nation states were being built and designed, that a lot of them. What? You also said the U.S. engages in corporal punishment like the SCA Muslim countries, but that's not true. The U.S. doesn't care, doesn't cane women for adultery. Yeah, the United States kills women for getting ectopic pregnancies, a practice that is completely legal in the fucking Islamic world. Shut the fuck up! Sometimes pregnancy is a fucking death sentence for a lot of women in this goddamn country. Some of the worst outcomes overall for maternal care and maternal mortality in all of the OECD nations. Okay? Guess what? In Turkey and in many other fucking countries, you can get government-sponsored abortions. Suck my fucking dick. This is the reason why I say you're being Islamophobic. We're not talking about the U.S. right now, is what you might say. I don't think you can get an abortion in Muslim countries that aren't Turkey. Yes, you can. Why? Now, no. You can, but it doesn't matter. Hold on. Ask yourself why you think that. Examine. Scratch the surface. Ask yourself why you think that. Where did you fucking figure this reality out? Ask yourself why you think that. You can get abortions in Tunisia. It was the first Muslim country to legalize abortion in 1973. Why do you think that you cannot get an abortion in Muslim countries that aren't Turkey? Also, have you noticed how you're talking about Muslim countries and then you're turning around and going, some Muslim countries, but not the majority, allow abortions? Notice how there is not a monolithic understanding or a direct interpretation of Sharia, which, by the way, if they were following Sharia, they would allow abortions regardless because it's not illegal under Islam. Islam seemingly more flexible on the issue of abortion than fucking evangelicals in America. What are you doing here, March? Egypt Penal Code bans abortion in all circumstances, but the criminal law allows flexibility on the grounds of necessity. Physicians rely on that principle to justify performing an abortion when they believe the mother's life or health is in danger in case of a fetal abnormality. Committee of physicians must agree that abortion is acceptable within the confines of law. Iran, abortion has been illegal in Iran since 1979 Islamic Revolution. Although there are no explicit exceptions to this prohibition, Iranian law generally allows acts that are performed to save the life of a person. That's because Islam is evil and abortion is evil too. You can get an abortion in Morocco, Algeria, Tunisia, Egypt, and this is not just in North Africa. Yeah. In 2005, the Iranian parliament passed a measure allowing abortions within the first 4 months of pregnancy in case of fetal impairment that would result in economic burden. The measure was ultimately blocked by the RGC. Abortion is fucking banned in some states in the USA, so what's his point? He doesn't have a point. His point is that these guys are fucking barbaric. Conservatives hate other countries. Your only criticism is on being Islamophobic. I'm literally not trying to be. I'm just trying to be objective. I don't hate Muslims at all. Countries have laws like the ones previously mentioned, and I wanted to state that as a fact. I didn't state my opinion on their laws either. Dog, if you think that there is a strict interpretation of Sharia that requires people, that requires Muslim nations to cut the hands of fucking people willy-nilly for the crime of theft, and then the only one you can point to is Saudi Arabia, which apparently stopped the practice since 2013. But like the only one that, even if they were doing it today, every single day, if you like, you obviously have a lot of fucking hangups about the way that the Islamic world exists. That thing about the RGC is total bullshit. That law in 2005 passed. That's the point. The point is, you're fucking stupid. You don't know what you're talking about, and you think you are pointing to objective facts when you're not. If that was the case, you literally would not have come in hot with this whole, it's literally not Islamophobic. Technically, Sharia, technically, Sharia is cutting a hand off. If you steal, your hand gets cut off under Sharia. It's the interpretation that's followed in lots of Middle Eastern nations. Lots! Why am I entertaining this fucking donkey, dude? Okay. Yeah. Arming. Oh. The entire point is, the reason why that chatter is wrong, like completely, is because in his mind, the entire Islamic world is one way. Okay? That's it. That's just pure Islamophobia, which is another word for racism. When you make these fucking idiotic, assumptions across the board for the entirety of a region, well, you're a dumbass. Not only are you a dumbass, but in this case, most likely a hateful dumbass. And the dumbassery continues to varying degree.
Certain things that must be repeated to ensure that I have everyone know what I stand for and the issues that I think are at stake in this election.
Mm-hmm.
And so it requires repetition. You know, some people say that until someone has heard the same thing at least 3 times.
Those laws are cartoonishly hard to prove on purpose. We literally have Ottoman papers documents something like adultery capital punishment happened one time in 500 years, and even then the scholars protested the killing. This barbarian propaganda existed since the Crusades. Motherfuckers love throwing that at us, even though they thought the fucking earth was at the center of the world and burned people alive for disagreeing. Yeah.
Times, it just doesn't stay with you. So repetition is important. And for that reason, yes, at my rallies, I say the same thing when I go to Detroit as I do in Philly, as I do wherever I am, to make sure that people hear and receive what I...
You're literally getting baited every time, bro, by Bonarelli chatters talking in their discourse to get your stream off the rails. To be honest, I don't really mind having this conversation, especially at a time like this, because that sentiment might be coming from someone who's trying to troll. But I think showing how fucking stupid they are is good, because it is a commonly shared sentiment by many people. Islamophobia is the normative position. A lot of people personally think that like what that chatter is saying is correct. And also that's a 38-month subscriber who's like fucking brain broken by Islamophobia. So I'm obviously going to try to treat that a little bit differently than like some random dickhead that comes into the chat. Like I don't expect someone who has been a 38-month subscriber, especially when like Islamophobia is something I do talk about, to have this much of a fucking genuine disagreement.
I think are some of the most critical issues that are at stake in this election.
There has to be a high level of anxiety too when you have these conversations, though, because you are running for president.
I mean, you know what? There's certainly a lot of, I feel the weight of the moment and my role. I feel an extraordinary weight of responsibility right now to do everything I can. I'm telling you, Charlemagne, when I go to bed at night, I almost every night, in addition to my prayers, will ask, have I done everything I could do today? This is a margin of error race. It's tight. I'm going to win. I'm going to win. But it's tight. And, you know.
Yeah. Abortion will be more lawful in Saudi Arabia and Algeria than Alabama and Georgia if the near total ban passed by their state legislatures last week makes their way to the courts. And it did. Anyway. Also, the conversation literally started with like the chatter saying they chop people's hands off in majority Muslim nations, in the majority of the nations in the region. Conservatives hate other countries for demonstrating the exact same conservatism they want here in the United States of America.
You know, what is at stake is truly profound and almost and historic, many would say. And it's about, you know, some people would say this lofty notion of supporting and preserving our democracy. But it is about real issues that affect people every day, like whether we're going to maintain a $35 cap on insulin for our seniors, whether we're going to continue to allow Medicare to negotiate drug prices to bring them down, whether we are going to have, as my opponent would have, a formalized stop and frisk policy, for which he has said if a police department does not do it, they should be defunded or not. There is so much at stake, whether America is going to stand on its principles around the importance of sovereignty and territorial integrity and stand with our allies around the world, or whether we're going to admire dictators and send during the height of COVID in the pandemic, COVID tests that nobody could get to the president of Russia for his personal use when black people were dying every day by the hundreds during that time.
Yeah, I feel like that one has gone over people's heads. The fact that he was sending COVID tests.
Charlemagne is such a lib, by the way. He's the perfect person to talk to.
I mean, you know, I invite your listeners, the people we know, the number of people who lost their grandparents and parents. Remember what that was like during the height of COVID, and a lot of it, people were scrambling for the resources and needed tests. And Donald Trump, during that time, secretly sent COVID tests to the president of Russia, who, by the way, do not forget, in the 2016 election, because I was a member of the Senate Intelligence Committee when we investigated it.
Not one Muslim country has a full ban on abortion. That's over 50 nations. At least 15 have it fully legal upon request, and majority have some restrictions like economic, mental, or physical health of the mother or impairment of the fetus. Source, World Population Review. Yes. American states are significantly, the biggest Muslim countries are Indonesia, Pakistan, India, and Bangladesh numerically. Literally, none of them have the hand-cutting laws. They have their own set of stupid laws, though also unrelated to Islam. Yes. The reason why we are badgering this talking point The reason why we're badgering this talking point to death is because it is a very commonly shared talking point by a lot of fucking dumbasses. Okay? So if you also personally believe this shit in the past because you heard someone say it, ask yourself, what led you to believe that? India is a Muslim country. What? Yes, India, by fucking simple number of Muslims living in it, while not a Muslim country, has some of the largest Muslim population on the planet. Yeah, under Sharia law, monarchical rule is not allowed. No, and yet, Chatters will constantly reference the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia as a beacon of Islam and Sharia. Seems like there is a capacity for interpretation, huh?
Targeted black voters in 2016 with mis and disinformation to discourage black people from voting in that election. And this is just another of the very many examples of who Donald Trump really is, and the danger he presents to real people.
Sending COVID tests to Russia, that doesn't sound very America first at all. But it's not just you versus Trump, it's you versus misinformation.
Yes, that's true.
Right? And one of the biggest pieces of misinformation, one of the biggest allegations against you is that you targeted and locked up thousands of black men in San Francisco for weed. Some say you did it to boost your career. Some say you did it out of pure hate for black men. Please tell us the facts. What's the facts of that situation?
It's just simply not true. And what public defenders...
She did it because they were avoiding the 3-minute ad break at the top of the hour. That's why she did it. Here's the 3-minute ad break now.
who are around those days will tell you I was the most progressive prosecutor in California on marijuana cases and would not send people to jail for simple possession of weed.
Wait, what? Why do people even have that much smoke for Saudi Arabia? Aren't they currently a democratic ally? The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, a democratic ally. I mean, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Now, I think this is like a full-grown adult that just memes about being like a Mormon teenager. Nah, I don't believe it. There's no way someone is this consistently stupid. This person is just like doing an elaborate troll. They're not democratic yet. Yet? What leads you to believe that Saudi Arabia is ever going to be a democracy? Also, you called them a democratic ally who are trying to rehabilitate themselves. No hand chopping and women can drive now. Yeah. I'm going to ban you if you don't come clean about your actual background, chatter. He's a troll. I've seen him do this shit in other chats. They are an ally of the USA. Yeah, we're bad. And so are they. Openly admit that you're a troll or I will ban you. No, it wasn't a New York Times journalist. It was a Washington Post journalist. The journalists they chopped up. Jamal Khashoggi, not troll, told they have been better by media recently. Why do you refuse to bring up Tunisia more when often talking about Islamophobia? My God, I love you, Azan, but this is the one thing that makes me want to hit my head against the wall. I mean, because I use Turkey, and that's like the country that I know the best. Lived there for fucking 18 years. I don't know.
And as vice president, have been a champion for bringing marijuana down on the schedule. So instead of it being ranked up there with heroin, we bring it down. And my pledge is as president.
Also, yeah, Tunisia. Is it because we stole the Turkish flag and made it better? No, it's whack, dude. Nah, Turkish flag better, bro. What do you mean inside out? The fuck's that about, dude? You took it and then you put it inside of a fucking white, larger moon? Like what the fuck is that? Look at how much more aesthetic this is as opposed to this. Genuinely huge news.
The World Liberty Financial Token Sale is now live. Crypto is the future. Let's embrace this incredible technology and lead the world in digital economy.
Oh my God. He's just trying to make money, dude. Sorry, bro. The Tunisian flag clears. That's crazy. Okay, lots of liars in the chat. Lots of people that deserve to be banned, I think. The Turkish flag is way cleaner. The Tunisian flag looks like someone tried to draw a Turkish flag by memory and failed to do so. That's all I'm going to say.
I will work on decriminalizing it because I know exactly how those laws have been used to disproportionately impact certain populations and specifically black men.
Mm-hmm. Before we get into the talkback feature and take some questions from the audience, I do want to talk to you about the legalization of weed because you're saying you want to legalize it now. What steps did the Biden administration take to get closer to that reality?
So we had to work with the DEA, and there's a certain level of
Jihad means struggle. Mein Kampf also means my struggle. Imagine falling for it twice. This has 10,000 likes, bro. Dude, what the fuck is going on, dude? What the absolute fuck? You know the nation is fire when they put the red star in the white circle? Yo. Okay, fair. Fair. What about this flag? Ew. At least like Muslim countries have the fucking crescent and star and shit. You know what I mean? Like so many of the European flags are just so boring. It's just like, oh, look at us. It's just colors, different colors. That's why, yeah, Mexico is my goat. Snooze fest, Western European flags, boring, I fell asleep. Turks are honorary Tunisians. When are you coming over to have Tunisian baklava? It rules. The Eureka flag is one of my favorite Aussie flag, and it's been co-opted by dumb fucks. We're such a cuck nation. crescent is Byzantine, so the only reason it's Muslim symbol is because the Ottomans. Yeah, well, look how fucking dominant they were, you know?
Bureaucracy that exists in the federal government that slows things down, but essentially to bring down how weed is classified, how marijuana is classified, to make it classified as a lesser harm. And so that took some time. There's a whole process around that, but that's the work that we have done, in addition to work that we have done writ large on criminal justice reform.
Okay. Let's take some calls. Let's take some, well, not calls. Let's go to the talkback feature.
My question for Kamala is, why are we, and I say we because my tax dollars is sending the money, why are we sending money to other countries when we desperately need it in our own country for homeless, housing, resources, for whatever? That is my determining factor if I vote for Kamala or not.
That's one of the reasons the America First rhetoric resonates, because nobody in America would complain about where money was going if American citizens.
I think we can all agree that the OG, the best possible flag out of any nation is the flag of the People's Republic of Mozambique. Okay? That's it. And then here's the current one. They updated it a little bit, and they went with this. Angola's cool too, with the fucking knife on it. But you can't beat this shit, dude. All right. Without all the American empire shit, how do you rate America's flag?
Needs
Trash.
were being met. So what do you say?
Nah, the American flag is decent. At least it's not just like boring fucking colors, dude. Like, I got all the smoke for the European flags. Like, they're just so boring. You got to put something in it, you know? You have to put something in it. It's mid.
We can do it all, and we do. So, first of all, I maintain very strongly America should never pull ourselves away from our responsibility as a world leader. And that is in the best interest of our national security and each one of us as Americans and our standing in the world.
What?
World. To American citizens, obviously, and people who are here to meet their everyday needs and challenges, which is why, for example, we have done the work in the last 4 years of bringing down the cost of prescription medication, whether it be $35 a month for seniors for insulin or $2,000 a year cap on prescription medication. What we have done that has been about putting $17 billion in our HBCUs. I am proud to be the first HBCU vice president of the United States. I intend to be the first HBCU president of the United States. Those resources are about sending them to centers of academic excellence that I know them to be. The work that I continue to do is about increasing access to capital for our small businesses. It is about increasing the opportunity for home ownership, knowing that black people are 40% less likely to be homeowners in America. We have a history of legal and procedural obstacles to that home ownership, starting with the fact nobody got 40 acres and a mule, to redlining, to issues that this Detroit area and people around the country know to be real. So
She's being woke. She said nobody got that's CRT, brother. Also, I don't think she answered. What was the question? I forgot what the question was.
Part of my plan is that we're going to give people a $25,000 down payment assistance to get their foot in the door to buy a home for first-time home buyers. The work that I'm going to do to increase housing supply in America, knowing that that's one of the reasons that rents and housing prices are jacked up. And to work with the private sector, cut through the red tape, and work to build more housing, 3 million before the end of my first term. And I give these examples, and there are many more which I will offer. So, for example, the work that I will do to extend the child tax credit to $6,000 for young families during the first year of their child's life. Because as you and I both know, our families all have a natural desire to parent their children well, but not always the resources.
Mm-hmm.
So by expanding the child tax credit to the first year of a child's life to $6,000, that gives that young family the ability to buy a car seat or a crib or clothes, the things that are so important during that critical phase of that child's development, so that they can get on the road and actually have a chance at succeeding.
You know, you said we can do it all, but can we? Because, you know, Tupac famously said, you know, we got money for war, but can't feed the poor, right? And
Whoa.
I saw President Obama say last week that, you know, you really shouldn't expect, you know, a president to rid the world of all of its problems. And so is it fair to tell people, hey, we can do it all? Because that's when people get disappointed, when things don't happen.
But I think President Obama is absolutely correct, but it doesn't mean we can't do anything.
That's right.
So when I talk about extending the child tax credit, when I was vice president, I pushed that we would do it during our first year. And we reduced black child poverty in America by 50%. We did that. Mm-hmm. We can do that. My plan that is about building up home ownership in the black community, we can do that. My work that has been about increasing access to capital, bringing billions more dollars into our community bank.
I think there's something very funny about seeing like all the POA adjacent like black content creators go right wing. And then Kamala Harris's response is like, we're going to protect crypto. Like, not addressing like other reasons as to why like shit's popping off in people's lives, but specifically focusing on, I guess, like, the reason why they're doing that is because it's 20% of young black men that have shifted over to the Republican side. And it's also 20% of black men in general that own crypto. And I'm not even kidding when I say this, and this might be anecdotal, but I feel like it's the same 20%. So maybe that was like one of those campaign strategies that's hyper targeted, but like kind of warranted. Like in their minds, they were like, what? Cutie incoming? Hello, cutie Cinderella. What's up? No.
Oh, really?
What are you showing? What are you showing me?
You don't notice anything different?
No, I'm not even looking at what you're trying to show me because.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
You don't see my face change?
I do see it. I see it. I just am trying to not see it.
Nah, we phased up.
How the fuck did you get a face change before me, dude? Face Banks is dead to me.
Nah, listen. Hey, everyone will get changed one day. Yeah, you just have to put in the work like I did.
That's crazy. Well, I have my custom Face Banks pillow behind me, so I'll just be gripping that extra hard tonight.
Okay. All right.
I'll take the L. I'll take the L.
Sounds equal. Does the chain look good?
I'm gonna destroy you, Jason, in the basketball court, just so you know.
Whoa.
Yeah. Soon.
What the fuck?
Wait, Jason, what happened? What happened? Did you end up beating Cash Nasty or what?
Yeah.
I don't believe you.
You destroyed him.
I don't believe you.
Jason got me Cartier.
Wait, I thought that was another girl. I thought Lacey fucking clapped you on that. Two phone. Did you go and get Cutie Cinderella a Cartier bracelet after you got called out?
Called out for what?
So I posted on I baited that I was like getting this for a girl, but it wasn't.
But it was for me?
Yes, it was a surprise.
Huh.
So no, Lacey,
Or you went back and you got a separate Cartier. By the way, is it real, Cutie, or is it another one of those
It
situations?
says Cartier on it. It's engraved.
I have the receipt.
It's either real or it's good
Is it
fake.
Timu? Is it Fartier? Is it Timu Cartier?
I don't think it's Cartier.
Like
I've
Van
never had
Cleef?
anything nice. I don't know.
Van Cleef?
I can really say that it's fake and she would believe it.
I
But look,
would. I feel bad. I don't want to know how much he spent. It's gonna make me feel bad.
I'm not. I'm just showing you the email.
Oh, he did buy it from Cartier.
That's crazy that you're showing her the email. Oh yeah, no, that's the one he actually bought for a different girl.
Oh. Their girl didn't show up, so you gave me the leftover bracelet. Oh. Oh.
Yeah, because you're too busy buying Cutie Cinderella a taken woman.
Hey! He's just
Jewelry.
being nice. You never buy me anything nice, Hasan.
That's not true. I literally do buy you nice shit. What the fuck? I got you that Disney bag recently. I literally buy you shit every time I go outside.
You do buy me a lot of things. I
Yeah,
don't know
what the
myself.
fuck? That's
I'm
crazy.
sorry. I'm sorry.
Wow. Bitch, you got Cartier, now you're acting different.
Hey, I got Cartier. Step it up. Yeah, don't call me that.
That's my podcast co-host and a co-owner of my podcast.
Yeah, well, now I'm a phase member.
Yeah, and now she's my enemy because she got a fucking phase chain before me.
I'm sorry about that.
No, it's all good. Have fun, guys. I'm gonna go back to
Alright.
covering boring ass fucking politics
Yeah,
instead
good luck.
of getting dripped up with a phase chain that I deserve.
We are going to Disneyland right now.
Oh, this is the Oogie Boogie Bash day, isn't it?
Yeah.
No, you look great.
Yeah, it looks good. Okay, I'll buy you a present.
All right, thank you. Bye. I'm so jealous. I'm jealous. I'm jealous. I'm actually jealous. It's fucked up. It's fucked up. It's fucked up. No clout? I know. Why aren't you going to Oogie Boogie Bash? Because I got news, man. Cartier bracelet love, $47,900. Don't call her a bitch, you bitch. Okay, first of all, Cutie Cinderella. I call her whatever I want, okay? That is my podcast co-host. Did y'all decide on costumes? All that happened on the paywall was Austin's scat stories. Oh my God, that's true. We did go crazy on the fucking paywall. Last Disney stream was my fave. Saturday not going. No, we are going. She's taking Jason to Oogie Boogie Bash separately. What is this? Cutie needs
unlike Hasan.
What?
What?
Cutie needs a real man?
I know she needs a real man, unlike Hasan. What?
Does
So
this
true.
person
I
think-
should totally break up with Hasan after reading that. I should
No!
totally break up with him. I've been thinking about breaking up with him, but then I saw this, and now I should definitely break up with him. Thank God. Jose the
Yote. It's over. It's done. Is the podcast a polycule now? Yes. Huge content incoming. Trump is expected to visit a Pennsylvania McDonald's on Sunday and work the fry cooker. Oh my God. Oh, dude, he's doing everything in his fucking power to make me love him more, and it's physically impossible for me. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God, dude. Oh, why? I guess there is no reason to ask why. You should just go, thank you, sir. How are you going to feel when he makes a better burger than you? Chill. Yeah, he's going to finish that fry chefing thing and then turn around and say, I've done more at McDonald's than Kamala. Yeah. I've done more for McDonald's than Kamala.
At a town hall event that took an unusual turn. Senior national correspondent Terry Moran has the details. Good morning, Terry.
Good morning, George. Donald Trump came here to the suburbs of Philadelphia, one of the critical battlegrounds in this battleground state, looking for votes. But as you say, that town hall event that he held quickly turned into something very different when the candidate...
Yeah, I don't care about the medical emergencies. Trump dances after two supporters collapsed at bizarre town hall. Wait, what?
Hey! Great! We love that man.
Stand up next to you and defend her still today.
Hold it,
Oh, we have
please.
somebody.
A doctor, please. Doctor. Our first responders are amazing, the way they can do.
Wait, there are a thread of clips of him dancing for 30 minutes?
Thank you.
Nobody's leaving. What's going on? There's nobody leaving. Keep going. Keep going. Should we keep going? All right, turn that music up. Turn it up. Great song.
It goes like this, the fourth.
Wait, when you guys said that he danced for 39 minutes, I thought you were exaggerating. Explain to me. First of all, guys, for those of you who don't know, Donald Trump is a firm, committed believer in the human battery lifespan theory. What do I mean by this? Donald Trump believes that every human being has a finite amount of energy, and if they expend that entirety of it, they will die. Okay? He has talked about this before. So when you analyze his actions, dancing at a town hall for 39 uninterrupted minutes, you then recognize that he is literally, in his, at least in his own mind, he's putting his own lifespan out there. This is basically suicidal, this behavior for him.
Fifth, the minor fall, the major lift, the baffled king composing hallelujah, 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 hallelujah.
What? Trump doing manual labor at his hotel. Please watch the Trump Clip next. He played the wrong version of Ave Maria and he was pissed.
Thank you very much. It's going to be good.
Right now, I want the Pavarotti one. Yo, that's my goat. Stop. No, dude, nothing puts a smile on my face like this fucking genocidal fascist monster, okay? He still got it. By God, he still got it. He is such a zesty man. Pavarotti! Unacceptable. Only one Ave Maria I will listen to.
Put on Pavarotti singing Ave Maria.
put on Pavarotti singing Ave Maria. Oh, he's so sick. Oh, he gave a kissy poo. He gave a kissy. That's probably the guy who died. I gave him a kiss and then he fell apart. He died. He had the best seat in the house and now he's looking down at us from the heavens.
Hallelujah. Your faith was strong, but you needed proof. You saw her bathing on the roof. Her beauty and the moonlight overthrew you.
So wait, so he like literally kept. Wait, what? So this is not a joke. Like he just kept fucking. Also, Sinead O'Connor. That's fucked up. But like, so he just kept dancing.
These rich men know for rich men, Lord knows it all just.
What happened to that guy? They killed him, dude. Remember that guy? Remember everyone yelling at me? That guy was like woke, and actually I didn't understand it because he was a MAGA communist or some shit. What the fuck happened to that guy? When he said he didn't support Trump, they drone striked his whole career and family.
Wanna have total control. Wanna know what you think. Wanna know what you do. And they don't think you know, but I know that you do. 'Cause you're up and
Scroll up. There are more in the video. Watch this one, please.
this is a man.
God, he's such a fucking queen, bro. He is queening, dude. I swear to God. Like, there are chatters who used to get mad at me when I said Trump is zesty and he is like asexual biromantic queen. Like, please. Like, I bet you're all eating crow right now, okay? You know he is fucking diva, okay? He is the diva king. I'm convinced that if you were like, Mr. Trump, sir, you will have the capacity to produce your own Broadway show. We're not going to give you any sort of, like, we're not going to prosecute you. You just can't be president. You will have your own Broadway show, and, you know, we'll give you a television show where you can, like, you know, explain your thoughts to the American public on a daily basis. No criminal charge whatsoever. He would drop it. He would drop out of the fucking race. I swear to God. This man does not want to be president. This man is simply using the presidential ticket as a lifeline, okay? If you told him, instead of these fucking sweaty, gross, HVAC business owning losers that were going to attend his crowds, he was going to have the gayest, okay? He was going to have the gayest crowds of all time slammed into a fucking Broadway theater to listen to whatever the fuck his musical production would be. I am telling you, he would take it 100%. He despises these people. His entire life revolves around wanting to earn the respect of liberal intelligentsia, never getting it because he's too crude, he's too rash, and constantly fighting against them and constantly having this like resentment towards them. You are so stupid.
This is a man.
Yeah, I'm the stupid one, and you are the brilliant one, because what are you going to tell me? You're going to tell me that Donald Trump is actually running for president to save America, right? That's why. because he cares about you, right? Not you, my bad, lol. Oh, okay. I thought you were. God damn it! I got excited. I thought you were a fucking hog. Oh. You offer that son of a bitch at Tony. He drops out today. It's not just that Tony. He needs recognition, but he also needs like a place where he can let out all of his frustrations and shit. Just wait until you hear Chapo Trap House, a recent episode on January 6 prisoners and their nightly cabarets in the jailhouse. Oh my God, that's awesome. Oh, turn it up louder, he said about...
My all-time favorite show. And let's listen to Pavarotti sing Ave Maria. Can you hear that? They gave me the Ave Maria with no voice. There it is. That's my favorite piece of paper anywhere in the world. I sleep with it every night. I kiss it. I kiss it. And you see those numbers, by the way, for those that we talked about.
Why are you trying to convince me to vote for Trump, Lamau? Wait, what? Why? Because I said he's gay? That's it? That's all? I'm a single issue voter. Whoever queens out harder, I will vote for them. Is that what it is? That's what you care about?
You know, the border, when you're talking about the border, look at the numbers. That was the lowest it ever was right there. That was the last day I was in office. And we're going to get it lower than that. But we're going to let people come in. We're going to let people come in. So very, very important. But there's one of my most favorite. If I didn't turn to the right, I wouldn't be here with you right now. Right. So it's a sort of a cruel world. But I was very proud of that before the fact. Now, even if it had lousy numbers, I would love that piece of paper a lot. So put on Pavarotti singing Ave Maria. Nice and loud. Turn it up louder. We want a little action here. Turn it up louder.
I could have had a career in opera, let me tell you. If I wasn't doing the political commentary, I could be a star in opera. Hey, HasanAbi, you were more or less in tune. Okay, you have to remember something. I have no like professional musical training, no training whatsoever since 3rd grade when I stopped the choir, when my parents wouldn't let me go to China. Okay? And I don't know why it happened to be that way. It wasn't like I was super pro-China back then for any particular reason. They just would not let me go to China with the choir. And I thought that was lame as fuck. I cried. And yeah, I stopped the choir after that. I think like our school choir went to China. It was like some fucking global initiative. I don't know. Anyway, some good news from Colombia. Layla says the Columbia business professor who has targeted me for months retweeted inappropriate comments about my body and claimed it was part of Hamas as we evacuated my family from Gaza, where Palestinian Christians, is now banned from Columbia campus for harassment. Oh my God. Shy David. Turn it up. My favorite song.
Ave Maria. Nice and loud. Turn it up loud.
This one is for Shy David.
Louder. We want a little action here. Turn it up louder.
Hi, David. Which city did they tell you to go to? I don't fucking remember, dude. I can't believe he just like, I can't believe he just fucking danced around this much. I'm sorry about yesterday. It was a mistake. Asmongold banned. Oh, let's see.
It added too much work behind the scenes, and I don't think we'd be able to do that on a regular basis, so we're not going to do either of those things ever again. And of course, that is the only reason, because again, you guys loved it so much, and it pains me not to be able to make you happy. Well, of course, I'd love to continue my streak of just never making a bad decision. You know, I have to think about what's best for my team. So yeah, let's just do what we fucking do around here. Let's raw dog the news and talk about it. And actually, the first thing that we're going to talk about today was one of the most requested stories. It's another YouTuber, Twitch streamer that's out there apologizing, and that's a guy by the name of Asmongold. Because you've got tons of people pissed off at this guy, tons of people calling for him to be banned, and that's because during a live stream yesterday, he started talking about Israel and Palestine, and he said about Palestinians.
If you want to consider a genocide as a systematic killing of a group of people, they have genocide built into Sharia law right now. So no, I'm not going to cry a fucking river when people who have genocide that's baked into their laws are getting genocided. I don't give a fuck. They're terrible people. These people are not your allies. They are not the same as us. They come from an inferior culture that is horrible. It kills people for their identity, and it is directly antithetical to everything Western values stand for, and it is an inferior culture in all ways.
So unsurprisingly, you have tons outraged online, people saying he's actively advocating for genocide, tons of people comparing his comments to Nazi rhetoric.
Bro, this is straight up one-to-one what Nazis said about Jewish people, what like the most right-wing approach to this conversation. This is insane. I don't think he understands like how unimaginably up this statement is.
And this, as others responded with things like, you live in the United States, skid mark. Genocide is actually baked into the laws of your own country. Happy Indigenous Peoples Day, you greasy fucking freak. As well as deserves to be perma-banned off Twitch for this. The level of moral depravity to say this shit, I don't even understand how it's possible. Right, and there are tons of people pointing to Twitch's terms of service that his comments may have broken, and others thinking that a Twitch ban isn't even enough in terms of repercussions. With people pointing to his OTK network and saying things like, if I were in OTK, I would leave the org so fast as long as he is one of the owners. Adding, I'm not crazy about deplatforming people, but we just watched a bunch of human beings get burned alive, and this miserable piece of shit is calling them inferior. Now, with all this, for his part, Asmongold actually ended up calling in to Hasan's stream and criticized him.
You know what's interesting about this? I was thinking about this quite a bit. And Asmongold, you know what he did? He Reddit it too close to the sun. He Reddit's pretty hard on a regular basis. Like, he is constantly getting feedback and this is like not to absolve him of the things that he said. I'm not saying that at all. But like, I think what ended up happening is Reddit breached containment, and like that statement, that sentiment, which is so commonplace in Reddit, probably caused him to think, oh, it's just a normal thing that I can say that I see on many different subreddits. And, you know, people won't, maybe some people will yell at me like they do when I say whatever else I see on my Reddit, but ultimately it'll be fine. Not recognizing that, like, Reddit does have the capacity to, if you are very invested in it, it does have the capacity to have you come across like completely unhinged by normal bystanders. Okay, why are you so harsh on Redditors? There are plenty of awesome corners on Reddit. No, dude, that's just the broad majority of Reddit, especially like a lot of the places that like even the liberal places on Reddit that talk about news and politics is like incredibly fucking right wing when it comes to Islam. Okay, and if you get your marks from that. If you get your marks from that, and I said this like a while ago about what will happen if like Asmon will not appreciate the world of politics. He will not appreciate the world of politics because it is very unkind. I said this when he started doing news coverage, like real-time news coverage, if you recall, like months ago. Because it's not the same as talking about like women in video games or gay representation in video games or anything like that. When you start doing more news coverage, when you start doing more political coverage, you immediately have a bunch of people who are going to be primed to see what you're saying in the least charitable ways possible. In this circumstance, it wasn't even that, but like across the board, like you might get a lot of people to, a lot of people who share your perspective in appreciating you, showering you with, you know, positive affirmations, but you're going to get a shit ton of people. You are going to get a shit ton of people who also fucking despise you. I know this from my own personal perspective, especially with like people who are supposed to be aligned with me. Okay. And the problem is a lot of things that might be considered normal in subreddits, a lot of things that might be considered like within the confines of a subreddit that might be considered like unconscionable will be laughed at by the broader audience. For example, the cracker ban, right? If you go out in the real world and say this guy got banned for saying a racial slur, and then they ask you what slur it was, and you say cracker, they will laugh you out of that room. But if you looked at LSF every single time, you know, anti-white sentiment is expressed, you would get a very different opinion of how people view this story, how people view this. And it has like I said, it has the capacity to cause you to really misunderstand how normal people interpret certain situations. Okay? And this is one of those situations. Like I think he got primed into thinking that this is going to be like potentially a controversial thing that is pretty commonplace, and that if reached out to a broader audience, at most it'll get like, you know, women in video games style scrutiny. But of course it went above and beyond, because what goes on Reddit that might be perceived as a base take in subreddits, specific subreddits, is not going to be seen as appropriate, especially when it is side by side with images of burning bodies. That's it. Too much Reddit.
Where they discussed all of this. It's a conversation going a few hours long, going back and forth in the context of cultural values and what calling a culture inferior means. And so I'll link to the whole thing in the description. You had them saying things like,
You don't think that I support Israel, do you?
I don't, but I think
Okay,
that
good.
no, I don't think you support Israel, but I think you saying
I
that
don't.
like
Not
Palestinians are immoral or evil or have an evil, antiquated culture or are barbaric is
think
not
that.
only ahistorical. What's up?
I do think that.
Yeah,
I mean, I
think you're wrong.
I don't know, man. Like, how can you be in support of a culture that tells people that they can't be who they want to be?
It's not defensible, but I think most people, including like the gay Palestinians or queer Palestinians or queer Lebanese people, understand that there is no room for advocating for civil liberties in your own domestic policies when you are escaping bombings. But when you start talking about like inferior cultures, that sets up the opportunity for, historically at least, dehumanization, and also it justifies a lot of the atrocities that those people end up experiencing.
But then all of that leading to later that night, Asmongold walking back some of his original comments on X. Writing, looking back on it, I was way too much of an asshole about the Palestine thing. My bad. Of course, no one deserves to have their life destroyed, even if they do things or have views I find regressive. You guys deserve more than me saying stupid shit like that. I'll do better.
But you handled this whole convo so well, dude. I don't know how you had the patience, I guess, dealing with those all day. it's not just dealing with you guys. I think the reason why I can be more patient in this situation is because it's not you guys at all. It's usually just like so many fucking people being relentlessly Islamophobic. Like, it's just such an everyday commonplace existence, especially amplified since October 7, that it's not you guys at all. It's usually people outside of this community. It's people that like tried to do that literally in the conversation with Asmongold. Like, Asmongold gets banned from Twitch. What was the LSF take yesterday? The top post on LSF was literally Hasan says the Houthi he talked to was like Anne Frank. Okay. I said that within the framework of the Yemeni teenager, okay, the Yemeni teenager being a survivor of genocide, not the Israeli genocide, mind you, the genocide in Yemen. This is a person, and I said this, whose entire life has been bombing and famine. That's all he has known, right? And that was the only part that they clipped. The only part that one of Bonarelli's dick riders clipped. And that only works if you are not aware that there was a genocide in Yemen at all. It only works when your automatic assumption is that every single person in Yemen is a Houthi. And even if they are a Houthi or not, that still does not change whether or not they were genocided. Okay? That's 4 hours of a conversation that took place, and that was the only takeaway that LSF users thought was appropriate from the conversation. That's a deliberate effort to look at me trying to address Islamophobia and then literally doubling down on the Islamophobia. I know you don't care, but X kept saying you're a terrorist platformer. Yeah, I don't care. I don't care. One should ask him why he's so close with Aiden Ross, who literally has direct neo-Nazis on his stream to convince him that the Holocaust didn't fucking happen. Like, you know? The fuck are you talking about? Every single clip that gets posted of you is cut in the same manner with the same intention. I have no doubt in my mind that the sub is raw unbridled cancer. The reason why I'm pointing to this is because when these sorts of sentiments are captured outside of these circles by appropriate, knowledgeable individuals, they look at it very differently.
But given the situation, how things went down, not a ton of people are buying it. Right, among other things, saying he's only doing this to save face amid calls for him to get banned or removed from OTK. Others saying the most reflection you can do is, quote, my bad. There's no sugarcoating this. You wholeheartedly agree with the principles of Nazism. Log off. Also, going back to that note on people calling for him to get banned, actually, as I was recording today's show, he got banned from Twitch. Though notably, one, it was described as a temporary ban, and two, it was the specific Zach Rohr channel, and Asmongold has several.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. Asmongold can't go live on his normal channel because Zach Rohr got banned. Like, I people still to this day don't understand how Twitch issues bans. Bans are usually not permanent, and not only are bans not permanent, but beyond that, you can't just you can't even appear on other people's channels.
Several channels on Twitch. So as the situation is developing in real time, I got to pass the question off to you. What are your thoughts with all this? Whether it be specifically about his disgusting comments, his apology, or the bans or the calls for them. But then, shifting gears, we're gonna talk about...
Anyway. Slasher said he was banned for 14 days. Yeah, I heard. I know. I already celebrated this. Not my shy. My shy. My big, beautiful child who's 38 years old. My shy. It's fucked up. Can't believe they did that to him. Shy David. It's fucked up. How could they do that? Did you see the tips post? Yes. You're being shadow banned by Twitch. You didn't show up on my recommended for you streams at all. Dog, I don't know why people always say this. Especially when I got 33,000 people in here watching the top of the hour ad break. I'm probably one of the, top streams on the the number 2 stream on the platform right now. Like, it's probably a mobile issue. I am not being shadow banned by Twitch. Dude was trying to get into her building. Yes, he tried to get inside the social work school and they wouldn't allow him. ID card access is completely revoked. No. Interesting clip from Kamala's town hall. I love that they posted the fucking live town hall on CNN like this. Anyway. Guys, I'm going to need to take a little bit of time for myself. I can't believe my favorite Columbia professor, Shy David, has been banned off the off the campus. I mean, I don't know. I guess we're all responsible for this tragic incident. We all failed him. We all failed him. Yeah. Happy Shy Davide has been banned from Columbia University's campus for harassment day to all who celebrate. Like, in some ways, I am a little sad about it. I am a little sad about it because, like, his advocacy for Israel is genuinely a burden for Israel. Like, him and, like, Rabbi Shmuley go so far in the direction of being an annoying little pest that most people are just like, yeah, dog, whatever you're for, I'm against, okay? Like, whatever you're advocating for, I'm the opposite. Like, you could get me to be pro, like, the Ayatollahs. Or you're against it? Okay, I'm for it now. You know what I mean? I have now converted to Shia Islam. How long will it take for him to cry on Fox News about it? Tonight, tomorrow? I don't know. It appears Shy Davide has been banned from Columbia campus for harassing students. That's not the reason. Yeah, they took him down for...
Okay.
What the fuck? Who is this guy? Shy Davide. What can I say about Shy Davide that hasn't been said already? Shy Davide is the 38-year-old boy to, I believe, defense contractors, if I'm not mistaken, who happens to be a professor at Columbia University. And since October 7, he has been popping the fuck off. Implying that there's a secret worse reason? Yeah, no, his reasoning is because he's Jewish. Like, he's gonna say that. I'm letting you know that he is gonna say Columbia University is anti-Semitic and that he was banned for being Jewish. Shai Davide has been suspended from Columbia campus for harassing students. This has been the plan the entire time in order to file a lawsuit. I guarantee this will happen in the next few weeks. Not for that. Someone said, oh, so the sexual misconduct charges are true. I heard it was because you pooped yourself. So when he says not for that, doesn't that imply that he did do that, but he didn't get banned for that? He's throwing a tantrum.
So, update about Colombia. You all saw in October.
He also looks like shit. Like, he looks noticeably worse since he went down this, like, public clown route. Like, how it started, how it's going. I am straight, I am white, I am a male. But let this be clear. No matter what any court says, women have a right to control their own bodies. I am not white.
October 7th, what happened?
Wait, he's like, you all know what happened on October 7th. And what happened in Columbia today when I got banned for pooping my pants outside of the common hall and then routinely screaming, I pooped my pants and it's because of anti-Semitism over and over again. And then the authorities came in and violently apprehended me. It was kind of like another October 7. My personal October 7.
You saw them not just praising the October 7 massacre, but actually celebrating it. You saw me standing there where I was allowed to stand while an onslaught of anti-Jewish, anti-Israeli, anti-American students and professors kind of marched toward me. You saw the Assistant Director of Public Safety, Bobby Loud, doing nothing, even when...
Oh, he's talking about when he was standing and the students were like marching next to him and he was like, you see this? They're attacking me. They're elbowing me. They're attacking me. And then he turned around and went to the like deputy director and was like, you know, you are just like the Nazis. Does anyone have that video? It was so good. It was so good. He said, you are just like the guards at the concentration camp.
A Jewish student is telling him that she's afraid. You saw the COO of Columbia University, Mr. Cass Holloway, do absolutely nothing.
By the way, he's been blocked from entering campus for a brief moment before. This is 1938. It says Israeli professor blocked from entering Columbia's main campus. Dude, you are such a flop merchant, dude. Like, the people say la flop, but come on, dude. He is fucking straight up. He is tossing flops left and right. This is harder than anyone you have ever seen. This is harder. He flops harder than anyone you've ever seen. Like every soccer professional, okay? Every time. Every fucking time, dude. Here, this is the video I was looking for. Columbia University Shai Davide attempted to goad pro-Palestinian students at and school administrators by equating accusations of being complicit. That's what he was talking about when he said they're hitting me.
It's amazing how the assistant director of public safety will not see the number of elbow bit I just got the kicks to my shin. You are such a useless administrator. But you know what? There were so many useless administrators in Nazi Germany.
He's saying you're a useless administrator akin to Nazi Germany. Yeah, this is how the Holocaust happened. Okay, so many in the Gestapo were just walking by Jewish people and slightly grazed them, and that's how the Holocaust happened. Like, what are you saying? Kicks to my shin.
We are Jewish, we are proud, and we are going to be loud.
Yeah, the famous Holocaust poem. First they kicked me in the shin as they were walking past me. And I didn't say anything. This is, yeah. Twitch, please. I can't believe you guys are not stopping this man when he is showing clearly a gross anti-Semitic violent hate crime. Remember when Shai went mask off races at Ta-Nehisi Coast just 2 days ago? I've tried to keep my commentary on our brave Jewish hero mocking because that's what he mostly deserves, but this is straight up racism and the kind of thing that has gotten black men killed throughout U.S. history. Ta-Nehisi Coates is not above raping young women at a music festival in the name of resistance. That's the headline. Everything else is commentary. Wow. I hadn't even seen that shit.
To be
God
loud.
damn.
We are Jewish, we are proud. We are going to be loud. We are Jewish, we are proud. We are going to be loud.
Oh, that's really racist. Wow. Wow. All right, let's keep going.
Today I was supposed to be, well actually right now I was supposed to be at the School of Social Work at Columbia, where the Jewish students are holding their own memorial service for the senseless violence of October 7th. But then I got a call from my lawyer.
Come on, dog. It's been a year plus, a year of genocide. Like, you already fucking abused the memory of the victims of October 7 enough, I think. Like, at this point, it's like, who is this for? You've abused their memory enough to continue advocating for a genocide that has been ongoing for the past 12 months. Like, come on, give it a rest, okay? Give it a fucking rest. Jesus Christ. Bro literally did this, but unironically.
Finished reading The Message by Ta-Nehisi Coates, and you know what? Shame on you, Ta-Nehisi. He spends the entire last chapters of that book talking about how Israel is doing Jim Crow and is an apartheid state without ever once mentioning why sometimes Jim Crow and apartheid is good, actually. It felt like a book you'd find in the backpack of an extremist or like the Cocomelon lunchbox of a terrorist. Or the Fisher-Price jumperoo of a neo-Nazi. Unbelievable. You think because you went to Israel for 10 days that you can say Israel is bad and doing settler colonialism? That is an insult to me, who went to Israel for 10 days on birthright and learned that Israel is good and belongs to me. I used to respect you, man. I used to think you were like a liberal, like when you talked about dismantling white supremacy. I didn't think you meant it like some sort of communist. You're not supposed to mean it. You're supposed to just say it and then do nothing about it. It's so irresponsible for you as a black man to write about Israel being a racist apartheid state. Because, like, what if you convince other black people of this and turn black people against us? I have spent my entire life protesting police brutality. So
Yes, it's Matt Lieb. He's joking. He's making fun of a very specific type of. I would think this is satire. It's crazy. No, it is, man. Guys, this is Matt Lieb, friend of the show. Okay. The reason why you think this is real is because he is repeating a lot of the very real things that pop off on Twitter. He's just simply making fun of how stupid these statements are. This is satire.
Supporting Black Lives Matter, voting for Obama, and you're making it really hard for me to launder my support of a racist Jewish ethno-state by pretending to be an anti-racist, okay? It's like you just want me to be anti-black. And you know what? I'm thinking about it. I'm thinking about it hard. I just can't understand how a black American can't be a fan of Zionism. Like, you should love it. Like, when I racistly tell you to go back to Africa, wouldn't it be nice to actually have a country of your own to go to? It would be nice for me. I'll tell you that much. Then I would have to listen to that rap music. At the end of the day, I just think this is not something that he should be talking about, or anyone should be talking about. If we all just like take a step back, wait, a few years or something, then revisit this later, we will all have a much more level head and all be able to come together and say, yeah, that was f***ed up. That was f***ed up what they did to the Palestinians.
Yeah. No, yeah. It'll be much easier for me to launder my support for the racist apartheid genocidal regime once we let the racist apartheid regime finish its genocide. Come on now. I've literally heard Zionists say, why should I keep supporting LGBTQIA plus people when they're protesting for Palestine? That's awesome. It's very transactional. Anyway, let's finish this one.
Who says that the university has decided to not allow me to be on campus anymore. My job.
Yeah, dude, because you suck. Okay. They were like, come on, dog. We love Israel. We are. By the way, the university he's talking about is Columbia. Okay. They've basically made it illegal to be Palestinian on campus. Okay. Like, so when he turns around and he's like, oh my God, look at how anti-Semitic Columbia is, when they're straight up building a fucking campus in Tel Aviv, okay? And they are simultaneously working very hard to basically make it illegal to be Arab, Muslim presenting inside of campus grounds. It makes it even funnier. There are cops all around the campus. They basically forcibly removed, with the entire might of the NYPD anti-terrorism unit, IDF sperm retrieval unit dispatched to Shai Davide's condo.
Why? Because of October 7th. Because I was not afraid to stand up to the hateful mob. And because I was not afraid to expose Mr. fucking Cass Holloway for not doing anything about it. This is the same Cass Holloway that in March, when students brought in to Columbia Samidoun, which is today recognized as a terrorist organization, and Khalid Barakat, who is today recognized as a terrorist in the US and Canada.
God, that's awesome, dude. That's great. That's awesome. I'm so glad. I'm so glad that the State Department launders whatever the fuck these dipshits want. Samidoun, by the way, is the Palestinian Prisoner Solidarity Network. So, of course, it is recognized as a terror group. Yeah. Treasury Department designates anti-Israel group Samidoun as a sham charity with ties to terrorism. They do this all the fucking time. Okay? The designation builds on U.S. efforts to target terror funding networks connected to Hamas. I love this shit, dude. Always. Oh, yeah, dude. Hamas is funding college campus protesters. He's created many more shies, and they're even more hilarious.
Legal, these places? I want to see the legal. You really taking a video of me? עם ישראל חי, חבר'ה, עם ישראל. תדמו, תדמו. I'll tell you something, okay? What's your name? You don't have to say my name. It's okay.
In good faith. You're not here in good faith. We're raising money for children.
Okay.
Over 20,000 children have been murdered, and so many.
So sad. So sad.
You just don't care about. You don't care about children.
Do you know what happened on October 7th? Do you know what you're?
Yeah, you know what happened on October 7? That gives me the right to kill as many children as I want. Okay, thank you.
You're standing for rape. You're a woman.
There was literally.
Listen to me.
There's no.
She's wearing an IDF dog tag, by the way. Oh, but it's a big problem if I were to wave the fucking Hezbollah flag. You know what I mean? Listen. She's wearing a motherfucking IDF dog tag, laughing about 20,000 murdered children. But God forbid you throw up the fucking green Hamas banner. God forbid. Calm down, HasanAbi. Yeah, exactly. I was part of those tabling groups. She was insane.
There was no documentation of any rape.
Let me show you. I was there. I was in Gaza. I was there. I saw it.
You're Israeli and you were in Gaza?
I'm Israeli. I was in Gaza.
That's just a lie. Please.
Let me show you.
She was in Gaza on October 7. Wait, what? The fuck does she mean? What?
I was there. I'll show you myself there.
We're literally, with our organization, we are not allowed to engage with you. I don't want to talk to you. Please go away. I'm going to get a call.
Go away.
She's like, was she kidnapped? Yeah, they released her because she was annoying. They're like, bro, take this one back. Ya Allah, bro, we don't want this one. She's like, why is nobody kidnapping me? Excuse me? We don't want this. This is oh, Jesus Christ.
Listen, I'm just trying to understand.
You're making me so uncomfortable with all your lies.
Can you just explain to me what's going on here? What are you doing? You're raising... Wait. No, I'm really trying to understand.
Have a good day.
No, thank you. I'm having a great day. What is this? What are you doing? Trying to fund what?
We're not engaging with you anymore.
Why not?
You're condescending. You're berating us. Stop.
What's your name? You have no answer other than have a good day. Do you know what you're doing here? I really want to know. I want to understand why you're doing this. What are you doing?
Stop. That's like, he's not Arabic.
I don't care.
Stop talking to him.
Okay. You're not Arab?
We don't need to engage.
Have you ever been in Israel? Have you ever been in Gaza? Have
Yes.
you ever been? Have you?
Yeah.
Where?
Please don't
tell
talk
me
to her
why.
anymore. She's an agitator.
Am I what? Listen to me. Listen to me. I want to talk to you really from my heart. You're a woman. What you're doing here is supporting rape. You're supporting rape. I've seen it in my eyes. I've seen this. I've seen the ladies getting raped. I've seen it.
Wait, what? Dude, what is wrong with fucking Israel defenders? They just make up they hallucinate some of the most psychotic shit. I've seen it with my eyes. I promise, I'm not fantasizing about it. It's real.
You're on the wrong side of history. I'm so sorry to tell you that. I'm really sorry, but this is just ridiculous. You don't know what's going on there. I don't want to go away. I just want to get some explanations. I'm not going to go away until you give me some explanations. What is this place? And I want to see your license. Do you have any license for this? I can get this out of here in like 15 minutes.
Why is she talking to this lady instead of being the only corroborating witness that screams without evidence? Yeah, I know. The New York Times needs to get a hold of her. She saw it. She saw it happen. It's crazy because, like, they just couldn't find one, like, coherent testimony. And here she is, literally, both inside of Israel and also Gaza on October 7, saw all the rapes, was there. It's so weird.
Oh yeah, I'll do it. Don't worry, I'm gonna do it anyway. Just, I'm trying to give you some time to get time before I get the people here to get this up.
I just want to dance again.
Because this will get out in 15 minutes, really.
Please go ahead.
Okay, I'll do it. Do you have any explanations before I do that? Because I will do it.
We're raising money for 501c3, Mecca.
Dude, I swear to God, bro. Like Israel defenders think everywhere. They can do Israel shit everywhere. And then when they can't get away with doing Israel shit in, like, America, they get so mad. They're like, what do you mean I can't do Israel shit here? Like, I don't understand. Hello? Excuse me. I'm going to call the manager on this table right now. I'm going to call the cops here, and they're going to come in and pack your shit up. You're going to jail. Have fun in Sde Tayman concentration camp, sweetie. It's like, this is not... You're in the middle of New York, man. Like, you can't... You're just fucking annoying people.
Okay.
Who helps children?
Amazing. What children?
Children in Gaza.
What happened to them?
She's like, I don't know. Please tell me. Well, I thought she was in Gaza. Maybe she would have... I'm surprised. She's like, there's no children in Gaza. I was there. They're all terror babies.
I'm not.
You don't know. You do things without knowing
They
what you're
have
doing.
been named. They have been bombed. They have
By who?
no...
By who?
Israel.
No. Girl, listen to
Girl,
me.
please.
Wait, what? Shy David disagrees with you.
Get the fuck away. You're actually pissing me off now.
I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. You don't know what you're doing. You have no answers. I ask you questions, you don't know how to answer them. You only tell me, like, have a good day. You have no answers. You have no... Listen to yourselves, please. You don't know what you're doing. You're supporting rape. You're supporting murder. That's what you're doing right now. When you have this here...
It scares me to see young people act like this. Like, what about the future? Nah, there's plenty of fucking anti-Zionist Jews, man. Like... It's more shocking to me when I see, like, evangelical Christians behave this way than to see someone who's Jewish behave this way, because, like, at least they were fucking brainwashed from a very early age. You know what I mean? It blows my mind when you hear, like, quote unquote atheists behave this way. People who are just like people who didn't go to a school where they taught you that the Holocaust will literally happen every single day if Israel doesn't exist. You know what I mean? Like, it just doesn't. Yeah, the people anti-Zionist tabling are probably Jewish. Like,
This is the flag of Lebanon. They've been bombing Israel for a year now.
one of those terrorists was on the Jets, the New York Jets. Can you believe it? He had the patch. Robert Saleh. Can you believe it?
Now the thing is, what you're doing here is just wrong. Really, it's wrong, and what you're doing here, I bless you with only goodness, really, with only happiness. I'm a Jew, and all I want for you is to be happy, really, to be loved and to be happy. And this is just what you're doing here is just madness, and you know nothing. You know nothing.
That's not to think about. We appreciate the conversation.
The genocidal mania in Israel is so terrifying and has really broken the brains of the birthright American Jews. Whole thread is insanity. I'm sorry for the graphic content, which I really tend not to do, but everyone should watch these videos that came out this morning. This is from Alon Lee Green from Omdim Be'echad. An Israeli peace activist shares a video of Palestinian children burning alive after an Israeli missile hits a hospital. Let's see the response from the Israelis and hit translate post. This is Yair Oriel, former director of digital at Israeli TV channel 14. Each such bomb reduces by 0.1% the chance of a massacre where they will rape and burn us. Now calculate how many of these are needed to prevent the massacre for sure, and let's get to work. This is Dr. Rafi Kishon. According to his bio, he is a multidisciplinary lecturer. He lists his interests as including animals and smiles. As soon as the abductees return safe and sound and the leaders of Hamas are handed over to Israel on their terms, then I recommend stopping, but not a moment before. Whoever feels sorry for the Nazis and the Nazis will slaughter him and his children. This is Lilac Leibovic. She claims to be addressed as Her Highness. Do people burn alive? I only see people taking pictures on their phones. Here's Ezra Yusuf, a VP in business development. Here's an Israeli who now lives in San Francisco. That's how wars are. Oh, yes. And we haven't started. And one more thing, they can end it whenever they want. Release the hostages and surrender. This person's bio is superhero. Go to hell with them. How else? Full-time mom. How else do they have smartphones? Is it from the humanitarian aid? Their bio is absolute victory. Beloved, let them learn next time before you go out to kill, rape, slaughter, burn Jews. As simple as that. Her bio is mother and wife, secular, and a proud Jew from the center of the country. Loves Israel. I know that Kahane was not wrong. Wow. Mayor Kahane supporter out in the wild. Cool. Let life burn. There is no mercy for murderers and their descendants who in time will be murderers themselves. Like, this is literally just Nazi shit. This is Hitler. This is Adolf Hitler. Okay? Adolf Hitler, don't be sorry. On the contrary, show us more such good things. Let them burn all of Gaza for what they did to us. This is a psychologist. They claim to live somewhere in the Holy Land. As long as the abductees are not with us and terrorist families are in Gaza, then for my part, every day there will be dozens or hundreds of such fires until the abductees return and security returns. This is justice. Stopping it, it's up to Hamas and GAP and their ilk. This man claims to be a social democratic leftist. Right. Suggesting that the people in the video get together and find the wretched Hamas terrorists who are hiding, drown them in the sea, collect all the weapons and ammunition left in the strip, and hand it over to the idea of an established rule of life and peace. Simple. Yanni Gidron. What is the solution that my Lord proposes to remove Hamas from power in Gaza? Because as long as Hamas remains ruler of Gaza, there's a moral obligation to continue the war, even at the cost of dead Palestinian children. This is clear and obvious to everyone. So what is their solution, Alon? What do you suggest that hasn't been tried yet? Since then, we have slaughtered you and will continue to slaughter them. Dirty mice. Thanks for reminding me why you should be kicked out. Being a Kahanist, by the way, is being like a Salafist jihadist. It's a word for word exact same thing. Kahan was so bad, even the most racist Zionists thought he was a bit too bloodthirsty. Yes, he was designated as a terrorist in Israel. Okay? And his followers were also designated as terrorists in Israel before Benjamin Netanyahu brought them into the governing coalition, Itamar Ben-Gvir being one of them. It is fucking nutty, dude. Anyway.
You've given us much to think about. We appreciate the conversation.
You didn't even talk to me. I'd like to talk to you. I'm not trying to bother you. All I'm trying to do is to understand. So please give me information.
There's not a chance you would actually, in good faith, try to understand.
I'm not even trying to do anything. I'm just trying to talk to them, and they don't even know.
Isn't Kahan a far-right extremist? Guys, Mayor Kahan and his followers are considered terrorists by the American State Department and the Israeli government, okay? like, for the longest time, they were considered, the Israeli government that thinks the Nakba was a necessary evil considered those guys to be too much. As a matter of fact, anytime you see that same fucking granulated footage shot with a Motorola Razr phone of like some Jewish dude, some Orthodox Jewish dude talking about how like the Goyim are cows, okay? That is the one fucking Kahanis meetup that they were able to film. Anytime a Nazi literally fucking shows that footage that is so common in like Nazi circles, to be like, this is exactly how all Jews think. Like, they literally, those are Kahanis. Yes, it's the guy who shot up Baruch Goldstein was a Kahanist who shot up and killed 29 Palestinians that were praying in the mosque. Now, they recently got removed from the terror watch list. Saying that they've been inactive. The United States in 2022 removed the ultranationalist Israeli group Kahane Chai from its list of foreign terrorist organizations. If you see that yellow fist with the star of David around it, that is the Kahane symbol. Did he get away with it? No, they killed him. They beat the living dog shit out of him and murdered him on the fucking spot. Good. He deserved it. Okay. In an act of, self-defense, obviously. He still has Itamar Ben-Gvir had his fucking Itamar Ben-Gvir had his photo in his house, if I'm not mistaken. I think it was Baruch Goldstein's photo that he had in his house, right? And he's still worshipped in Israel, especially amongst settlers. Another part of their group is the JDL, Jewish Defense League, which is like the Klan, okay? And their political representation now is basically the Jewish Power Party, Itamar Ben-Gvir's party. Jewish Power Party. It's literally the same. Like, it's like white power, JDL, EDL, English Defense League, Jewish Defense League. Okay? They are straight up Jewish Nazis. There's still a shrine to him in the West Bank, and they often put, I guess, rocks around it to in order to celebrate him. A relative of Mayor Kahane literally tried, relative of notorious Mayor Kahane arrested for trying to ram pro-Palestinian protesters in Manhattan. Reuven Kahane, a relative of Mayor Kahane, an extremist rabbi who was banned from Israeli politics for racism and ultimately assassinated, was charged with assault in the second degree. I wonder what happened to him. This was obviously in the beginning of 2024 in May. It was Goldstein. He was asked what he told his children about that man, and he said he's a saint. Also, the JDL was in America. Praise and celebration of Kahane is very prevalent among settlers in the outpost. People were outraged about the New York Times featuring the Gaza doctors and their testimonies. New York Times makes a statement. Times Opinion rigorously edited this guest essay before publication, verifying the accounts and imagery throughout, supporting photographic and video evidence and file metadata. We also vetted the doctors' and nurses' credentials, including that they had traveled to and worked in Gaza as claimed. When questions arose about the veracity of images included in the essay, we did additional work to review our previous findings. We stand behind this essay and the research underpinning it. Any implication that its images are fabricated is simply false. Could you please explain why you assume that people who persistently deny Gaza militants' well-documented presence in the hospitals where they work are credible sources of information? This seems like it has been a systematic issue in your newsroom throughout the war. Yeah. This was the New York Times post about I believe, what is it, 59 doctors and nurses that came back from Gaza to tell the harrowing tale. The essay in question, yeah. 65 doctors, nurses, and paramedics, what we saw in Gaza. Those are, unmistakably, X-ray photographs provided by Dr. Mimi Syed, who worked in Khan Yunis from August 8th to September 5th. She said, I had multiple pediatric patients, mostly under the age of 12, who were shot in the head or the left side of the chest. Usually, these were single shots. The patients came in either dead or critical and died shortly after arriving. This went nutty mode on fucking Twitter, on Elon Musk's Twitter. The reader picks comments on the opinion piece are actually pretty solid. I don't see where it is. Doctors that came back stated that they have literally never seen, like they've never treated this many children. Okay. I worked as a trauma surgeon in Gaza from March 25th to April 8th. I volunteered in Ukraine and Haiti. I grew up in Flint, Michigan. I've seen violence and worked in conflict zones. But of the many things that stood out about working in a hospital in Gaza, one got to me. Nearly every day I was there, I saw a new young child who had been shot in the head or the chest, virtually all of whom went on to die. 13 in total. This is from one doctor. At the time, I assumed this had to be the work of a particularly sadistic soldier located nearby. But after returning home, I met an emergency medicine physician who had worked in a different hospital in Gaza 2 months before me. I couldn't believe the number of kids I saw shot in the head, I told him. To my surprise, he responded, yeah, me too. Every single day. An enormous amount of information about the extent of the devastation in Gaza has been gleaned from satellite data, humanitarian organizations, and Gaza's Ministry of Health. However, Israel does not allow journalists or human rights investigators into Gaza outside of a very small number of embedded reporting trips with the Israeli military, and stories from Palestinian journalists in Gaza have not been read widely enough despite the incredible risks they take in reporting there. The New York Times, by the way, make no mistake, played an enormous role in making sure that all of that bloodshed was normalized by the broadest American readership possible every single fucking day. Make no mistake. This is them playing catch up because they recognize that this is the type of lie that you cannot maintain for this long. Just so you understand. New York Times still does ongoing contextualization of Israeli violence and war crimes on a regular basis. They still do it to this day. In Lebanon, they do it all the time. In Gaza, they do it as well. I told you months ago that inevitably the house of cards that was built to justify Israel's bloodshed would inevitably fall. Part of that is because we now, as a consequence of the internet, can watch the genocide take place in real time. Okay? There is not a day that has gone by where I have went back on my statements since October 8. These people are basically trying to play catch up in an effort to maintain what shred of credibility that remains for them. An entire generation of Western newspaper readers are gone. They will most likely never trust the New York Times with the same level of trust that previous generations afforded to it ever again. And they deserve to lose this credibility. They did this. They expended any matter of credibility that they had every single day as they justified and contextualized Israel's genocide. But there's a group of independent observers who have seen this war from the ground day after day, volunteer healthcare workers. Through personal contacts in the medical community and a good deal of searching online, I was able to get in touch with American healthcare workers who have served in Gaza since October 7th, 2023. Many have familial or religious ties to the Middle East. Others, like me, do not, but felt compelled to volunteer in Gaza for a variety of reasons. Using questions based on my own observations and my conversations with fellow doctors and nurses, I worked with Times Opinion to poll 65 healthcare workers about what they had seen in Gaza. 57, including myself, were willing to share their experiences on the record. The other 8 participated anonymously, either because they have family in Gaza or the West Bank, or because they fear workplace retaliation. This is what we saw. 44 doctors, nurses, and paramedics saw multiple cases of preteen children who had been shot in the head or chest in Gaza. "63 doctors, nurses, and paramedics observed severe malnutrition in patients, Palestinian medical workers, and the general population. 52 doctors, nurses, and paramedics observed nearly universal psychiatric distress in young children and saw some who were suicidal or said they wished they had died. Today, the official line Ben-Gvir takes is more careful than he used to be, only saying Kahane was right about some things, but he shouldn't have generalized all Arabs. Still, he is a dumb brute. It's ironic because he's also Arab himself. But, of course, in the eyes of the state of Israel, he is not. He is Mizrahi Jew, despite the fact that he is from Iraq. Kurdish Arab, Itamar Ben-Gvir. Anyway. Still, he's a dumb brute and will do things like give speeches in front of the writing that praises Kahane and Goldstein or offer Khan's nephew to be his chief of staff. Smotrich is slightly less careful, famous for shit like telling Palestinian MPs, you're only here by accident because Ben-Gurion didn't finish the job. Or some other choice words such as, I don't want my wife giving birth next to an Arab, a Palestinian citizen of Israel, by the way, because that person will inevitably kill my wife and children. Or one of my favorites from Smotrich was when he said, I'm a homophobic fascist. It's funny because he's one of the only MPs to acknowledge the Nakba. Yeah, but of course, in a Benny Morris style, I suspect that he says it's a good thing and wants to do more of it. Bill Smoke Crackman says, again, the New York Times publishes an article accusing Israel of barbaric war crimes using evidence supposed X-ray images of Israeli bullets lodged in Palestinian children's heads. I've seen multiple posts debunking the New York Times piece, but this is one of the most thorough analysis worth a careful read. Yes, Bill. American doctors flew halfway across the planet to get help, to go help random people in a war zone stage photos of an X-ray in order to come back to America and publish these photos in the New York Times. Makes sense. Yeah, Zionists also tried to take down the article, and they also tried to attack the veracity of the reporting, which is really interesting because I didn't hear them fucking chirp about Screams Without Evidence, the famous New York Times article that was so controversial that New York Times' own editorial team were like, this does not meet the standards of reporting. What the fuck are you doing, New York Times? Only to still obviously put forward the interview. And then inevitably suspending the person who wrote the, the article, for saying unhinged shit about Arabs and Palestinians in general. Remember that? That was cool. Anyway, let me hear from one of my... Now, New York Times is writing... New York Times wrote this article. Everyone yelled at it, but I want to hear what my favorite smart people have to say. Noah Smith, if you recall, famously invented BDS himself. No Opinion also, in the early days of October in 2023, had come up with a different solution, a 4-state solution or a 3-state solution. Yeah. Fucking idiot. Israel does enough bad stuff that the Palestine people don't need to lie, and yet they do lie all the time about everything. The bullets are too perfectly formed in the photos. Trust me, still time to delete your post here. Emily Schrader is like a Laura Loomer level insane liar. Noah desperately wants to position himself as a canny, non-psychotic defender of Israel, but he's too stupid and blinded by racial animus to realize he's thrown in his lot with a complete huckster bullshit artist. Yep. They did verify the photos, by the way. The New York Times did. Of course they did. You think the New York Times is going to fucking... Do you think the New York Times is going to fucking write something that is critical of Israel without making sure that it is 100% accurate? The very same New York Times that has written unhinged screeds that in defense of Israel time and time again with no evidence whatsoever to play a very important role in manufacturing consent for Israel's genocide. Of course, the New York Times is not going to fucking write anything that is even remotely critical of Israel without making sure that it's damn near 100% accurate. Okay?
This is the same Cass Holloway that did nothing about it. This is the same Cass Holloway that when the students at Columbia University announced that violence is the only path forward and that they stand with the armed resistance, meaning the terrorists, did absolutely nothing. This is the same Cass Holloway that allowed these students for 3 weeks last year to terrorize the entire campus, creating a so-called liberated zone that was only liberated from Israelis and Jews who refused to denounce their identity. This is the same Cass Holloway who, for more than a year, has done absolutely nothing. You know why? Because Cass Holloway is not Jewish. Because Cass Holloway's kids are not Jewish. Because Cass Holloway doesn't give a fuck.
That's crazy, man. Like, the fuck are you saying? Every institution must be completely controlled, not by Jews, but like specifically Zionist Jews, is a wild thing to just openly fucking say. That's cool.
Cass Holloway thinks that if he pushes Shy away, his problems are over. Cass, this message is for you. I'm not going anywhere. And you can go fuck yourself until we meet at court.
Shy seems like the kind of guy to go postal. Nah, yeah, when he goes postal, he just fucking huffs into a paper bag, dog. What are you talking about? He's a ginormous pussy. It looks like he hasn't eaten since October 7. What are you talking about? He literally fucking cried that people walked near him and they were wearing keffiyehs, okay? He ain't gonna do shit. It's also a very common, normal thing to do to refer to yourself in the third person. Shy is not going away. Bitch. Whenever I see any unhinged shit coming from this weirdo, I go back to the video of him being punched in the face by a hostage family member. Wait, what? Something like that exists and I didn't know about this? Can you please explain that to me? Can you please show me that? Be careful, Habibi. You might get one of these love letters yourself, Lamau. What the fuck are you talking about? You think I don't already receive that? What do you mean? I got 27,000 love letters when I attended USC campus, when I was invited to go speak at USC campus. Fuck you mean? Like, what are you talking about? I've been called anti-Semite of the week. Oh, this is the... This wasn't the hostage families, dog. This is a fucking... This is in 2023. This is not even in 2023. When they were doing the anti-government protest. Yeah, that's different. No, this is... I mean, it's still funny, but... They got 20,000 emails for something you didn't even publicly announce. Yeah, I didn't publicly announce it for that reason, by the way, which is kind of funny that they still found out about it and were fucking crying about it, and it still didn't work. Anyway.
President Obama was out there last week waving his finger at black men. When are Liz Cheney and Hillary Clinton going to wave their finger at white women? When are Bill...
Hey, he's right, by the way. Charlemagne, Lieb, but he's fucking right.
Clinton and Joe Biden going to wave their finger at white men? Because 52% of white women voted for Trump in 2016. 55% voted for Trump in 2020. They all voted against their own interests. When the finger waving going to start at them?
Well, thank you for highlighting that. I do have the support of over 200 Republicans.
Bro, oh my God. She's literally a bot. She's such a fucking bot. She is such a goddamn NPC. I'm sorry, dude. Like, it's like a parody, dude. It is... The way she operates is like a parody of a fucking politician. Like, this is like a Family Guy bit. Well, thank you for highlighting that you're, that I got the endorsement of 200 Republicans
who worked for various administrations, including everyone going back to Ronald Reagan.
It's so funny watching like New York Times and NPR coverage of the fucking Liz Cheney rally, and even they admit that it was mostly like almost every single person that they interviewed at those rallies were Democrats excited to hear Liz Cheney talk about how sick the Democratic Party is. With one guy that they found that was a Trump supporter that voted for him in 2020, but January 6th was a bridge too far for him.
To the Bushes, to John McCain and Mitt Romney, and including Liz Cheney, and I'm very proud to have her support. And I believe that many of them who may have voted for Trump before are supporting me because they know the stakes are so high.
That wasn't the take, and you know that wasn't the fucking question, Kamala.
In terms of our very democracy and rule of law. And
so the finger wagging should start today or tomorrow.
Well, I think what is happening is that we are all working on reminding people of what is at stake, and that is very important.
But I do want to say...
Ugh. Ugh. Gosh, he is so fucking bad. I'm not going to watch Trump work a normal job. But yeah. My mom, Reagan Republican, hates Trump, is still voting for him. And now we're talking about MTG's anti-Semitism. We're from Georgia. Her response was, but we gave money to Lebanon. I told her we gave Israel $18 billion and she just repeated the above. How the fuck do I reason with conservatives? You do not. You do not. There is nothing you can do in that situation. Okay, they're brain broken. What do you do? There's just nothing. Just let them fucking live. Central Park 5. They're doing the
I want to ask you about your plan for Black men.
Yes.
It's something huge
Yes.
that you have just released this
Yes.
week. We're talking about 1 million loans that are fully forgivable up to $20,000
Right.
to Black entrepreneurs, men and
guys. You can't save everyone. Okay, like pick and choose your battles. Like a lot of people come here and they're like Megaphonics was just saying, like, what do you say to your parents that are like, oh, this administration has not been supportive enough of Israel? It's like, you can't reason with those people, man. You just can't. Like when someone is demonstrating mania to that degree, like, but I want my dad back. Yeah, well, he's cooked. Okay. Some people are unfortunately too far gone. Like maybe time will heal all wounds, including that one. But for the time being, like, preserve your fucking mental sanity, you know? You just can't. You can't do nothing about it. Time didn't heal Fetterman. Yeah, I mean, Fetterman's gone. But what about Asman yesterday? You could reason with him? Yeah, Asmongold is entirely different. Like, and even in that conversation, my goal wasn't to like change Asmongold's mind in that moment. My goal was to change people in his audience's mind to like start interpreting the situation with a different light. Okay. To look at it differently.
and women,
Yes.
correct? Expanding access to bank accounts, expanding the child tax credit, many things that you're
Housing.
doing.
Don't forget
Housing,
my housing.
lowering rent, making it affordable to buy a house for
Yes.
first-time home buyers.
Correct.
Talk to me about this
Yes.
plan, just in
Yeah.
summary, and,
Yeah.
and how this will impact not only Black men, but all Black people.
Sure. So my plan is to build what I call an opportunity economy, which means giving people an opportunity to actually achieve those ambitions, those goals, and those dreams. So for example, housing is too expensive. The American dream is something that previous generations could kind of count on, but no more. So one part of the problem is that we have a supply issue in terms of housing supply. My plan includes working with developers to do and home builders to create incentives for them to build 3 million new homes by the end of my first term. The second part, which is equally important, if not more, is to give people, first-time home buyers, a $25,000 down payment assistance. Because what you and I know is a lot of folks want to be a homeowner, but they don't come from money. They don't come from some families that can necessarily give them or pass on a home or give them the equity out of their home to help them with the down payment. $25,000 down payment assistance just helps people get their foot in the door to then save up to cover a mortgage. $6,000 child tax credit. I'm expanding the child tax credit to $6,000 for young families so that in the first year of their child's life, they have the resources they need to buy a crib, a car seat, clothes, knowing that all parents have a natural desire to parent their children well, but not all parents have the resources to be able to do that. Opportunity. You know, I think there is a real misconception that people just, and only their highest aspiration is to have a job. That's not where I come from in terms of how I think of it. The baseline should be everybody has a job. What we should be doing is creating incentives for people to be able to build wealth and build intergenerational wealth. But again, knowing that not everybody starts out on the same base, but when you give them a little bit to just compete, they will work around the clock, good ideas, innovative ideas, and when they have just that little bit extra, it gives them what they need to actually get in there, compete, and thrive. That's the $20,000. That's the theory behind the $20,000 forgivable loan for people at a certain threshold to just give them the resources, like I said, to start up a website, to buy the equipment they need, depending on the kind of business that they're creating, so that that's not the barrier to what otherwise is going to be their incredible work ethic and hustle to actually make a success out of their smart idea that actually has relevance to the community. There is...
I'm not even kidding. I fucking fell asleep, dude. I did.
Wrong.
But they're hitting the Central Park 5 shit again, which they should. I mean, Trump is a racist. That's fine. And this is the other thing that they're hitting Trump on when he said the enemy from within.
More dangerous, more erratic than ever before. Echoing fascists.
The worst people are the enemies from within. The enemy from within are more dangerous than Russia.
We have some very bad people that should be very easily handled by the military.
I do remember the day that he suggested that we shoot people on the streets.
They only cared about black men's votes when they became conservative. You were right. They want to fuck conservatives and toss aside everyone else. Yeah, that's why I'm saying maybe the Palestinian movement fucked up. Maybe they should have been like, we're voting for Donald Trump from the start so that the fucking dumbass Democrats would like finally reach out to them. They only care. Maybe the MAGA communists are right. I can't believe I'm saying this. But the only way to get the Democratic Party to listen to your demands is if you're like, I'm a lifelong Ronald Reagan lover, supporter, conservative, and I'm kind of sick and tired of the Republican Party. That when you say that, you activate like 8 DC consultants. They beam into your location and they're like, what can we do to win your vote? What do you want? Full automated luxury gay space communism? I will do that for you. I will change the entire fucking campaign for you, sir.
Second term would be worse. There will be no one to stop his worst instincts. Unchecked power, no guardrails. If we elect Trump again, we're in terrible danger.
The campaign's working hard to turn out their voters. It's what they call the ground game. Our political director and Washington bureau chief, Rick Klein, has the latest on the key aspect of the race with new polling out this morning. Good morning to you, Rick.
Yeah, good morning, Robin. Election day is still 3 weeks away, but as of this morning, brand new numbers, more than 5 million Americans have actually already voted. That's across well more than half of the states. That pace is actually down from 4 years ago when COVID drove record early voting. And while we don't know exactly who voted for whom yet, we do know that more likely Democrats are voting early than likely Republicans. But check this out. Republicans have actually picked up their pace from 4 years ago. There were more Republicans voting.
Why do you hate gaming frogs, bro? We're starving. I don't know if the gaming frogs are aware of this. Why is the song slowly turning right? Because I want the Democratic Party to notice me and listen to what I have to say. So if I have to fake being right wing, by God, I'll do it. Maybe that way I'll be able to get the Democratic Party to be fucking competent and do things that are at its own interest. But also, in terms of the gaming frogs that are like, oh my God, are you oblivious to what's going on in the world? Is like, I don't know if you know this, but at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. Also, there is quite literally a fucking election coming up. So what the fuck do you want from me? Here's a 3-minute ad break now.
Voting early than last time around. Both campaigns spending massive amounts of money and energy trying to reach their voters, as you mentioned. In our latest ABC News Ipsos poll, a whopping 62% of people across the 7 major battlegrounds, that's nearly 2/3 of voters, say they've actually already been contacted by either the Harris or the Trump campaign. Nearly half said they've been contacted directly by Harris, almost the same number exactly by Trump's campaign. But the Harris ground game appears to be doing more to actually help voters vote. 48% of those contacted by Harris say the campaign has offered assistance, things like helping people register or figure out where to cast their ballots. That's nearly 10 percentage points more than, say, the Trump campaign has offered assistance to them in a race where every vote matters, Robin.
And that's because turnout plays directly into campaign messaging down the stretch, Rick.
Yeah, Robin, and here's the deal. The race is basically tied. A range of national polls have Harris up a point or two, maybe even a tied race. The 538 polling average, 2.5 points, 2.4 points separating the two. That means that so much of this campaign at this point, it's not really about undecided voters as much as it is about convincing your voters to vote at all. That said, we are seeing some movement in the polls. Donald Trump trailing among independents by 5 points in our latest poll. That's 49 to 44. But he was down 10 points among independents just a month ago. This is a group that more often than not sides with the winning presidential candidate, something both campaigns are aware of, Robin.
And we're aware that we are 3 weeks out. Okay, Rick, thank you.
Welcome back. CNN's Ellie Reeve travels all over the country and is known for engaging people in conversations about their politics and beliefs and how they see our world. Tonight, she takes us to rural southeast Georgia, to what may be the most pro-Trump county in all of this year's battleground states.
Miss Barber, I promise you this is not a trick question. Where are you at? Gosh. All right, I have the CNN reporters here, and they want to talk to a Democrat. I'm serious as a heart attack. Who's here in town that would talk to them? That's sad when you have to hunt a Democrat.
It's hard to find an open Democrat in Brantley County, Georgia, where Trump won more than 90% of votes in 2020. Of all the counties and all the 2024...
That's awesome. That's awesome. I'll hunt down a Democrat. I'll find them. Don't you worry. Don't you worry, sweetie pie. I'll find one of them libtards.
Swing states, it's the most pro-Trump. And we wanted to know why.
We vote 92% Republican, not because anything wrong with Ham does. Okay, let's get that on the board. This ain't about me.
We're a small, rural county. A lot of folks here live paycheck to paycheck. And when there's too much month at the end of the money, people vote with their wallet.
At one point in time...
Hell yeah, brother. The only way to make sure that our poor-ass county can survive is by making sure the rich get tax cuts. If only there was a candidate out there that was communicating that is probably not a helpful way for us to thrive.
The Democratic Party was for the working man, and the Republican Party was for all the elites. And somewhere that got switched around.
This is some of that stuff. Everybody here calls him President Trump. As far as the people around here is concerned, he's still the president.
Democrats didn't used to be rare here. Almost everyone we spoke to said their grandfather had been one. But those days are gone.
Numbers do not lie. Watching people 5 and 6 years ago, they had success.
One of the funniest aspects of this is that, like, Kamala Harris is technically speaking to these people. These people have the aspirational goal of becoming small business owners if they're not already small business owners. And that's really funny that, like, none of them give a shit. Okay? None of them. You cannot connect with these people. Okay? Yeah. I wonder why they used to be Dems. Yeah. Yeah, back when the Democratic Party was pro-working class, you know. Dixiecrats.
Successful businesses. They were thriving. They were doing well. Every time somebody comes and says, Kathy, I'm going to have to close. It honestly hurts.
Hendrix got a heat press to make custom t-shirts. And it turned out that...
Dude, okay. This is like Associated Press in Ukraine, okay? Unable to find a guy that doesn't have a black sun tattoo. What is going on? I'm sure that in the entire nation, there has to be Republicans that don't immediately financially benefit from Donald Trump this directly. Okay? Every time CNN or any number of different outlets go to the fucking rural South, they always find someone operating a Trump shop. How many fucking Trump shops are out there, man? I don't get it. Are they going to the same Trump shop? I don't think so. They're going to different parts of the country. But literally every fucking time they'll be like, we went to the most pro-Trump county in the entire state. And it's always a person that runs a Trump merch business. What is going on? Is this what it is? Did I not realize that it's just we are a nation that does MAGA merch now? Like, it's not like Spirit Halloween, because Spirit Halloween goes out of business when Halloween is over. Okay, they close up shop. These Trump shops seemingly have operated for the past 8 fucking years. How many fucking Trump shops exist in rural America? I don't know. I live in California. I never see a Trump shop.
One kind of design really helps pay the bills.
I've learned how to put it on my computer and kind of change things. As long as we can still sell Donald Trump stuff, we're doing good. They're just $5. That's
One of her customers was Sherry Rowell. We met her while she was buying a Trump sign, and she said we could come see her put it up. Her grandson Talon died in an accident this summer before he could vote in his first election.
He did love him some Trump. Couldn't wait to get 18 so he could vote. Yep.
Oh my God, you put the Trump sign on his grave? Oh, ew, dude. Dude, that's crazy. That's crazy. My grandparents live in a town with 1,200 people and there's a Trump shop. What the fuck? Has anyone looked into this? There's a park and ride parking lot in my North New Jersey town where 2 separate Trump pop-up shop trucks come by every weekend and stand in the intersection causing trouble until they gather a crowd and then inevitably end up buying tons of merch. Great stuff. Economic nationalism plays a big part in small cities that depend on agriculture or a single industrial company. They hate modern neo-lib Democrats. Dude, if you think that Donald Trump is an economic nationalist, I don't know what to tell you. Neoliberalism was first most successfully implemented, post-Carter, by Ronald Reagan. Okay? It is quite literally the Republican method. The Democrats adopted it after the fact and still maintain their position. But that doesn't mean the Republicans aren't on board with this. They fucking damn near invented it, man. What do you think Reaganomics is? Like, this doesn't make any sense, dog. This does not make any fucking sense. Okay? Closest Trump store to LA is in Arizona. Nah, there's definitely some, dude, are you kidding me? California is massive. There's plenty of Trump land around here. There are more Republican voters in the state of California than like 3 Republican states combined. Okay? I think a lot of you forget.
He won't vote for Trump.
He had just got his first job and he was like, I make, $9 an hour and I work this many hours. Why do I only make this much money? And I told him, I said, son, it's politics. You got to pay taxes.
There's a shit ton in Gatlinburg, Tennessee. Pretty wild. Wait, is that the place where there's a BMW? God, TikTok has broken my brain. Is that the famous Tennessee city where there's a BMW that you're in Gatlinburg, Tennessee when you fucking walk, when you drive over and you see that BMW standing in the same spot? You know about that? Yes, because TikTok, okay? Sometimes really weird shit pops up on my For You page. I don't even know why it's considered a famous BMW. It's just a random Beamer. Like, not even like a super nice one. It's a tourist trap. Shout out NE Tennessee. Bro, that's like local shit. What the fuck? Yeah, my feed is crazy, dog. Okay? That's the famous Beamer, Gatlinburg, Tennessee. When you see the Beamer standing by the road. When you see the Beamer standing by the road, you know you're in Gatlinburg, Tennessee. Micro trends are a plague. Yes. Dude, you want to see what it's like a big deal, by the way? It's a Google landmark. Shut the fuck up. Dude.
I'm in Gatlinburg, Tennessee. If you know, you know.
That's it. That's literally it. And this has 940 likes, but like the TikTok I saw, that's it, chat. No, that's it. Why is it there? Because some old man lives there. He parks his Beamer there. That's it. We are a nation that is starving for some oppression, a little bit of struggle, a little bit of culture that comes alongside with that. I swear to God, There is no better representation that like white people are so devoid of culture than this. Okay, that's it. That's the famous Gatlinburg, Tennessee Beamer right there. Oh boy, when you see that Beamer, you know you're in Gatlinburg.
The black BMW mystery car.
It's not even a mystery car. It's just the guy that lives there. And he parks it there. That's it. When I first saw it, I was like, there's got to be some significance to this, right? Like there has to be something that is like unique about this situation. No, that's it. That's it. This is literally it. There's just a BMW that is parked there, and it's always parked there, and people celebrate when they see it. And it's not like a cool Beamer either. It's just stock. Come on, brother. If these were netizens talking about a BYD in Chongqing, you know you would love it. No. There would be some relevance to it. It would not just be a fucking BYD in Chongqing. There would be some relevance to it. No, Chinese netizens would never fucking hype up some shit like this. Can you ban that chatter for being racist? Holy shit. Wait, what? Chongqing is crazy, man. Guys, that's a real place. He's not being racist. That's just a real place in China. That's so funny. What's next? Shanghai making stuff up. Oh yeah, sure. Beijing. Oh. No, he wasn't being racist. It's a real place in China. Also, you should have probably picked up on the fact that he knows he's not being racist because he said BYD. What fucking racist knows BYD? Oh yeah, what? Yang Wong? Okay, sure. Wow, this xenophobia is out of control. Anyway, did you see the Starship booster get caught by the tower? Not a fan of Musk, but looked pretty cool. Yes, I refuse to give any credit to Elon Musk for that. It's the fucking brilliant engineers that still haven't left his company, despite apparently him being a dog shit person to work for, that actually made this impressive feat happen. Have you seen the video of the guy doing the rounds? What is it? It's okay when they call their cities that, but when you do it, it's cultural appropriation. Yeah, Elon Musk didn't do that. Where is it? Someone said, I think it's the thing that you're thinking. There's a video that Yeah, in Chongqing that was doing the rounds. It wasn't. Was it there that was doing the rounds? I think it was what?
In Chongqing, we never know which floor we're on. It looks like I'm.
Oh no, not this one. This one is famous. But there's another one that is like there is another one that actually like shows some of these homes that don't have any fucking oh, this is the one. You know what's really funny? Why is commuting to work in Chongqing so hard? What's really funny about it is that this guy is one of those like tourism people. Like he's like a TikToker that specifically that specifically him and like a couple of these guys, including this dude, Hugh Chongqing and this guy, are all English speaking like tourist guides. And Americans saw this clip and were like, look at how devastating and awful it is to live there, because he brings up the fact that there's like a bunch of floors that don't get fucking sunlight.
So hard. So I start by heading down my 18-story apartment with no elevator, but thankfully I only need to go down a few stories because the ground floor is on the 12th floor. Too bad for those folks live down there. They have to climb up and sunlight is like a luxury for them. Next.
This is literally the only reason why they've watched this. This is the only reason why they watch this and we're like, oh, dude, look at how fucking shitty it is, actually.
I enter a subway station that feels like an entrance of a fallout shelter. Then comes the subway that looks like a roller coaster ride, and the train casually goes through a residential building.
Like, I watched this and I was like, this is sick. Like, this looks cool as fuck. Especially the trains going in through the cities. Like, I mean, through the buildings. Like, I think it's so sick. Anyway, but that's
and
just
here
me.
It goes through another residential building, because why not? Finally, I get over the city square. Solid ground at last, right? Nope, I'm actually on the 22nd floor of my office building. There's heavy traffic all the way down there by the riverside. It's time to get off work.
That subway's too much for me. Maybe the bus will be more relaxing.
Also, the entire thing is him showing like the multiple different ways of public transit. And it's so funny that people were like, man, this shit sucks. It's like, yeah, dog, it's a city built on a fucking mountain and they still have endless public transit options. It's walkable. It seems dope. This guy is literally a tool.
And somehow the bus takes me 20 stories up in the sky. Why is commuting to...
If we were to have a society similar to Mongolian People's Republic and we were called the American People's Republic, would you be proud to live in that society? You should know about communist Mongolia era, which was a great socialist country. People do the place Japan meme, but with China, and call it dystopian and authoritarian. I've seen really online interactions where someone is fawning over architecture, thinking it's in Japan, and then doing a 180 after being informed that it's in China. Well, here's the thing. And I've been telling this to all my friends who like look at me like I'm fucking crazy when I say I really, really, really want to go to China. Whenever I explain to them that I really want to go to China and see some of these tier 1 cities, especially, right? They're shocked by this. And I'm like, dog, it's literally like going to Japan in the 90s or the 80s. Okay. Which is ironically like going to Japan right now because they've kind of been stuck in the 90s. But like visiting China right now is straight up like visiting Japan at its heyday. Okay. That's it. That's what it is. It's like, it's super sick. My grandpa lived in Hong Kong for 3 years and he's the most cultured white man I know. Yeah, I love these videos.
Is so hard. At first, I was trying to catch a bus, but how do I get up there? Never mind, I'm gonna take the subway instead.
Yeah, I've watched this video before.
After 2 minutes, I'm still on the escalator.
Then I decided to drive to work.
If I end up in the wrong lane, it's gonna be a day trip. Finally, I reached the office building. Hold on, it says 500 meters to the garage. Forget about the work, I'm going back home.
Like, they're memeing about how fucking deep the city is. And people, and like dumbass liberals read this as like, they fucking hate being there. They want to kill themselves. My parents have been green card holders for 20 years and moved back to China to retire. It's crazy. One of my most conservative friends is a huge fan of China. He's straight up kind of like Mao. I don't understand. TikTok, maybe? I don't know. From what I know, Hasan has not been to China, and his comparison is not accurate. I've been to both. Though, yeah, I can't say what Japan was like before the 2000s, but still. What do you mean? China is like Japan in the 70s, not 80s, 90s. Korea is more like Japan in its heyday, 80s. I mean, Korea is pretty fucking popping too. Don't get me wrong. I want to go to Korea as well. But I feel like, as far as I understand, the tier 1 cities are pretty fucking crazy. Yo, how would China be like for a trans person like to live there? Legit asking because China honestly seems like an amazing place to live. I don't really know what the fucking latest is in terms of LGBT protections in China, but I do know that like the most famous television person in China is openly a trans woman. And that is for like years and years at this point. So. What is this? Did you see the post of a Chinese trans woman beating the shit out of a gay Hong Kong dude? No, this is not a Chinese trans woman beating the shit out of a gay Hong Kong dude. Isn't this literally... Wait, isn't this from like when the Filipino dolls, or no, when like Filipino trans women were fighting against, oh, her tits are out in this? Okay, I won't show it. Trans woman from Hunan beat up a gay man in Hong Kong in Changsha. She said because he called Changsha City poor and ugly, she called him short. He threw food in her face. She proceeded to beat him into the ground. Nah, the Filipinos got their ass beat by the Thailand dolls. Xiaoma recent tour of Chongqing video. No, I'm not gonna do that right now. Relevant. Okay, dude. I'm gonna fucking accidentally pop a titty up in here. Stop. Judy's gonna cook you on the next Fear Ine episode. She already called me. She already fucking called me personally to flex on my face, dude. Need the Turkish newsman to react to this? What is this? The cameraman is so strong and he doesn't even flinch when a gun is pointed at him. And he's saved by a jam? Is this Turkey? It kind of looks like it. Oh, it is Turkey. Oh my god. Oh god. Ah, fuck. I know my people from a distance, dude. Yeah, he's Turkish. Oh god. Sen ne konuşuyorsun lan? He said, "You're a paid dog." And then the other guy walked up to him and said, "What are you fucking talking about?"
Sen tam bir aşağılık herifsin oğlum. Yanımda
He said, "You're a total piece of shit."
yanımda kız arkadaşım var. Yanımda kız arkadaşım var, yapma.
He says, "My girlfriend is next to me. Don't do that." And he goes, "What the fuck are you saying?"
Yanımda kız arkadaşım var, yapma.
Benim sabrımı zorlama.
He says, don't test my patience.
Benim sabrımı zorlama. Kes lan sesini.
He goes, shut the fuck up. He said, in this country, I'll beat you with my money. The other guy.
Bak herkesin de satılık olduğunu anlamış.
He's laughing. The other guy is literally saying, everybody knows you're paid. And then he... They're saying the bullet is stuck. The bullet is stuck.
Rezil oldun oğlum. Bütün sosyal
He's saying you just got embarrassed.
alem senin ne kadar aşağılık biri olduğunu görecek.
I assume that this guy is like mentally disabled or something and he has a toy gun and the entire city knows it. So they're just like fucking with him.
Kaçacak bir yeri yok. Yatacak yeri de yok.
He says there's nowhere he can run off to. And there's nowhere he can even hide.
Bana bak ya.
Oğlum mermi sıkıştı mı? Taktik yaptın.
Taktik yaptın. Gel de sana oyuncak sana yeni tabancalı alalım. Tut elimden de gel oyuncakçıya gidelim hadi sana. Şimdi görürsün bak ben sana patat yapacağım. Oyuncakçıya gidelim de yeni tabanca alalım.
He's like, let's go to the toy store and get you a new gun.
Evet abi.
He ain't strapped. Yeah, I mean, this is Turkey. In the U.S., the likelihood that he has a real weapon becomes an alarming possibility. And in Turkey, most likely a fucking toy.
Talon became really intrigued with it and started doing some more research. And he said, you know, Dad, looking at what me and you talked about, we need Donald Trump in office. And he just became...
Damn, bro. Why are y'all fucking... Why are you guys talking over the grave of this fucking 18-year-old being like, yeah, he's a real dumbass, okay? He did some research on Facebook and was like, we need Donald Trump. Like, the dude is dead. Let him fucking rest, man. Jesus Christ.
I'm a huge Trump supporter.
His parents said he would want people to know he was for Trump. And so they put the sign up because he's not here to say it himself.
Things changed pretty fast when we went from, you know, Trump to Biden. Even they could see the difference.
Even the kids?
Yeah, I could take you to the Piggly Wiggly and they hun. You just look at the prices. I don't know where y'all come from, but compared to what we've had 4 years ago, it's triple.
There's some statistics that show that younger women are more likely to be for Harris. Do you see any evidence of that here in this county?
I don't really in this county, but I do know some younger females that are very much a Harris person. And I'm not against her. If I thought she was going to do different than what was already in there. You know what I'm saying? Like if she should have come out and run an independent, then I might well listen to her a little more.
Ron Hamm invited us to breakfast the next day at a diner where regulars talk politics.
When Biden claims that he had more jobs and created more jobs, that's only because of Corona, because everything shut down. That was not Trump's fault.
No, the jobs report numbers were really good for September. That just came out this week.
The American people are government issued numbers.
Dude, we have a real disinformation problem in this country. Like, I fucking hate the Democratic Party, but god damn. I mean, I guess they also fucking do their own version of this shit, but holy fuck. Dog, Republicans literally just like repeat whatever the fuck they heard from the TV unquestioningly, unflinchingly. Like, I mean, so do the Dems, but at least like Dems do have a tendency to sometimes arrive at the truth, I guess. These guys are straight up like, hey, the job numbers were fake. I heard on TV. I heard on the TV, job numbers were fake. That's right.
Hold on, though. You can't take that and give credit to Washington, D.C. You give credit to that to the American people that go to work every day, even when they down, even when it's against them, even when it's going uphill. We get up and we continue to work. We continue to fight, and we've made this country better. There ain't nobody in Washington got a right to take credit for what the American people have done.
But we didn't want to leave town without hearing a different point of view. So they called some old friends to come by.
And showing the breakfast. There's some folks up here want to talk to you.
Tell him to hurry up. I want to go.
It's crazy. Like, they can't even find a single fucking open Democrat in the county. Like, we're going to find one. I promise you, liberal woman. We're going to find one.
Fishing.
Yeah. She made me do it. This is a real live CNN reporter, and she wants to meet a Democrat in Brantley County.
There were few and far between, so they're looking.
We called you and Donald both.
Hey, I ain't a...
Guys, these guys, I promise you, these guys are going to turn to Kamala Harris when they hear her talk about the opportunity economy. When they find out that Dick Cheney endorsed Kamala Harris, these guys are going to be like, well, that's right. I fucking love Dick Cheney.
a Democrat, but I'm an independent.
Okay. What are your views on the election?
Well, I ain't gonna vote for a criminal. Well, what he did in January the 6th was enough. And the way he could have did something, man. You know, they was beating on them cops down there.
Where's your other Democrat?
Hi, come join us.
She's a CNN reporter, and she wants some Democrats in Brantley County, and she can't find one. I told her I knew it.
How are you so dumb? I don't know. Yummy, yummy pizza. It's a question I ask myself all the time. I'm like, how am I so dumb, dude?
Couple, she said, please call her. Please, and she wouldn't quit. Till I said,
Thank you.
I have voted Republican. You know? Yeah. I vote for the man. I don't vote for their party.
So what are your thoughts on the election?
What are my thoughts on what?
On the election.
Dog, this guy, dude, these people are awesome. They're barely sentient, dude. What do you mean? We brought together a bunch of Jimmy Carters in one diner to talk to us about who they're voting for. It's like none of these people's opinions should matter. They are dying tomorrow. I do not give a fuck who they're voting for, okay? They clearly don't have a lot of life left, okay?
Ain't much to think about it.
Well, who are you going to vote for?
The right person.
Well, who do you think the right person
It won't
is?
be Donald Trump.
Okay, tell me why.
Oh,
Last
he's like me for real.
When you saw him talking, did you watch his lips?
Uh-huh.
Were they moving?
Uh-huh.
He's lying.
All right, well, so Mr.
That's such a Facebook line, dude. Anytime you see his lips moving, he's lying. That's awesome.
Wilson here was telling us that January 6th was a big disqualifier for him.
Old man's a Cornell West supporter. I know it. That's right. I need to vote for an academic who stands on business.
Should have been.
How do you feel about that?
I feel about it like he's anti-American. He's trying to overthrow our government.
And so are you thinking about voting for Harris?
Yeah, have to or not vote. He's the only choice other than Trump.
Yeah.
If Corbett runs,
He's like, I'm voting for Claudia. I'm voting on the PSL ticket, not pumpkin spice latte. Have you heard of it? Party for Socialism and Liberation. That's right. Long live Claudia. Big fan of Gloria La Riva too. Understand me?
I'm not voting for him.
It's Brett Summer. That's what they're dang saying. They're saying it's dang Brett Summer. Let me tell you, it's Brett Autumn in here. Okay. Charlie XCX making my gosh darn pussy quiver every time I hear that. She's British now, but it's all good. That's the point. You're picking out the worst of the worst to make content and thinking they're all the same, but then don't want Arabs to be seen as one as all. Wait, what? Do you think I'm Like, who do you think I'm exhibiting bigotry towards here? Dude, right-wingers are so funny. Y'all turn into the biggest pussy-ass fucking libtard-ass social justice warriors at the tip of a hat, dude. God, shut the fuck up, dude. Stop crying, okay? Yeah, when old white men in the United States of America in a place like Georgia are being genocided by virtue of being old white men in the state of Georgia, then we can fucking talk about the bigotry exhibited towards old white men. You're talking like the boomer side is real, dude. I'm not on either side. I'm against you. We know. For many people, trust me, dog, we know, okay? For a lot of people, their North Star is basically just like, I fucking hate whatever this goddamn Hasan is saying. Okay? We know, dog. We know you have no coherent worldview. Except for whatever some fucking dumbass Twitch streamer is saying. That's how stupid you are, okay? Your world is guided by hating a fucking Twitch streamer. Please, live your life. Go outside. Experience the fucking world. Oh my God. How pathetic, dude. Evil can exist, but it's never going to come close to the evil of America. If that's what you believe, everyone's dumb but you. Wait, what? No, man, I'm dumb. I'm a dumbass. I say I'm a dumbass all the time, brother. No. I'm dumb. Most people are. God damn, dude. This is so pathetic, brother. You literally are this fucking primed. We're having fun over here. We're looking at a bunch of old boomers, some of which are fucking pro Kamala, many are pro Trump. We're having a good old time. And big homies in here like, I'm so mad right now. I don't even know why I'm mad. I don't even understand your fucking personal political point of view. I'm just gonna cry. Like, all right, dude. Good luck. Good luck to you, okay?
And Ellie Reeve joins us now. I you know, what's nice is that you're all friendly, and you know, they called them, asked them to come over.
Oh yeah, this was one of the nicest places we've ever reported from. Places that have been more closely divided, have gotten yelled at.
I get that you want to be in the middle, but you're clearly biased. Why you stop chatting me? Dude, because talking to you is basically like talking to a potato, okay? Strapped to a ChatGPT bot or something. Why you stop chatting me? Please, give me attention. My man, you said I'm a centrist? What do you mean? Yeah, I am. You're right. I am a centrist. I'm unbiased. I'm the unbiased centrist.
I've been scolded, but everybody here was really, really nice to us.
So what else stood out? I mean, in terms of their economic concerns, what are they?
Well, of course I wanted to ask them, what did they think of the Democrats' ideas for addressing the economic problems in the area? What did they think about raising taxes on rich people, something like that? They were not impressed. They are older people. They're concerned about their kids not doing so well. They want to pass stuff down to their kids. And David Herron, the man with the big beard, he said he ran a trucking company. On paper, he's worth $10 million. So he didn't want his kids to have to pay high estate taxes for his assets.
Now to North Carolina, where we're learning that a man was arrested after reports of an armed threat against FEMA workers who were helping victims of Hurricane.
Bro, this shit is crazy. Remember those guys that we were watching? One of those groups basically was fucking threatening FEMA workers, dude. What are we doing?
Helene. Now, this comes amid a rise in false conspiracy theories about the agency, which are now threatening to slow down the recovery efforts. Janet Shamlian has that story.
44-year-old William Parsons was arrested Saturday after the Rutherford County Sheriff's Office says it received a call about a man with an assault rifle talking about possibly harming FEMA workers in the hard-hit Lake Lure and Chimney Rock areas. The U.S. Forest Service sent an email to first responders in the area that same day, warning National Guard troops had apparently encountered armed militias that were, quote, hunting FEMA. But the sheriff's office tells CBS News there have been no substantiated reports of any militias making those threats. Chimney Rock Village Administrator Stephen Duncan told us that federal and other aid has been welcomed and has expedited the cleanup.
What would you have done without all this help?
We would have been weeks, months, just trying to get the mud and muck out of here.
Despite the progress, the task remains monumental, more than 2 weeks after Helene hit.
Right now we're in downtown.
Dude, all of the fucking like weird psyop shit that the American State Department does overseas is coming back to haunt us here. We have no way of controlling the dissemination of disinfo, misinfo, just like AI is making shit a lot worse. Lack of education as well is creating a new generation that is infinitely more susceptible to like idiotic nonsense. I do not see this going a good way, okay? I do not see a good future if we do not change the goddamn trajectory. Oh my God. Yes, it cannot be overstated how much damage right-wing grifters have done to this country. Oh my God.
Chimney Rock and take a look across the river, what it has done to these homes. The water came up so high and the power just shredded them. You can still see refrigerators and beds and clothing dangling from the inside of those houses.
We drove through the still closed town with innkeeper Glenn Cothran, getting a first-hand look at the devastation.
It looks like a bomb went off.
The first floor of the home he shares with wife Teresa was flooded and is now filled with mud.
This is the first time I've genuinely, like this year is the first time I've genuinely contemplated leaving America for good. And I know that that would fucking cause a massive celebration for a lot of my haters. But honestly, I'm too much of a stubborn piece of shit to do so. You know, I'm probably going to ride this out until this boat is sinking. But goddamn, dude, this is really fucking bad. Russell Brand, remade as a right-wing Christian influencer, is now selling a magical amulet that protects you from Wi-Fi signals and other evil energies.
Hello, I'm just back from Narnia, where I had a holiday, Mr. Tumnus, Aslan, all those guys. And as you know, airports are places full of Wi-Fi and all sorts of evil energies. Think of all the phones out there, all of the signals, corruptible and corrupting. Luckily, I wear this magical amulet from AirTech that keeps me safe from all of the various signals out there. And also means, look at this, look how strong I am. I think this is making me more powerful, as a matter of fact. Look at that. This stuff is absolutely packed with AirTech. I didn't even bring any socks or toothbrush or dog meat or anything like that. Just completely full of AirTech. You should get one as well, particularly if you're planning to go to an airport anytime soon, because the bloody things are full of lethal signals. AirTech, a glorious amulet to protect you from corrupting signals. Hello, I'm just back.
Wow. That's crazy, man. My father's the type to believe this, but we're trying to make his own and end up walking around with a sock around his body or something. That's amazing. No, this is not a bit. He's like a total fucking psycho.
Will you stay?
Yes.
We will be back. 100%. Chimney.
I mean, that's literally the opposite side of this. This is what the people are doing, bro. This is what, where do you think the guys that are like, we have to kill FEMA officers because they're trying to make our children woke and take over our property by eminent domain? Where do you think they got the idea from? A guy like Russell Brand, who's selling them fucking tinfoil hat merchandise. That is what's going on in America. What the fuck?
Iraq is very resilient. We will 100% be back.
The Helene death toll is now up to at least 244 people nationwide. Here,
anyone that disagrees with you is a psycho. Come on, bro, get better bait. Like, I don't even think you yourself personally believe that like a fucking magical amulet that you get from a British rapist is going to fucking save you from Wi-Fi coronavirus waves or whatever. And yes, you are a fucking psychopath if you look at FEMA workers doing hurricane relief and recovery efforts and go, oh my God, I want to kill them.
Here in western North Carolina, thousands are without running water, roads and bridges are washed out, and dozens of schools have not resumed. FEMA says it has restarted its operations, and there's a tremendous amount of work to be done.
Yeah, it looks like it. Janet, thank you.
All right, moments ago, you heard from Republican.
Donald Trump calls out Kamala over fake interview, talks Joe Rogan why he hates Jimmy Kimmel. BoyBoy, the environmental disaster
you might have heard of
no one knows
Chernobyl
about.
or the BP oil spill or even Exxon Valdez. What if I told you that there's an even worse natural catastrophe in the Amazon that no one knows about? The craziest part is it was done on purpose.
Oh, they shot
right? And the company that did this can destroy entire communities whenever it wants. It can like lock up anyone who gets in their way. And best of all,
with Donziger, they shot this in LA.
they don't have to pay tax. Now, we're talking about Chevron, and their headquarters are right behind this wall, right? Now, you might think we're here to cause a scene and be really annoying, but there's one thing you should know about us, is that we love power and we love oil. So we're here to get a job.
Do we just go out with the...
Okay, maybe they didn't shoot this part in LA. I think this is... I suspect that they shot this in... Did they shoot this in Australia?
Just oil.
Chevron wasn't making this easy. You know, we're just here to get a job, and we quickly realized no one wanted to help us. They just kept sending us back and forth.
Would you be able to give them my resume in case they come down?
Actually, they are going to take it. I'm not taking it.
You don't want to take it?
Well, mine, it's a little bit less oily.
It turns out we might have been in the wrong building, but security gave us a pass to go upstairs just to be sure. We don't want to miss out on this job.
They're not here.
They're not here?
They're not here. They must have moved out 3 years ago.
So what are we doing?
I don't know.
There were just a bunch of empty offices where Chevron used to be, so we decided to leave and give up on our dreams of working for a big oil company.
Hello.
I think we got the wrong building.
Our big oily dreams were completely shattered, but out of nowhere, a friendly security guard told us where to go.
So, it's something doing in the building for about 3 or 4 years.
Yeah, I know. It's like that.
Mascot.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, so there is building.
Finding a job isn't easy, you know? Sometimes you make mistakes.
You know what they say, the key to any new job is persistence, so we showed up at the new headquarters.
I just want to get a job with the oil company.
Yeah, we've got our resumes here. As you can see, we're very oily men.
Just come out the front for us.
Wait,
come out the front.
Go in there?
No. It's a security risk here.
Oh, it's dangerous in there.
No, it's just a security risk here. You can't get access to the building.
Okay, even if we're this oily?
Yes.
Okay. We thought you guys love oil, though.
I want to get a job. Can you guys give our resumes to someone?
Yeah,
thank you. Thank you.
They are a bit oily.
So we can't get a job here? Cool.
So we've had some kind of misunderstanding. Chevron doesn't want to hire us today, but also we're also not allowed within 100 meters of Chevron or any of its subsidiaries, which is a bit of an overreaction. Look, I'm not an idiot. Like, I know this looks bad. I understand how it looks, but Chevron, if you're listening, I'm not some kind of like creepy, unhinged stalker that's making videos about you on the internet. No, I'm a normal guy. I'm just a regular, well-adjusted person, and I'd also make an asset to your company.
Bro did not get a job at Chevron. He is putting the fries in the bag. Stick to your day job.
We just need to, if you let me explain it from the start, you'll understand. So if we go to the beginning, which is, it actually all started pretty much around where to start. It's wide. Aha!
Here, in 1541, when Spanish explorer Francisco de Orellana first set sail down the Amazon River in Ecuador looking for El Dorado, the mythical city of gold. Now, spoiler alert, he did not find a city made of gold, but he did find a lot of rocks made of gold, and silver, and iron, and copper, and slaves, and fruit, and coffee, and slaves. All the Europeans had to do was kill 56 million people, and before you know it, everyone got in line. South America became a never-ending conveyor belt, kind of like this belt grinder here. It just keeps going in circles, loading up stuff on this end and emptying it all in Europe on this end. And that's me. I'm Europe in this analogy. Now, the real-life conveyor belt is even better than this because, you know, unlike a belt grinder, it doesn't hurt your face when you use it. It pretty much just gives you free stuff for like the next 500 years and counting. Like, eventually, Chevron will make really good use of this conveyor belt to like suck all the oil out of South America and, you know, make one of the worst environmental catastrophes we've ever seen. But that's for later in the story. For the first couple of centuries,
He chipped his tooth doing that? That's insane, dude. What the fuck is... God, these guys are so ridiculous.
it was primarily used for gold and a couple of other weird things like cigarettes and purple shirts. I don't know, Europeans love that stuff for some reason. But my point is, it's a solid conveyor belt. Even when the South Americans eventually kicked out the Western powers and started ruling themselves, the conveyor belt stayed intact. Over the next 100 years, every now and then they would elect someone who wanted to keep all these profits in South America. But the CIA would just organize a military coup and replace them with a more business-friendly leader, i.e., you know, someone who would make sure Western companies got all the profits. Ecuador is a great example. I mean, look at Jose Maria Velasco Ibarra. I mean, you don't have to look at him. What you need to know is that he got the most votes anyone's ever gotten in Ecuador. He was voted in as president 5 times, but the only problem is he never got to complete a full term in power because every time he got voted in, he'd immediately be kicked out by a military coup and replaced with a pro-US leader. My man started getting used to it, but the final time he got voted in and then immediately kicked out was extra special, since it coincided with the discovery of huge amounts of oil in the Ecuadorian Amazon. Now, Jose wanted to nationalize the oil and have the profits returned to Ecuador instead of going to giant Western oil companies like Chevron. So, obviously, the military did a coup and removed him from power. Now, at the time of the coup, all television stations went off the air. 6 million Ecuadorians had no idea that a military takeover was happening, but somehow an American company called Texaco knew exactly what was going on, and funnily enough, the military government's first order of business was to grant Texaco full rights to Ecuador's oil, which is a crazy coincidence. But what's even more of a coincidence is that every time a new leader took the reins of this newly formed Ecuadorian military dictatorship, he'd have to assure Washington that he had no plans to nationalize the oil industry if he wanted to stay in power. Now, with Ecuador's pesky democracy out of the way, Texaco went to town on the Amazon, digging up all of Ecuador's resources for free and keeping all the profits for themselves. Now, over time, the very hungry oil company drank up so much free oil and just grew and grew and grew that eventually Texaco merged with Chevron, which made 2 very big oil companies become one of the biggest companies in the world. But the fun ended in 1992. The Ecuadorians finally managed to nationalize their oil and they drove the oil giant out of the country. But this is where the horror show really started. I mean, the Ecuadorians finally got full control of the oil fields and they got a glimpse of what this company's been doing in the Amazon for the past 20 years. There were always rumors of what was going on deep in the rainforest. You know, while the company was in charge, local tribes occasionally complained that their water tasted different. But the oil company brushed them aside and said, "Don't worry about the taste of the water, drink it up. We've done you a favor and filled it with special vitamins that are good for you, actually." And it turns out they did exactly what you'd expect a giant corporation to do in a third world country where they had complete control over the government. They decided to dump 72 billion litres of toxic waste into the pristine rainforest rivers because it was, you know, cheaper than disposing of it properly. They wiped out multiple local communities, they poisoned and scarred their bodies and destroyed all their food and water, causing what experts have called the Amazon Chernobyl. So yeah, it turns out their oil company didn't put vitamins in the water, which is...
Wait, I don't get it. But I thought America was good. And a lot of the information in this video is leading me to feel like American corporations have done a lot of bad. Can someone please frame this in a way that makes sense to me so it doesn't harm my liberal sensibilities? sensibilities that include that America gets to have its private for-profit businesses go to other countries and suck up the natural resources at the behest of the profit motive, while simultaneously destroying the natural the natural water supply, wildlife, indigenous population. I don't get it.
Which is very sneaky. But we decided to talk to Steven Donziger about it. He's a lawyer who fought for the people of Ecuador. Chevron actually ended up throwing him in prison, which makes him the only American citizen in history to be locked up by a private corporation. But
in a not a criminal trial, by the way, but a civil one.
We'll get into that later. First, we want to talk about what he saw in the Amazon in the 90s. Now, the only problem is he lives all the way over here in New York, so we decided to meet.
Didn't you interview him? Yeah, Steven is the GOAT. He's dope.
In the middle, in sunny Kiribati. But it turns out Chevron won't let him leave the country, so we decided to meet in sunny LA. At a beautiful, pristine park in the middle of the city that's also somehow home to a bunch of Chevron's oil pumps.
It's such a good shot, just an oil well. It looks like it's drilling into your head.
Seriously?
Yeah.
That's really funny.
I guess we'll start from the beginning. What did you find in the Amazon? What happened down there?
It's sort of hard to describe how bad it is in Ecuador. Like what they did is just apocalyptic. And I remember seeing a lot of bad shit. But I remember going over like a hill in the car we were in. In the distance, I saw what looked like a lake. It was sunny and it was like glistening in the sun. And as we got closer, he's like, "That's not a lake." I'm like, "Well, what is it?" He goes, "That's an oil spill."
It was that large.
But this was the crazy part. We get near the lake, it's hot as hell. You smell the vapors. They're awfully harmful. It's like you can't even hang out there that long, you start getting headaches. And as we got up to the lake, I saw these two indigenous men like wading with no shirts on, no protection, through the lake with like mops. And they were like shoveling the oil into bags. And then like coming out the side, they had oil over them and putting the bags like on the ground. And then going back in the lake and wading and doing the same thing. Like Texaco deliberately created this system. This was not an oil spill. Yeah. This was not an accident. This was an engineered design to dump systematically literally millions of gallons of toxic waste into a pristine, beautiful ecosystem that indigenous peoples relied on for their sustenance, had relied on for thousands of years. In a few short years, they poisoned the whole thing. And since the land can't support them anymore, they're left to take jobs, like pay nothing, virtually nothing, to sit there and do this futile exercise of mopping up an oil lake with your bare damn hands.
While there's a pipe that's still...
Yeah, exactly.
Feeding it in.
It was at this point that Steven remembered that he was, in fact, a lawyer, which means he can represent these indigenous Ecuadorians who had never set foot in a courtroom before.
Ellos van a estar ahí.
There you go. I did it. I was able to avoid the brief moment of nudity, apparently, at 10:10.
Sentado arriba, con sus trajes, sus corbatas, etc. No tengo.
These motherfuckers should be in prison, but we're too busy locking up homeless people for existing. Wait till you find out who actually gets locked up in this story. Because not only did we not jail the executives that did this, those executives then turned around and locked up the top of the hour ad break, which comes at the top of every hour. It's a 3-minute ad break right now. Here it is. Yeah, sorry to spoil it. Okay, spoiler alert. Spoiler alert. You know, this is something that you should know already because I've interviewed Steven Donziger already.
Now, the initial problem was that this oil company was in control of the Ecuadorian government for decades. So they got the government to sign something called the Act of Liberation, which made it illegal for anyone from Ecuador to sue them, which I didn't know was possible. I mean, on that note, Chevron, if you're watching, by watching this, you legally forfeit your right to sue us. Okay, glad that's out of the way. So the cards were stacked against the Ecuadorians, but nonetheless, Stephen started their 30-year fight with Chevron. Now, he may have had 54 independent judicial site inspections resulting in 64,000 chemical sampling results showing pollution, but you could say Chevron had a bit of an ace up its sleeves. The ace was $262 billion. So in order to silence the indigenous Ecuadorians, they hired 60 law firms and 2,000 lawyers, which, in case you didn't know, is this many people, which means Chevron ended up spending over $3 billion in this case. Now, when a company like Chevron puts 2,000 of the world's most expensive lawyers in the same room, you end up getting bombarded with mountains and mountains of useless paperwork. Each page is specifically designed to clog up whatever court has to read them. Every single page needs an answer, and it costs your legal team thousands of dollars to answer them. Their aim is to simply outspend you until you have no choice but to drop the case. Now, Stephen wasn't only running out of money. The 30,000 Ecuadorians that he was representing were all dying of toxic contamination, so if they stalled for long enough, Stephen wouldn't have any clients left. Now, Stephen's team was trying to sue them in front of a jury in the US, and
$3 billion is probably way more than cleanup costs. Yeah, but also down the line. What are you doing, Kaya? Get down, baby. Hello. Stay down. What I was saying is if they don't pack this shit up, then it's going to obviously, it's going to kickstart a landfall of other similar points of litigation from many of the other countries that they exploit in similar fashion. So you can't do that. You can't set precedent that this kind of thing is prosecutable.
Chevron sure as hell didn't want that. So after 10 years of stalling, Chevron eventually won and got to choose to do the prosecution back in Ecuador, a tiny country with no real power to enforce any rulings. And then the next 8-year battle began. Now, Chevron didn't just stall and outspend Stephen, they got even sneakier. They went so far as to set up fake laboratories. They would pose as independent labs who studied soil samples and coincidentally concluded that there was actually no pollution in the Amazon. But it turns out they belonged to Chevron, and thanks to a group of brave whistleblowers, the truth got out. Now, we've covered Australian whistleblowers a lot on our channel, and a lot of our friends have been sued and imprisoned for doing the right thing. But these guys are on a whole new level. Like, when you get in the way of Chevron in a third world country, you usually get tortured and murdered. Like one of the main indigenous representatives for this Chevron case, Pablo Fajardo, he was receiving death threats as soon as he joined the legal team, and as a warning, his brother was tortured and killed and the government refused to investigate it.
Es este lugar donde está sepultado mi hermano. Mi hermano murió 8 días antes de que realicemos la primera inspección judicial del caso Texaco. Le habían torturado fuertemente, cortado su rostro, no tenía nada en la cabeza, no se le conocía, no se le identificaba. Alguna vez un informe militar le dijeron a uno de mis hermanos que a quien buscaban era a mí.
But in the face of all this brutality and corruption, the people of Ecuador just kept fighting, and they won. Like, it's insane. Chevron was ordered to pay $9.5 billion to the people of Ecuador. Like, David beat Goliath. This had never happened before. It was a landmark ruling, like one of the biggest cases in world history.
Except, you know, that also got held up in the court.
And somehow the indigenous Ecuadorians beat one of the world's biggest corporations. But it was time for the next ace up Chevron's sleeve. Also money. It was also money. They lobbied the US government to sanction Ecuador. They pulled all of their assets out of the country before the court could seize them, knowing that they were so rich and powerful that no other country would dare enforce Ecuador's ruling.
Their top lawyer famously said in 2009 that we will never pay a penny of this judgment. We will fight this until hell freezes over, and then we will fight it out on the ice.
I mean, look, considering that they're polluting the planet, maybe, you know, hell will freeze over pretty soon.
Yeah, that might come sooner than we think.
So now, after 18 years of fighting, Stephen's team has to chase Chevron around the world, trying to find a country that would enforce this judgment and finally make Chevron pay for purposely destroying these people's lives. In the meantime, the Amazon still looks like this. This giant Western company drenched it in toxic waste, and the few bits of the Amazon that are still pristine are now reserved for rich Westerners who just shit and vomit all over the rainforest floor while trying to find themselves on an ayahuasca trip. But if you think that's bad, things are about to get much, much worse for the Ecuadorians. Chevron knew full well that if they ended up paying this judgment, they'd set a precedent, right? Their whole business model, like the way they make insane profits is by just like going into a country, sucking up all their resources for as cheap as possible, and then just dumping the waste wherever they want. And then they leave the local communities to pay the price, right? If Chevron pays $9.5 billion to the Ecuadorians, soon every single community they've destroyed around the world will start asking for money. So they decided to make an example out of Stephen to, scare other lawyers from doing what he's done. So they took him to court in the US and claimed that he had bribed an Ecuadorian judge personally to rule against Chevron. And to prove that, they got this guy called Alberto to kind of stand up in front of the court and just, say that that's what Stephen did. Now, here's the catch. Alberto said that during Stephen's case, and then 3 years later, he admitted under oath to an international tribunal that Chevron paid him more than $1 million to lie about Stephen, which is insane. But the crazy part isn't the $1 million lie. It's the fact that it took 50 days to coach this man on how to present fake testimony, which, I know there are so many wild parts of this case, but 50 days, like paying the world's most expensive lawyers for 50 days just to teach this guy how to recite a lie. I mean, is he an idiot? Like, how does it take him 50 days to learn how to lie? Like, I swear it should take a day. Like, in fact, I've hired an Ecuadorian man to prove how easy it is. And to replicate the stress of a courtroom, I've also taken his clothes off.
Esteban gave me lots of money. He is very, very bad man. Also, Chevron is very good company.
Brillante, Diego. Eres muy talentoso. No jodas, solo 15 minutos. Diego, venga. Eres muy talentoso. Bravo, Diego. Bravo.
But anyway, Alberto told his $1 million lie and tricked a jury into ruling against Stephen. Well, actually, no, it wasn't a jury. It was all decided by this one guy, Judge Louis A. Kaplan, who's coincidentally funded by Chevron, but that's for later in the story. For now, Alberto is kicking back in California, receiving a lifetime salary from Chevron, and Stephen found himself in a whole lot of legal trouble. He got his law license revoked. Like, they froze his bank accounts and they took his apartment. Like, they literally took the clothes off his back and probably like the pants off his legs. Also, maybe his underpants off his penis or something. And so Chevron wasn't done. So they got old mate Judge Louis A. Kaplan to take another crack at him. And just on a side note, why does he look like that? Like, why does every single ghoul who sells their soul to a big corporation end up looking like this? What's going on? Like, I don't understand. Is this what happens when you make a deal with the devil? It's hideous. Anyway, so Judge A. Kaplan, Big Louis, he wants to confiscate Stephen's laptop and phone, which Stephen obviously appealed because of, lawyer-client confidentiality, but also ethically. The last thing you want is to give Chevron a list of every single Ecuadorian who stood up to them and exactly what they said. So while Stephen was appealing it, the judge went to the US government and said, look, this guy's disobeying court orders. You need to prosecute him for contempt of court.
Can't what Chevron be doing considered economic and chemical warfare in any way? If so, take it to the international courts. What are you talking about? Who's going to prosecute Chevron, brother? They are literally more powerful than any fucking international court. They can't even get a goddamn government. Chevron, Chevron is bigger than America. What are you supposed to do?
And the US government, to their credit, were like, no way, we're not getting our hands dirty with Chevron's corrupt case, just leave us out of it, right? And, in most countries, this would be the end of the story, right? If the government doesn't want to prosecute you, then you're free. But this wasn't a normal country. The judge actually managed to run a private criminal prosecution for the first time in US history. This is where a private company can take over the government's job and decide who goes to jail themselves. So essentially, if you're rich enough to pay for a court...
this is after there was no criminal prosecution. Prosecutors were like, yeah, we're not going to do this. This is insane. So they were like, okay, I guess we'll do it ourselves.
For all intents and purposes, you're the government now. And you don't even need to have a jury. The judge you hire gets to decide. Now, it's bad enough to have a private company sending someone to jail. But what's worse is that everyone who's meant to be independent is actually on Chevron's payroll. The original judge who decided this was a Chevron investor, and the law firm he had handpicked for the private prosecution, Gibson, Dunn and Crutcher, was paid $3 million from Chevron just before they started prosecuting Stephen. And there's even more law firms linked to this. Like, it's insane how these law firms are so good at breaking the law. Like, I think it's just like when you have a business that is just a bunch of last names in a row, people take you more seriously. Like, it's easier to get away with stuff. I don't know. But anyway, there's a lot of info out there on like exactly how Chevron funded these companies. But if you think that's exciting, then you're a nerd. You know, most people don't want to hear about that. But if you're interested, it's all in the video description. But in short, the government gave prosecutorial power to a private company, Chevron, which now can decide who they want to put in jail. And they can use that against Stephen. And while they're deciding on this, Stephen's, you know, locked in his house with no money.
He put an ankle bracelet on me. And I couldn't leave my apartment, you know, couldn't go to dinner, couldn't hang with my son, couldn't go to games. And I remember a good friend of mine came over, I'd been on house arrest for a month. She's like, when you reach 100 days, we should do like a press release. She tells me this. I'm thinking to myself, are you fucking crazy? This isn't gonna last 100 days. 100 days came, she was right, she knew something. 200 days came.
Being under house arrest for, was like 1,000 days? How long were you?
993 days. So
just under 1,000. That's lenient, that's nice.
Yeah, no, I know, yeah.
Now look, I'm not a lawyer, but I have done a lot of crimes. And to me, this sounds like a crime, right? Like locking someone up for 993 days, you know, without being convicted of anything, sounds like kidnapping. But it gets worse.
And they sued me for $60 billion. Okay. So I got sued for the most amount of money of any individual in the history of the United States. And just so people understand a little bit about me, I'm like a normal human rights lawyer. I have very little money.
You don't have $60 million lying around?
No. I mean, they sued me for more money than any bank has been sued for, any oil company's been sued for, and I'm just a lawyer, you know, sitting in my 2-bedroom apartment in New York with my wife and son. I mean, it was the craziest shit.
So after almost 1,000 days under house arrest, Chevron obviously convicted him of contempt of court and sent him to prison, which, you know, is unusual for a misdemeanor. But what's even weirder is that they managed to sentence him for 4 times the maximum sentence.
So prison was crazy. I was scared that honestly they would kill me in prison. Because given how irregular everything was and how corrupt the shit that had gone down, I'm like, my God, if I go to prison, I'm going to be completely vulnerable.
Yeah.
They could arrange for me to die, for a guard to kill me, or they could charge you with another crime, keep me there forever.
Now, unfortunately for Chevron, they didn't manage to kill him in prison. But in fact, the prison was actually like more on Stephen's side than he expected. Like the prison management was just embarrassed to have this like obviously innocent man in a maximum security prison on a misdemeanor. And it was horrible PR having, you know, constant protests and visits by celebrities and politicians and multiple reports from Amnesty International and the UN. The prison wanted him out of there. But the prisoners, on the other hand, wanted him to stay.
Several of the inmates gave me a nickname, the counselor, because they would come up to me and want like advice on their cases. My response, I thought, look, you don't want advice from me. I'm a really bad lawyer. Like, you never want to get advice from a lawyer who he himself is in prison. Trust me, you don't want my advice. But I'll listen to your story. So people thought that was really funny. So they started to call me the counselor. You could get anything in prison if you had the money. And I eat a lot of vegetables, and like, the word was the food budget had been running out, so there were like no vegetables, no fresh vegetables in the prison. Like everything was processed, gross food, not a lot of it. I was losing weight rapidly. So I asked this very well-known inmate who was a mob guy, who was super respected in the prison. I said, do you know where I can get a carrot? I said, all I want is a damn carrot. And he goes, counselor, give me a couple of days. So one day, like he starts shuffling down the hall at night, and he goes, here, and he pulled out like the biggest, dirtiest carrot I'd ever seen. It was like it was just lifted out of the ground, like 5 minutes before, it had dirt all over it.
Wasn't in his ass?
Yeah. How do you smuggle that? Yeah.
I'll tell you what, he's like, here's your carrot. So I washed it, ate a couple bites. I'm like, I'm gonna sort of try to eat this little by little every day for like 10 days. It was enormous. It was such a good carrot. So this is the funny part. I finished the carrot. A couple days later, Every night at 9 o'clock, you have to stand in front of your cell, and the guards come in and they literally count one by one with like those little things, 1, 2, 3, like everyone in the prison. So I'm standing in front of my cell, and I look down at the end of the hall, and like the guard who was like running the count, I thought I saw a carrot in his hand. And the craziest shit, at the end of the hall, there was this big trash bin. I saw him, or I thought I saw him toss the carrot into the trash bin. So I'm like, when the count ends, I'm gonna go see if I can dig that carrot out. But I'm like, but the other thing about prison is it's really clean. Like the inmates keep everything hyper clean. And like if you have germs or like don't keep clean or like take food out of a trash bin, you're not really highly regarded.
Yeah, right.
So I'm like, okay, I gotta go see if it's a carrot. If it is, pull it out without anyone seeing me, okay? So I walk down, I'm like looking, I'm like, that's a fucking carrot. Nice. And it's a big one too. But I'm like looking around, I'm like, I couldn't pull it out. So I went back to my cell, I'm like, I'll come back in like 10 minutes and everybody goes to bed. Came back in 10 minutes and God damn it, like the trash bin had filled up and someone had taken it out. So I lost the carrot. But the point is, a normal human being in prison became so desperate for like food that I was literally ready to like dive into a fucking trash can to get a carrot. No, I mean, it's the craziest shit. And like, and I thought to myself, what are you becoming? Because when you're in that environment, there's a shortage of food, shortage of love, shortage of education, shortage of opportunity, everyone's abused. You create the characteristics you need to survive in that environment. And like, I felt myself changing.
Yeah. Wow.
And I was really happy to get out of there.
Yeah, I can imagine. Like telling that story, I've eaten carrots.
Yeah. But I bet not in prison.
No.
I mean, listen, nothing against eating carrots out of bins. I'm ready to do it, you know? I went from Harvard Law School with Barack Obama to fucking jumping into a trash bin in a prison to get a carrot. That was really incredible if you think about it.
So Stephen did his time and finally got to be reunited with his family. He was technically free, but Chevron succeeded in completely destroying his life and made it impossible for him to continue his work with the Ecuadorians.
I mean, I'm not locked up, but think about it. I can't leave the country, I have no passport. I can't work, I have no law license. And I can't transact business, I have no bank account. And I can't work even a non-law job because I owe them money and they could take the money. So, you're looking at like, I don't know how to describe it, I'm like a half citizen.
Yeah. Now this is all incredibly depressing. I mean, Stephen's life was destroyed because he dared to do the right thing. But here's the good part. You can fix this. Now, in our last whistleblower video, David McBride was about to go to jail and he didn't have money to appeal the sentence. Then we posted our video and had a link to his chuffed crowdfunding page. So you guys raised $90,000 for his legal fund in the first 3 days. Like, I didn't know we could do that. Like, how is that possible? It's insane. He was completely broke and he was facing down like a corrupt government. He was going to go to jail like for ages. And you guys gave him the money to launch an appeal. Like, you did that. Like, it's insane. So we've partnered with Chuff for this video to show the people in power that we can do it again. Right? Like, this community has turned YouTube into a weapon for the most disadvantaged people on earth. So click the link in the description and donate whatever you can to Donziger's legal fund. And we can fight back against Chevron and get them to pay for what they did to the people of Ecuador. Now, I know it sounds crazy, but we actually have the power to influence this. Like, we've done it before. Like, if the Ecuadorians win this, we have a viable model to make corporations pay for their crimes around the world.
I just want to say, like, even though the communities in Ecuador have not collected the money yet, they are going to collect the money. It's not so much the...
You see Davis Chatter, Stephen Donziger, the lawyer in the video, will be coming to speak next Tuesday.
$10 billion, although they don't want to pay it. It's the model that produced the $10 billion.
Yeah.
They sort of see this case as potentially opening up the floodgates to a huge amount of global liability because they're guilty of pollution all over the world. And they don't want this to be replicated in other countries.
Now, look, I know what you're thinking. I don't live in the Amazon. It's just an obviously made up place full of fake animals. I mean, what's this thing? It looks like bad AI. The whole place is supposedly populated with these obviously fake creatures. But this isn't just an issue for the Amazon.
Wow, what a flex. What a flex.
Chevron keeps doing the same shit wherever they can get away with it, like here in LA. Now, if you spend any time in the poorer areas of LA, you'll see oil wells right next to some unfortunate person's house. But in rich areas, they'll legit build fake hollow office buildings and hide all their operations inside there. Like this. It's a fake building full of oil wells and no one knows about it.
Excuse me. Do you know what's in this building?
Yeah. That's dude. Is that your house? No, dude. What the fuck?
No, it's
You think I'd let them fucking film near my house? What are you, insane?
got 50 oil wells inside. They're pumping oil, but it's like a fake building. It's really weird.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
It's my guest house, chat. Duh.
It's like a fake building, and then they've just got all these oil wells in, but they have to like make it look like a building.
That is crazy. We just walk past it and not even have an idea.
I'm staring at it, I'm like, there are no windows.
It's no windows. It looks like a building, like to your brain, like if you just see it but don't pay attention. Then when you look really.
That's my house. That's my. This right here is literally my building. Like I own it.
Look, there's no windows, there's no doors, there's nothing. So I think
It's really funny. It doesn't say it's an oil well. It just says natural resources, but all it says is no smoking. I wonder what's going on.
something's going on now because look at you.
Yeah, where
What's
it says.
going on?
There's like 50 oil wells in there, but it looks like a normal building. You know,
I'm
I think the building's
Chevron.
just like a shell.
We heard about it. We just want to see it. Do you think most people know what's in there?
These fake buildings are everywhere in Beverly Hills. They even have an oil pump hidden in a high school, which they call the Tower of Hope, which is hilarious because, like, what's a Tower of Hope? Like, what is this thing? Like, well, why is it making noises? Why does my head hurt when I stand near it? I mean, people only realized it was an oil pump when it randomly caught fire. Now, while living next to an operational oil well is, catastrophic for your health, the bigger issue is that, just like in the Amazon, the government is so corrupted by oil money that they let Chevron do whatever they want. Once they suck up as much oil as they like, they just disappear and leave these open, toxic holes there. Because, it's cheaper than actually closing the well. And these abandoned wells are all over the city. Usually what happens is your family will be breathing this stuff in every day, your 9-year-old daughter will start getting random nosebleeds or something, and eventually she'll lose the ability to walk. But that's only if you're lucky. If you're unlucky, toxic sludge will literally burst out of these abandoned wells and destroy your home. And you'll be in the same position as the indigenous Ecuadorians. The companies responsible will never compensate you, and they'll send you to jail themselves without a jury if you try to get your money. Now, Chevron's playbook is the same all over the world. Like, this is a global issue. It affects everyone, right? And we haven't even spoken about climate change and the fact that burning these fossil fuels is like cooking our planet in the long term. We're talking about Chevron fucking our planet in the short term. Like, these companies, they come in, they take all our stuff for free, they don't pay any tax, and they just...
Okay, but have you considered that an executive is making a tidy profit? But what about the dividends? These fucking commies, dude. Never even once considering marginally increasing shareholder value. Think of the shareholders. Yeah, you won't. You won't.
Dump toxic waste wherever they want because our governments are too scared to enforce any rules. But the good news is that Chevron is scared of us. They're scared of vulnerable communities getting together and getting organized. They're scared of, lawyers who represent them, and they're scared of us, the people who support them. So click the link in the description and make Chevron pay.
Also,
if the oil wasn't pumped out, it could ignite. Very dangerous. They're doing us a favor. Yes.
if you want to help fund more videos like this, please go to the BoyBoy Patreon. You get a full video every month and access to the Discord community where you can chat with the boys and have a say in their future videos.
By the way, since the video came out, they've raised our over $100,000. Here's the link: chuff.org/campaign/free-donzinger/BB BoyBoy. Here it is. There you go.
Videos.
Energy firms face legal threat over Israeli license to drill gas off Gaza. I bet it feels good as fuck for the oil to be sucked out of the earth like that. I'm glad to suffer endlessly and have the entire future destroyed in flames just so the oil gets to feel like that once. Yeah, me too. Bro, chat already broke the link. Jesus Christ, chat. How? God damn it. Okay, well, revisit the fucking link after, okay? Revisit the link after the stream. Bookmark it for later. Yeah, y'all broke it. Look at this shit, dude. Look at this fucking shit. God damn it. Wishing I got sucked by big oil. Yeah, me too. Just it feels good as fuck for Mother Earth getting her pussy ate like that. Anyway, great video from the boys. We got the yeah, I actually DDoSed the I just DDoSed the fucking link because I'm in the pocket of Chevron. Chevron exec ran a skit with a class of mine in college in 2009. They had the class split into teams. Locals, including the politicians, media, 2 oil companies, 1 Western, 1 Eastern Russia. They were literally getting us to run an experiment and do research on overcoming local pushback. The fuck? Y'all know I'm in the pocket of big oil. You already know what it is, baby. You already know. Anyway, that's all for me for today. I'm fucking tired. And I'll see you tomorrow. 20K donated in the last 30 minutes. Disgusting. Stop donating. Stop it. Stop it. I love Chevron. What a day. What a day. Tomorrow we'll do something different. Oh, we are actually. Felix Biederman is going to be in the building tomorrow. And so is Stavi Baby. That's right. Everyone's favorite. Stavi motherfucking Baby in the building alongside Felix Biederman. And that'll be a fun stream. So love you guys. I'll see you tomorrow. Peace, everybody.
Sunny Los Angeles, California, says Hasan. The starlock to the topic just begun. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reviewing the P.O. box. Uncle Uyghur's face. Sudden discord agitprop. Great names take embrace. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, Ane at your door. H3 crowded debate, the young Turk Network's online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction on mass riot at DC. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reading live stream fair comments, Austin show chat advice, and all the ways the right-wing pipeline can suck you in online. JCS react, Lord frame gets broken, cover blown. A full-blown mass pandemic, monster streaming at your home. Total radicalization coming out to find. The system you were taught to trust in was broken the whole time. All these daily streams, whether big or whether small, have helped me and so many find the meaning through it all. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming.